Welcome back to Worlds of Prothika audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Prothika, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Prothika's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothikan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprothika.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Sarod. The roar of the crowd still echoes in my ears as I step into my sprawling mansion on the outskirts of Orkland. The Zerfix match today was brutal, but we came out on top. As team captain, the pressure weighs heavy on my shoulders, but damn if I don't live for it. I flex my muscles, feeling the ache of victory. My green skin glistens with sweat, and I can't help but admire the scars that crisscross my body. Each one tells a story of triumph on the Zerfix pitch. Whine, I bark at a passing human servant within my home. I can hardly even remember their names anymore. There are so many of them scurrying about like animals, tending to my every whim. They scurry off, knowing better than to keep me waiting. Smart move on their part. I sink into a plush chair, my massive frame dwarfing the expensive furniture. My mind drifts to Connie, that manipulative witch. My grip tightens on the armrest, threatening to splinter the expensive wood underlying the soft fabric of the chair. The memory of her smug face as she walked out on me makes my blood boil. The servant returns with a goblet of rich red wine, the color reminiscent of the blood spilled on the Zerfix pitch today. I snatch it from their trembling hands, not bothering to acknowledge them as they retreat. The wine sloshes dangerously close to the rim, but I don't give a damn if it spills. What's another stain on the carpet when you're the champion of Toulouse? Connie, I growl, taking a long swig. Our last fight plays out in my head like a bad dream, her sharp tongue cutting me down despite all I've given her. My success, my fame, my heart, and it wasn't enough. Nothing was enough for her. I drained the goblet in one long gulp, memories flooding back like a tidal wave I can't escape. The way she'd cheer from the stands, her voice rising above the chaos of the Zerfix pitch. Those piercing eyes fixed on me, urging me on. The nights we'd spend celebrating my victories, her body pressed against mine, our sweat-slicked skins sliding together in the darkness. But it was all a lie, wasn't it? Just another game she was playing, and I was too blind to see it. The wine turns bitter in my mouth, coating my tongue with the taste of betrayal. Without thinking, I hurl the empty goblet across the room, relishing the satisfying crash as it shatters against the wall. Tiny shards of crystal explode outward, glittering in the lamplight like fallen stars. "Clean that up!" I roar, my anger boiling over, fists clenched at my sides. The servants scramble, fear etched across their faces as they rush to obey. Good. Let them be afraid. I bare my tusks in a snarl, daring anyone to challenge me. But of course they won't. They never do. I stand, my massive frame towering over everything in the room. "I want this place spotless by the time I get back," I snarl, stomping towards the door. "I'm going out for the night, and I'll have someone's head if my things aren't organized when I return." The night air hits me as I step outside, but it does little to cool my rage. I need a distraction, something to take my mind off Connie and the hollow ache she's left behind. "Screw that," I mumble to myself, wiping the remnants of wine from my bottom lip. If she wants to leave me, fine. It doesn't matter. I'll find someone else to warm my bed. Many other human women have done so since we ended our relationship for good. They adore me. They throw themselves at me, knowing what I'm capable of on the Zerfix pitch. And while humans are pathetic, lowly creatures for the most part, they make a good lay when I'm lonely at the end of the night. For that reason, I swagger into the dingy tavern near the more uncharitable parts of Orkland, my presence immediately drawing every eye in the room. The air's thick with smoke and the stench of cheap ale, but I don't care. This place is beneath me, but it'll do for tonight. Hell, it might even be perfect for what I need. A quick screw to forget my troubles. "It's Sarod!" Someone shouts, and a ripple of excitement runs through the crowd. Damn right, it's me. I can't help but smirk, feeling the weight of their stares. They know who I am, what I can do on the Zerfix pitch. It's almost pathetic how they worship me, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. I make my way to the bar, shoving aside anyone too slow to move. The bartender, a scrawny human, practically trips over himself to serve me. His eyes are wide, like he can't believe I'm actually here in his embarrassment of an establishment. "What'll it be, sir?" he stammers, wiping his sweaty palms on a dirty rag. I slam my fist on the counter, making him jump. "The strongest you've got," I growl, "and keep 'em coming." As I wait for my drink, I scan the room. Plenty of admirers, both male and female, orc and human. They're all eyeing me like I'm a piece of meat. Usually I'd bask in it, but tonight it just pisses me off. Gaggle of women catches my eye, their high-pitched giggles grating on my nerves. One of them, a plain-looking human with long blonde hair, keeps stealing glances my way. She's nothing special, but she'll scratch the itch for tonight. I beckon her over with a lazy crook of my finger, watching as she practically stumbles over her own feet in her haste to reach me. Pathetic, but amusing. "What's your name, sweetheart?" I drawl, not giving a damn about her answer. My eyes roam over her body, assessing what she's got to offer. "Mela," she stammers, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Her eyes are wide, drinking me in like I'm some kind of god. It's almost too easy. I grab her waist roughly, yanking her close enough that I can smell the cheap perfume on her skin. "Well, Mela," I growl, my breath hot against her ear. "Looks like you're the lucky girl tonight. Hope you can handle it." As I'm about to lead Mila away to one of the rooms, another tavern girl catches my eye. She's human too, with brown hair and a face smudged with dirt. She scowls when she meets my gaze before averting her eyes, her lips curling in disgust. I can't help but chuckle at her obvious disdain. That amuses me more than it should. Seems like the human doesn't like orcs that much, by the look of it. She frowns and shoos away the hands of every orc that tries to reach her, her movements sharp and irritated. She rolls her eyes whenever an orc whistles for her attention, muttering curses under her breath that I can barely hear over the tavern's raucous noise. I watch her for a moment longer, intrigued by her defiance. It's refreshing in a way to see someone who isn't falling over themselves to please me. But I've got Mila waiting, and I'm not about to waste my time on some human who can't appreciate what's right in front of her. Still, I file away the memory of her scowl, thinking it might be fun to rile her up later if I get the chance. I watch as another girl barks orders at her. "Josie, can you clean up those tables over there?" So that's her name. Josie. It suits her somehow, short and sharp like her attitude. She nods quickly, all businesslike, and scurries off to follow instructions. My eyes track her movements as she weaves through the crowded tavern. There's something about the way she moves. Quick, efficient, purposeful. No wasted motions. It's almost mesmerizing, watching her dart between patrons and tables, her small frame easily slipping through gaps that would give me trouble. She's like a well-oiled machine, clearing plates and wiping surfaces with practiced ease. I find myself wondering how long she's been working here, how many nights she spent navigating this sea of drunken bodies and spilled ale. It's not often I pay this much attention to a tavern girl, but there's something different about this one. Something that keeps drawing my gaze back to her, despite my best efforts to focus on Mila and the night ahead. Interesting little thing, I think to myself, unable to look away. She's bustling around like a good worker, serving drinks left and right, and deftly avoiding the grabby hands of drunken orcs who try to clench her by the waist. I've got to hand it to her. She's got some skills. Most of these tavern girls would be squealing and giggling at every pinch and grope, but not this one. She's all business, and I find myself oddly intrigued. For a moment, our eyes meet across the crowded tavern. There's something in her gaze that makes me raise a brow, a defiance, maybe even a challenge. It nearly makes me want to call out to her, ask her what she thinks she's looking at. But then I remember she's just another human, not worth my time or energy, just a tavern girl, probably hoping for a good tip from the likes of someone like me. I turn back to Mila, pushing all of those thoughts out of my mind. Her curves are more inviting anyway, and I'm not here to waste time on some human serving wench. Let's get out of here, I growl, husky with anticipation. I'm already thinking about how I'll use this girl to forget my troubles, if only for a night. The alcohol's buzzing through my veins, making everything seem a bit hazier, a bit more urgent. I've got better things to do than sit in this place all night.
Chapter 2. Josie. I wipe down another sticky table, my arms aching from hours of scrubbing and serving. The tavern's dim light does little to hide the grime, but I've long stopped caring. Another night, another shift that'll barely keep food on our table. A raucous laugh cuts through the din, making me flinch. I glance up, my jaw clenching as I spot him again. Sarod, the orc who struts in here like he owns the place, flashing his wealth and that infuriatingly smug grin. My stomach churns with pure disgust at the sight of him, mortified that everyone in here bows down to his every whim. Tonight's arm candy is a willowy blonde, all curves and fluttering eyelashes, giggling at his every word as if he's the wittiest creature in all of Protheka. I roll my eyes so hard I'm surprised they don't fall out of my head. Does he have a new girl every night? It certainly seems that way, not that I'm keeping track or anything. "Oi, more ale!" a gruff voice calls out, snapping me back to reality. I hurry to fetch another round, weaving through the crowded room with practiced ease. The smell of sweat and stale beer assaults my nostrils as I dodge wandering hands and sloshing mugs. As I pass Sarod's table, I can't help but catch snippets of his boasting. His deep, rumbling voice carries over the noise, filled with tales of Zerfik's glory and wealth beyond measure. I grit my teeth, willing myself not to look his way again. Scored the winning goal. You should have seen their faces when I smashed through their defense. Bunch of weaklings, really. They didn't stand a chance against me. The blonde coos. "Oh, you're so talented. I bet no one can match you on the field. You must be the best player out there." I snort, unable to help myself. Talented at being a jerk, maybe. And inflating his own ego, that's for sure. As if we haven't heard this same story 100 times before. I roll my eyes, focusing on wiping down the sticky bar top instead of listening to more of his ridiculous boasting. It's almost impressive how he manages to make every conversation about himself and his supposed prowess on the Zerfik's field. Still, my shift continues. My arms strain as I carry the heavy tray of ale mugs back to the bar. The weight seems to increase with every step, and I can feel my muscles protesting. 1 more hour, I remind myself. Just 1 more. Then I can go home to Ma. She'll need help with her evening medicines, and I promise to read her a chapter from her favourite book. The thought of her smile when I walk through the door is the only thing keeping me going right now. The night drags on endlessly. I lose count of the mugs I fill, the messes I clean, and the lewd comments I dodge. All the while, Sarod's booming laughter grates on my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. His voice seems to carry above all others, as if the entire tavern revolves around him. Finally, my shift ends, and I can't get my apron off fast enough. My fingers tremble with exhaustion as I hang it up, my muscles aching from hours of hauling heavy trays. This gives me a much-needed chance to rest, but it also gives me the opportunity to observe what's going on around me. And I'm not too sure I like what I see. I lean against the bar, trying to catch my breath, and watch as Mira, one of the other tavern girls, practically trips over herself to serve Sarod another round. Her cheeks flush a deep crimson as she giggles at something he says, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. It's pathetic, really. I roll my eyes, unable to fathom how anyone could fall for his act. "Can you believe it?" Mira gushes when she returns to the bar, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "He scored 3 points in today's match. 3! That's practically unheard of." I bite my tongue, resisting the urge to point out that his accomplishment hardly makes up for his boorish behaviour. Instead, I just nod, wondering how much longer I'll have to endure this circus before I can escape home to Ma. "It's just a game, Mira," I remind her, unable to keep the exasperation from my voice. "One where they beat each other into bloody pulps, just for a bit of wealth, food and slaves. Is that really something to get excited about?" Mira gasps, her eyes widening as if I'd just blasphemed against some sacred deity. "Just a game? Josie, how can you say that? Zerfix is everything. It's not just about the prizes. It's about honour, skill, and raw power. And Sarod," she sighs dreamily, "he's the best player in the league. You should see him on the field. It's like watching poetry in motion." "If you say so," I mutter, unconvinced and frankly a bit disgusted by her blind adoration. I turn away, wiping down the bar with more force than necessary. From what I've seen, Zerfix is just an excuse for orcs and dark elves to beat each other senseless, while the rest of us cheer like idiots. It's barbaric, really, and I can't understand why anyone would willingly participate in such brutality. But I keep these thoughts to myself, knowing they'd fall on deaf ears. As I fill a water cup for myself, readying to head home for the night, my gaze drifts back to Sarod's table. The dim tavern light catches on something shiny around his neck, and I can't help but squint. It's a gold chain, thick and gleaming. My eyes widen as I notice more, rings adorning his green fingers, a jewelled bracelet clasped around his muscular wrist. Each piece probably costs more than I make in a year. That jewellery could feed Ma and me for months, maybe even a year. Hell, it could get us out of this dump entirely. I allow myself a moment to imagine it, us finally getting off of Toulouse, away from the scorching heat and constant danger, to somewhere better for humans. Somewhere I wouldn't have to scrub floors and dodge grabby hands just to survive. My stomach flips in excitement at the mere thought, and I have to grip the edge of the bar to steady myself. It's a foolish dream, I know, but for a second, I let myself believe it could be possible. I chew my lip, weighing the risks. If I'm caught... No, I can't think about that. This might be my only chance. The consequences are too terrifying to consider, but the potential reward... It could change everything. I watch, my heart racing, waiting for the perfect moment. Sarod leans in close to the blonde, his lips nearly touching her ear as he whispers something. She throws her head back, laughing loudly, her golden hair catching the dim tavern light. The sound grates on my nerves, but I push the feeling aside. This is it. My fingers twitch at my side, itching to make a move. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my frayed nerves. Now's my chance. I can't mess this up. Everything depends on the next few seconds. I steel myself, pushing away any doubts. It's now or never, and I refuse to let this opportunity slip through my fingers. I grab an empty tray from a nearby table, my palms sweaty against the worn wood. Weaving through the crowd, I dodge elbows and sloshing drinks. The closer I get, the louder my pulse pounds in my ears. As I pass their table, I time it just right and pretend to stumble. My hand shoots out, brushing against Sarod's thick green neck as I steady myself. The heat of his skin startles me for a second. Sorry, I stammer, keeping my gaze fixed on the floor. I don't dare meet his eyes, afraid he'll see right through me. My fingers close around the chain, feeling its weight and coolness for just a moment before I yank hard. The clasp gives way easier than I expected, and I have to stifle a gasp of surprise. It snaps free. Panic surges through me as I straighten up, heart thundering in my chest like a stampede of wild beasts. My hands tremble as I smooth down my clothes, desperately trying to appear normal. I mumble another hasty apology, avoiding eye contact, and hurry away on unsteady legs. Every step feels like an eternity as I silently pray to any god who might be listening that he hasn't noticed. I finally make it to the back room, collapsing against the wall as my legs threaten to give out beneath me. Sweat beads on my forehead, trickling down my temples as I clench the stolen necklace in my fist so tightly that the metal bites into my palm. The cool weight of it feels impossibly heavy, a stark reminder of what I've just done. I did it. I actually did it. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut, leaving me breathless and dizzy. Now I just have to get out of here before... Hey, where's my necklace? Sarod's angry bellow cuts through the tavern noise like a knife, making me flinch violently. His deep voice, usually so enticing, now sends icy tendrils of fear crawling up my spine. My mind races, searching frantically for a way out of this mess I've created. But as the sounds of chairs scraping and heavy footsteps approach, I do the only thing I know how to do well. Run.
Chapter 3. Sarod. I feel the weight of the blonde human on my lap, her perfume cloying in my nostrils. Her fingers trace my chest, leaving a trail of warmth that should excite me. But something's off. My hand instinctively moves to my neck, searching for the familiar weight of my prized chain. The one that means more to me than this tavern full of drunks could ever understand. It's gone. What the hell? I growl, shoving the woman off me with more force than necessary. She stumbles, her eyes wide with shock, and nearly falls on her butt. Part of me wants to laugh, but the rage building inside drowns out any amusement. Baby, what's wrong? She simpers, reaching for me again with those perfectly manicured nails. As if I care about her right now. I ignore her, my eyes scanning the tavern like a predator seeking prey. The patrons fall silent, one by one, sensing the shift in mood. Good. They should be afraid. My fists clench at my sides, knuckles cracking as I stride to the center of the room. Each step feels like thunder in the sudden quiet. Who took it? I roar, my voice echoing off the grimy walls, making a few of the weaker patrons flinch. Which one of you sorry punks had the balls to steal from me? I bare my tusks, daring anyone to speak up or try to run. Someone in here is about to have a very bad night. Silence. Then a flurry of whispers and nervous glances ripple through the tavern like a disease. The stench of fear permeates the air, mixing with the usual reek of cheap ale and sweat. Good. They should be terrified. I'll ask one more time, I snarl, grabbing the nearest human by his threadbare collar. His feet dangle off the ground as I lift him effortlessly. Where's my chain? The man's eyes widen in fear, his face paling to a sickly shade. I don't know, sir. I swear on my mother's grave. I toss him aside like the worthless sack he is. He crashes into a nearby table, sending mugs clattering to the floor. My gaze sweeps the room, challenging anyone to meet my eyes. These lowlifes think they can screw with me. I'll show them what happens when you cross an orc who's lost everything but his pride. Listen up, you miserable sacks! I bellow, my voice resonating through the tavern like a thunderclap. The patrons cower, their eyes darting nervously around the room. The chain's worth more than your pathetic lives combined. Tell me who took it, or I swear by the gods I'll tear this place apart brick by brick, and don't think I won't enjoy it. A scrawny human in the corner raises a trembling hand, his face as pale as death. I saw something, sir, he stammers, voice barely above a whisper. I'm on him in an instant, my massive green hand engulfing his throat as I lift him off his feet. His legs dangle uselessly in the air, reminding me of a puppet with cut strings. "Spit it out before I lose my patience," I growl, baring my tusks. "One of the tavern girls," he chokes out, his eyes bulging with fear. "Josie, she ran out just now. Looked like she was in a hurry. Maybe she knows something." I drop the human, watching with satisfaction as he crumples to the floor, gasping for air. Josie. That name rings a bell. The pretty little thing with the dirt-smudged face who's always scurrying around, avoiding eye contact. If she's involved in this, she's about to learn what happens when you cross an orc who's got nothing left to lose. "Where'd she go?" I demand, my voice a low rumble that sends tremors through the tavern. The stench of fear permeates the air. The man, still quivering on the floor, points a shaky finger toward the back door. "That way, sir," he stammers, his eyes wide with terror. "Toward the market district. She was running like a pack of dark elves. We're after her." I crack my knuckles, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. Adrenaline courses through my veins, setting my nerves on fire. The hunt is on. And by the gods, I'll find that little minx if it's the last thing I do. "You better pray I find her!" I growl to the room at large, baring my tusks in a feral grin. The patrons shrink back, some averting their eyes, others frozen in place. "Or I'm coming back for all of you. And trust me, you don't want to see what happens then." With a final snarl, I turn on my heel and stalk towards the door, my heavy footsteps leaving indents in the worn wooden floor. The cool night air hits my face as I step outside, carrying the scent of desperation and secrets. Josie's out there somewhere, and I intend to uncover whatever she's hiding. I storm out into the night, the cool air doing nothing to quell the fire in my veins. That human girl has no idea what's coming for her. I'll teach her what happens when you cross an orc. In no time, I find myself in the bustling market district where vendors hawk their wares and customers move in dense crowds all around me. The air is thick with the stench of unwashed bodies and overripe fruit. I push through whoever dares cross my path, my blood boiling hotter with each step. Humans scatter like frightened animals, sensing the unbridled rage radiating off me. I don't care about their fear. My eyes scan the sea of faces, searching for that little thief who dared to cross me. Then I see her, that scrawny tavern girl, standing at a vendor's stall, her dirty brown hair hanging limply around her face. My chain glints in her hand as she gestures wildly, no doubt trying to pawn off my precious possession. My vision goes red, a primal growl rumbling in my chest. "You!" I roar, my voice carrying over the din of the market. Her head whips around, those big eyes of hers going wide with terror. For a split second, our gazes lock, and I see the realization dawn on her face. She bolts like a startled day, weaving through the crowd with surprising agility. But I'm faster, my long strides eating up the distance between us. The chase is on, and by all the gods, she won't escape me this time. She darts down an alley and I grin, a predatory thrill coursing through my veins. Stupid girl. She's trapped herself like a day in a hunter's trap. My heavy footfalls echo off the stone walls as I follow, savoring the hunt. I round the corner, finding her pressed against the wall, chest heaving, those big eyes of hers wide with fear. The alley's so narrow my shoulders nearly touch both sides, blocking any hope of escape. Perfect. The stench of rotting garbage and her fear mingles in the air, feeding my anger. "Thought you could steal from me, huh?" I snarl, looming over her. My tusks gleam in the dim light as I bare my teeth. "You've got some nerve, human. Did you really think you'd get away with it?" I slam my palm against the wall beside her head, relishing how she flinches. "I ought to crush you right here for even trying." She tries to look defiant, but I can smell her fear, the acrid scent mingling with the alley's stench. Her pulse races, visible at her throat. I don't know what you're talking about," she stammers, voice quavering despite her attempt at bravado. I slam my fist into the wall beside her head, relishing her flinch. The impact sends a jolt through my arm, dust and debris showering down. "Don't play dumb!" I snarl, baring my tusks. "I saw my chain in your grubby little hands. You think I'm blind as well as stupid?" Her eyes dart around, looking for an escape. There isn't one. I've made damn sure of that, my bulk blocking any chance of slipping past. She's trapped like a rodent, and we both know it. "You owe me your life now, girl," I growl, leaning in close enough that my hot breath stirs her hair. My voice drops to a menacing rumble. "Do you understand? Your pathetic existence belongs to me. Every breath you take from this moment on is because I allow it." She spits in my face, her saliva hot and wet against my cheek. "I'd rather die than owe you anything, Orc," she hisses, her eyes blazing with defiance. I wipe the spit away with the back of my hand, chuckling darkly. The sound rumbles deep in my chest, a promise of retribution. "Oh, you've got fire, little thief. I'll enjoy breaking that spirit of yours." My lips curl into a savage grin, baring my tusks. Without warning, I grab her wrist, my massive green hand engulfing her delicate arm. I twist sharply, relishing her cry of pain as the chain slips from her grip and clatters to the floor. I snatch it up quickly, then yank her close enough that I can smell the fear beneath her silly little defiance. "You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into," I growl, my breath hot against her ear. I can feel her trembling against me, her pulse racing beneath my fingers. "But don't worry, girl. You'll learn soon enough."
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 4. Josie. I stare up at Sarod, my heart pounding in my chest. His massive form looms over me, those amber eyes boring into mine with an intensity that makes me want to shrink away. But I can't. I'm trapped here in this dank alley with an angry orc who could snap me like a twig. "You little thief," he growls, baring those sharp tusks. His hot breath washes over me, reeking of ale and something metallic. "Did you really think you could steal from me and get away with it? In my own damn territory?" My voice comes out as a pathetic squeak, barely audible over the pounding of my heart. I'm sorry. Please, I was just so hungry. I didn't know what else to do." My excuses sound hollow even to my own ears. "Shut up." He cuts me off with a snarl, slamming his meaty fist against the wall beside my head. I flinch, cowering further into the corner. "I don't care about your reasons. You owe me your life now, girl, and I intend to collect." His amber eyes gleam with a predatory light that makes my blood run cold. A chill runs down my spine, icy tendrils of fear creeping through my veins. What does he mean by that? Images of torture chambers and dark dungeons flash through my mind, each more terrifying than the last. My imagination runs wild with horrific scenarios, and I can almost feel the cold bite of shackles on my wrists. "To pay your debt, you'll serve in my home," Sarod declares, his voice as unyielding as stone. "Starting tonight." "What?" No exclamation mark. The words burst out before I can stop them, my voice shrill with panic. "I can't. I have a family, my mother, My thoughts race, picturing my frail mother waiting for me at home, wondering where I've gone. How can I abandon her? His hand shoots out, gripping my arm so tight I gasp in pain. His fingers dig into my flesh like bands, and I'm sure I'll have bruises later. You don't have a choice, he growls, his face inches from mine. Unless you'd prefer I turn you over to the authorities. I'm sure they'd love to make an example of a filthy human thief. His breath is hot on my face, and I can see the cruel glint in his amber eyes. The threat hangs in the air between us, heavy and suffocating. No, but do you really think they'll believe anything you say? Your word versus mine. You're screwed and you know it. Sarod's voice drips with cruel satisfaction, and I feel my stomach twist into knots. Tears sting my eyes as the reality of my situation sinks in. I'm completely at his mercy, trapped in his vicious coils. And from the cruel glint in Sarod's amber eyes, I don't think he has much mercy to spare. My mind races, searching desperately for a way out, but every path leads to a dead end. Fine, I whisper, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. My shoulders slump in defeat, and I feel something inside me crumble. A smirk twists Sarod's lips, his tusks gleaming in the dim light. Smart girl, he purrs, his voice full of mockery that makes my skin crawl. Now come along, we have a long walk ahead of us. He drags me through the darkened streets, his tight grip never loosening. I stumble to keep up with his long strides, my mind reeling. What have I gotten myself into? And what will become of my family without me there to help support them? As we reach the outskirts of town, grand mansions loom ahead, their windows dark in the late hour. The air grows cooler, and I shiver, partly from the chill and partly from fear. Sarod leads me up a winding path to an enormous stone structure that puts the others to shame. Its imposing silhouette against the night sky makes my stomach churn with dread. My eyes widen as we step inside, and I can't help but gasp. I've never seen such opulence. Gleaming reflective floors that mirror our distorted reflections, priceless artwork adorning every wall, and furniture that probably costs more than I'll make in a lifetime. The scent of polished wood and expensive perfumes tickles my nose, so different from the musty odour of my family's cramped home. Welcome to your new home, Sarod says with a mocking bow, his tusks glinting in the soft light of ornate magical lamps. I hope you're ready to work, little thief, because you've got a lot of making up to do. His words send a chill down my spine, and I swallow hard, wondering what kind of labour awaits me in this gilded prison. I gawk at the sheer extravagance surrounding me. Crystal chandeliers drip from vaulted ceilings, their facets throwing rainbow prisms across polished floors. Plush rugs that could feed my family for months cushion each step. Ornate vases and priceless artwork line the walls, mocking me with their useless beauty. My fingers twitch, longing to snatch something, anything to pawn. The urge is almost overwhelming, a familiar itch that hit me back in the tavern when I saw Sarod's gold chain. But his watchful gaze keeps me in check, his amber eyes tracking my every move like a predator sizing up its prey. Like what you see, thief. He smirks, gesturing around the grand foyer with a sweep of his muscular arm. His tusks catch the light as he grins, sending another shiver down my spine. Try not to drool on my flaws. They cost more than you'd make in a lifetime. I clench my fists, fighting the urge to retort. The sheer arrogance in his voice makes my blood boil, but I know better than to provoke him. Instead, I force myself to look away from the tempting riches surrounding us, focusing on the polished floor beneath my feet. All right, time to earn your keep. Sarod snaps his fingers, and a severe-looking human woman appears. She's tall and stands straight. Her black hair is pinned back into a bun that rests at the nape of her neck. As a human, I'd expect some kindness in those grey eyes, but there's nothing there. Greta, show our new guest to the servants' quarters, then put her to work scrubbing the kitchens. The kitchens? I blurt out, my eyes widening in disbelief. But it's the middle of the night. Surely no one's even using them right now. Sarod's eyes narrow, his amber gaze piercing through me. Problem? He growls. I swallow hard, feeling the weight of his stare. No, I mutter, dropping my gaze to avoid his intimidating glare. My fingers fidget with the hem of my shirt, a nervous habit I can't seem to shake. Good, he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. Because from now on, you work when I say you work. When I say jump, you ask how high. When I say scrub, you scrub until your fingers bleed. Clear? I nod stiffly, biting the inside of my cheek to keep from saying something I'll regret. Without another word, I turn to follow Greta down a narrow, winding staircase. With each step, the opulence of Sarod's mansion fades away, replaced by stark stone walls that seem to close in around us. The plush carpets give way to bare wooden floors that creak ominously under our feet. At the bottom, Greta shoves a bucket and brush into my hands, the items feeling impossibly heavy in my exhausted state. The acrid smell of cleaning solutions assaults my nose, and I brace myself for a long, grueling night ahead. Get to it, she grunts, and don't even think about slacking off. Hours pass as I scrub greasy pots and scour burnt-on food from massive ovens. My back aches, my hands are raw, and exhaustion threatens to overwhelm me. My mind races with thoughts. How am I going to reach my mother again? How can I explain my situation? She's probably waiting for me, and I won't be able to come. Just as I finish, Sarod strolls in, his imposing figure filling the doorway. The scent of his cologne mingles with the harsh cleaning solutions, making my head spin. Not bad, he says, his deep voice rumbling as he inspects a gleaming countertop. His massive hand runs along the surface, searching for imperfections. But you missed a spot. Without warning, he knocks over my bucket with his foot, dirty water splashing across the floor I just spent hours cleaning. The sight of my hard work ruined in an instant makes my blood boil. What? I snap, forgetting myself in my anger. The words burst out before I can stop them, echoing in the now silent kitchen. Sarod's amber eyes flash dangerously, his tusks gleaming as he bares his teeth. Watch your tone, girl, he growls, taking a step closer. His shadow looms over me, reminding me of how small I am compared to him. You're here to work, not talk back. Know your place. Trembling with silent fury, I clench my fists at my sides. I have a name, I growl, meeting his gaze despite every instinct screaming at me to look away. It's Josie, and I deserve basic respect, even if I am just a servant to you. I don't care what your name is, he snarls, his breath hot on my face. You're nothing but a thief who owes me, a worthless little pest I should have left to rot in that alley. His words cut deep, each one a knife twisting in my gut. Now clean up this mess and get started on the dining room. I expect it's spotless before tomorrow morning's breakfast, and if it's not, you'll wish you'd never set foot in my house. As he storms out, I glare at his retreating back, my nails digging crescents into my palms. The sound of his heavy footsteps fades, leaving me alone with the bitter taste of humiliation. This partnership, if you can call it that, is off to a wonderful start. I let out a humorless laugh, shaking my head. How long before one of us kills the other? Given the murderous thoughts already swirling in my mind, I'd wager it won't be long at all.
Chapter 5. Sarod. I slammed the door to my study, frustration boiling in my veins. The damn human girl's been nothing but trouble since I brought her here. Should have just had her killed for stealing from me. But no, I had to be... What? Merciful? Screw that. The thought makes me want to punch something. Josie! I bellow, my voice echoing through the halls like a war cry. The sound reverberates off the stone walls, making the very air tremble. I'm seething, my fists clenched at my sides as I wait for her to show her face. My tusks ache from how hard I'm clenching my jaw. and I can feel a vein pulsing in my temple. She appears down the hall, defiance blazing in her eyes like twin infernos. "What now?" she spits, her tone dripping with insolence. The sight of her standing there, all 5'0" of her, daring to challenge me, sends a fresh wave of anger coursing through me. Who the hell does she think she is? This is my home, for Pete's sake. I bare my tusks in a snarl. The bathrooms need cleaning, all of them, and when you're done with that, start on the bedrooms. Every single one, top to bottom. Her jaw clenches, the muscles working beneath her skin. I can see the tension rippling through her, like a predator ready to pounce. "I just cleaned them yesterday," she grits out. The defiance in her tone grates on my nerves, stoking the fire of my anger. "Well, they're not up to my standards," I snap back, my patience wearing thinner by the second. I take a menacing step towards her, my massive frame dwarfing her petite form. "Do it again, and do it right this time, or are you too incompetent to handle even the simplest tasks?" The words come out as a growl, my tusks gleaming in the dim light of the hallway. She mutters something under her breath, her eyes flashing with barely contained rage. I strain to catch her words, but they're too low, too quick. It doesn't matter. The insolence is clear in every line of her body, in the way she glares up at me with those fierce eyes. For a moment, I'm caught between the urge to roar my frustration and a grudging admiration for her spirit. But I can't let her see that. I won't. "What was that?" I growl, stepping closer. "You got something to say, girl? Speak up or get to work." I glare down at Josie, her defiant stance only fueling my anger. The audacity of this girl, daring to speak to me like that. My fists clench at my sides, knuckles turning white with the effort of restraining myself. I said, "Maybe if you didn't have so many women traipsing through here, they wouldn't get dirty so fast," she repeats, her voice dripping with disdain. My hand twitches, itching to grab her, to show her who's in charge. The urge to put her in her place is almost overwhelming, but I force myself to hold back. I won't give her the satisfaction of seeing me lose control. "Watch your mouth, thief," I snarl, leaning in close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in her eyes. "You're lucky I didn't turn you over to the authorities. Hell, you should be on your knees thanking me for my mercy." Josie doesn't back down, her chin still lifted in stubborn defiance. "Oh, yes, I'm so grateful to be your personal slave," she spits, her words laced with venom. "What would I ever do without the privilege of scrubbing your floors and cleaning up after your conquests?" Her words hit a nerve, and I feel my temper flaring dangerously. "You brought this on yourself when you decided to steal from me," I growl. "Now get to work before I change my mind about letting you live. And trust me, there are fates far worse than death that I could subject you to." She storms off, and I hear the clatter of cleaning supplies being yanked from a closet. Heading over to my sunroom, I pour myself a drink, trying to calm the rage coursing through me. Why does she get under my skin like this? She's just a human, a thief, nothing more. But as I sip my wine, I can't shake the image of her fierce eyes, the way she stands up to me despite everything. It's refreshing. No one's dared to challenge me like this in years. There's a fire in her that both infuriates and intrigues me. I find myself wondering what else she's capable of, how far she'd go to defy me. I shake my head, disgusted with myself. What am I thinking? She's here to work off her debt, nothing more. I need to stop thinking about her altogether. She's just another human, and a thief at that. I've got no business letting her get under my skin like this. I down the rest of my drink in one gulp, hoping the burn of alcohol will erase her from my mind. But even as I pour another, I can't quite silence the nagging voice in the back of my head that whispers she might be different from the rest. Hours later, I find Josie scrubbing one of the guest rooms. Her hair's a tangled mess, face flushed and sweaty from exertion. She doesn't notice me standing in the doorway, too focused on her task and muttering to herself as she works. The sight of her bent over, furiously attacking the floor with a brush, sends an unexpected jolt through me. Damn orc. Thinks he's so much better than everyone else. I'll show him. Arrogant bastard. You'll show me what? I ask, unable to keep the smirk from my face as she jumps, nearly knocking over her bucket of soapy water. She whirls around, those fierce eyes of hers flashing with anger, and something else I can't quite place. Nothing. I'm almost done here, she says, her voice clipped and cold. I step into the room, surveying it with a critical eye, looking for any excuse to criticize her work. But it's spotless, damn her. The floors shine, the windows sparkle, and there's not a speck of dust to be seen. Make sure you don't miss any corners, thief! I growl, frustrated by her competence. I won't tolerate shoddy work in my home. I have a name, you know, she snaps, standing up and facing me head-on, her chin tilted defiantly. I lean in close, my tusks nearly grazing her cheek. Yeah, and it's thief, until you've paid off your debt. Don't forget your place here, girl. As I leave her to her own devices, there's something that gives me pause. There's something intriguing about her resilience. I shake my head, pushing the thought away. She's just a thief working off her debt, nothing more. Later that evening, Greta approaches me in my study, her footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. Buried fan letters and love mail, the usual tedium of managing my affairs. How's the human's work? I ask gruffly, not bothering to look up from the stack of documents spread across my desk. My quill scratches against parchment as I sign yet another letter, thanking a wealthy fan for his exquisite gifts that he sends to my mansion. Surprisingly excellent, sir, Greta replies, a hint of admiration in her voice. She's one of our best cleaners. I dare say she puts some of our longtime staff to shame. I pause mid-signature, my eyebrow arching as I finally glance up at Greta. Really? I can't keep the skepticism from my tone. After all, the girl's a thief, not a maid. Greta nods emphatically, her hands clasped in front of her apron. Oh, yes, sir. She's thorough, efficient, and doesn't complain. Well, she adds with a slight smirk, not where we can hear her, at least. I grunt, leaning back in my chair. I'm begrudgingly impressed, though I'll be damned if I show it. Make sure she keeps it up, I order, waving a dismissive hand. And keep an eye on her. I don't want her getting any ideas about slacking off or reverting to old habits. As Greta leaves, I find my thoughts drifting to the human girl. Maybe she's not entirely useless after all, but I quickly shake off the notion. She's still just a thief working off her debt, nothing more. I can't afford distractions, not when I've worked my butt off to get where I am. Being captain of the team comes with expectations, responsibilities, and a whole lot of pressure. The crowd's roar, the thrill of victory, the rush of adrenaline as I score the winning goal. That's what matters. That's what I've built my life around. But damn, it's lonely at the top. My reputation precedes me everywhere I go, like a shadow I can't shake. People want to be near me for my fame, my wealth, not for who I am beneath all the glitz and glory. I see it in their eyes, that hungry look that has nothing to do with me as a person. Made that mistake with Connie, thinking she saw beyond the surface, thinking she actually cared about me. Never again. I've learned my lesson the hard way, and I won't let anyone get close enough to hurt me like that again. It's safer this way, keeping everyone at arm's length. Easier. Lonelier, sure, but at least I'm in control. I stand, pacing the room. The human girl's face flashes in my mind, her fierce determination. I growl, shoving the image away. I can't let myself get distracted. Zerfix is everything. It has to be.
Chapter 6. Josie. I scrub the floor with vigour, my arms aching from the repetitive motion. The dining room's opulence mocks me, a stark reminder of how far I've fallen. My eyes sting and I blink rapidly, trying to hold back the tears that threaten to spill over. A droplet splashes onto the polished wood beneath me. Damn it. I swipe at my face with the back of my hand, smearing dirt across my cheek. Mum's face flashes in my mind, her kind eyes crinkling at the corners as she smiles. My chest tightens. What would she think of me now? Trapped in this gilded cage, at the mercy of a brute who treats me like dirt beneath his feet. Stupid, 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 I mutter, scrubbing harder. The jewellery glitters in my memory, taunting me. One moment of weakness, and look where it's landed me. If only I'd kept my hands to myself, I'd be home right now, not stuck here with that insufferable orc. My shoulders tense at the thought of Sarod, his towering frame, those piercing amber eyes that seem to see right through me. A shudder runs down my spine. What if he decides I'm more trouble than I'm worth? The threat of death hangs over me like a storm cloud, ready to break at any moment. The floorboard creaks behind me, the sound shattering the silence like a thunderclap. I freeze, my heart leaping into my throat, pounding so hard I'm sure he can hear it. Slowly, I turn my head, my muscles tense and ready to bolt at the slightest provocation. Sarod stands in the doorway, his massive form filling the space, blocking out what little light filters in from the hallway. I brace myself for the usual barrage of insults, steeling my nerves for the cutting words I've come to expect. But they don't come. He just watches me, his face an unreadable mask. Those amber eyes, usually filled with contempt, are fixed on me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle and my breath catch in my chest. I duck my head, unable to hold his gaze any longer. My eyes dart back to the floor, focusing on the grimy planks as if they hold the answers to all my problems. My hands tremble as I resume scrubbing, the coarse bristles of the brush scraping against my palms. I'm all too aware of his presence looming over me, like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. The silence stretches between us, thick and suffocating, and I find myself wishing he would just say something, anything to break this unbearable tension. I scrub furiously, trying to ignore Sarod's piercing gaze that carves into my skin. The silence stretches, thick and oppressive. My skin crawls under his scrutiny. I can't take it anymore. "What?" I snap, whirling to face him. "What do you want?" Sarod's eyes narrow, his amber gaze piercing through me like a dagger. "Watch your tone, thief," he growls, his deep voice rumbling through the room. My tone? I laugh bitterly, the sound harsh even to my own ears. You're the one standing there, staring like some creep. What, never seen a girl clean before? "This is my house," he growls, taking a step forward. His massive frame seems to fill the entire doorway, making me feel even smaller. "I'll look wherever I damn well please. Got a problem with that?" I rise to my feet, fists clenched at my sides, my nails digging into my palms. The fear coursing through me transforms into anger, hot and fierce. "Then go look somewhere else," I spit out. "I'm busy cleaning your precious floors. Or did you forget that's why I'm here in the first place? You're here to work, not give me lip," Sarod growls, his amber eyes flashing with anger. "I'm here because you threatened to kill me." The words burst out before I can stop them, my chest heaving with pent-up frustration. "You think I want to be here, scrubbing your floors like some slave? This isn't exactly my idea of a good time, you know." Sarod's face darkens. His massive hands clench into fists at his sides, and I can't help but flinch. "You're lucky that's all you're doing," he snarls, taking another step closer. "After what you stole." "I know!" I shout, my voice echoing off the walls and making me wince. "I know what I did. You remind me every damn day." I run a hand through my tangled hair, fighting back the tears of anger and frustration that threaten to spill over. "You think I could forget? That I don't regret it every single moment I'm stuck here with you?" He towers over me, his presence suffocating. The scent of sweat fills my nostrils as I struggle not to back away. My heart pounds in my chest, defiance coursing through my veins. Show some gratitude, Sarod growls, his deep voice rumbling through me. Gratitude? I spit the word like poison, tasting bile in my throat. My fists clench at my sides, nails digging into my palms. For what? For treating me like dirt, for making my life a living hell, for every damn day I have to scrub floors and serve drinks to your rowdy friends. For sparing your miserable life, Sarod snarls, baring his tusks. His amber eyes burn with an intensity that makes me shiver. We're inches apart now, both breathing hard. The air crackles with tension, thick enough to choke on. I can feel the heat radiating off his massive frame, see the pulse throbbing in his neck. Some life, I mutter, glaring up at him. My voice drips with sarcasm as I force myself to hold his gaze. Trapped here at your beck and call, I'd rather... I cut myself off, biting back words I know I'll regret. But the unspoken threat hangs between us, sharp as a blade. Rather what? He challenges. Go back to that rundown tavern? Struggle to make ends meet? At least here you have stable food and a roof over your head. His words hit too close to home. I turn away, blinking back tears of frustration. You don't know anything about me, I say quietly. I know you're a thief, Sarod retorts, and ungrateful to boot. I whirl back to face him. You want gratitude? Fine. Thank you, O mighty Sarod, for not killing me. Thank you for the privilege of being your servant. Is that what you want to hear? His jaw clenches. I want you to do your job without attitude. Then let me work in peace, I snap. Stop hovering over me like I'm about to steal the silverware. For a moment, I think he might actually hit me. His hands clench into fists, and I brace myself. But then he takes a deep breath, visibly forcing himself to relax. Get back to work, he growls, and remember your place. As he storms out, I sink to my knees. The tears I've been holding back finally spill over. I've never felt so trapped, so powerless. But as I wipe my eyes and pick up the scrub brush, a spark of defiance ignites in my chest. I won't let him break me. Somehow, some way, I'll find a way out of this mess. I have to. I scrub the floor with renewed vigour, my mind racing. Sarod's footsteps fade down the hallway, but the weight of his presence lingers. I can't live like this forever. I won't. My eyes dart around the opulent dining room, taking in every detail. The heavy curtains, the ornate vases, the gleaming silverware, each item a potential tool, a possible key to my freedom. Think, Josie, I mutter under my breath. There's got to be a way out of this mess. I picture Mum's face, her warm smile and tired eyes. The thought of her waiting for me, wondering where I've gone, makes my chest ache. I have to get back to her. We've struggled for so long, barely scraping by. But together, we've always found a way. My hands move mechanically across the floor as I plot. The servant's entrance at the back of the house. The food delivery schedule, where Sarod gets a huge sum of fresh ingredients directly sent to his front door. The guard's rotation. Bits and pieces of information I've gathered over the past weeks, fitting together like a puzzle. A plan starts to take shape in my mind. Risky, but possible. I'd need to time it perfectly, wait for just the right moment. And I'd need supplies, money, food, something to trade. My gaze lands on a small statuette perched on a nearby shelf. Solid gold by the looks of it. My fingers twitch, remembering the weight of Sarod's jewellery. No, I shake my head, banishing the thought. That's what got me into this mess in the first place. But maybe I could take just enough to get by. To give Mum and me a fresh start somewhere far from here. Somewhere Sarod and his threats can't reach us. Fear and excitement war in my chest. It's dangerous, so dangerous. If I'm caught... I shudder, remembering Sarod's words, his promise of death if I cross him again. But the alternative, staying here, trapped and powerless, is unbearable. I have to try. For Mom. For myself. I dip the brush back into the bucket, my movements slow and deliberate as I continue to clean. On the surface, I'm the perfect picture of a diligent servant. Inside, my mind whirs with possibilities, mapping out escape routes and contingency plans. One way or another, I'm getting out of here. And when I do, Mom and I will have the life we've always dreamed of. No more scraping by, no more living in fear. We'll be free. A small smile tugs at my lips as I work. For the first time in weeks, I feel a flicker of hope. It's risky, it's terrifying, but it's possible, and that's enough to keep me going.
Chapter 7. Sarod. I slam my fist into the practice dummy, feeling the satisfying crunch of impact. Sweat drips down my face as I unleash a flurry of punches on this practice dummy, my green skin glistening in the sunlight. The upcoming Zerfix match looms large, and I need to be at my best. My muscles burn with each hit, but I push through the pain. This is what it takes to be a champion. But damn it, I can't focus. My eyes keep drifting to Josie as she works in the garden. Her small frame bends as she pulls weeds, brown hair falling in her face. I growl and hit the dummy harder, trying to channel my frustration into my training. Why can't I get her out of my head? She's just a human, for God's sake. Harry! I bark, my tusks gleaming as I bare my teeth in annoyance. Get over here with my towel! I need a break, need to clear my head. Maybe if I can't see her, I can finally concentrate on what really matters. Winning this damn match and proving I'm still the best Zerfix player in the league. I can't let some human girl mess with my focus like this. It's unlike me. The servant scurries over, handing me a soft cloth. I wipe my face roughly, trying to clear my head. Sweat stings my eyes, and I can feel my muscles trembling from exertion. But it's not enough. I need more. I need to push myself harder, to feel the burn in every fiber of my being. Anything to drown out these unwanted thoughts. This dummy's broken. Replace it. Now! I growl, my tusks flashing in the sunlight. And bring me something stronger. I need a real challenge. I toss the towel aside, clenching and unclenching my fists. Maybe one of those enchanted dummies I got as a gift. You know which ones I'm talking about. Something that'll actually fight back, for God's sake. Harry nods and hurries off, probably scared I'll take my frustration out on him next. Smart kid. I turn back to my training, rolling my shoulders to work out the tension, but my gaze is drawn to Josie again. She's moved on to pruning the flowers, her delicate hands working deftly with the shears. The sunlight catches in her hair, making it shine like polished wood. Why can't I stop looking at her? She's just a thief, a human, not worth my time. I should be focused on my upcoming match, on proving I'm still the best Zerfix player in the league, but instead, I'm distracted by some tavern girl with dirt on her face and calluses on her hands. What the hell is wrong with me? When Harry returns with a new dummy, I focus on developing my power and strength once more. Magic doesn't mean a thing on the Zerfix pitch. It only hinders you more. Pure strength and raw brutality are what reign in the arena. I throw myself back into training with renewed fury, my muscles straining with each powerful movement. My fists fly, pummeling the dummy with a ferocity that surprises even me. Each hit reverberates through my body, the impact jarring my bones, but it's not enough to drown out the confusion swirling in my head. Harder, I mutter to myself, gritting my teeth. Focus, damn it! I unleash a barrage of punches, my knuckles splitting against the unyielding surface. The pain is welcome, a distraction from my tumultuous thoughts. But even as I push myself to the limit, sweat dripping down my green skin, I can't shake the image of Josie from my mind, her defiant eyes burning with a fire I've never seen before, the way she stands up to me despite everything, despite who I am, what I am. It's infuriating and intriguing. Why can't I get her out of my head? I roar in frustration, unleashing a devastating combo on the dummy. It's not enough. Nothing's enough to quiet these unwanted thoughts. I demolish this new dummy Harry brings with a series of brutal strikes. My fists tear through it like paper, stuffing flying everywhere. I need a real challenge. As I catch my breath, memories of Connie flood back unbidden, her silky hair sliding through my fingers, her lips curved in that teasing smile. The way she'd look at me after a match, eyes full of pride and desire. Why can't I just forget? "You're unstoppable," she'd purr, running her hands over my chest. "My champion." Her touch would ignite something primal in me, a hunger only she could satisfy. Or so I thought. I shake my head, trying to banish the thoughts. That life's over. Connie made her choice when she walked out. She chose her ambition over us, over me. I shouldn't even care anymore. But the memories keep coming, relentless as the tide. Lazy mornings in bed, her laughter echoing through the halls, the passion in her eyes when we'd argue, matching my own fire, the way we'd come together after, all teeth and nails and desperate need. It was toxic, but damn if it didn't feel good. I growl, frustration building like a storm in my chest. This is so pointless. Connie's gone, and I'm better off without her manipulations. So why the hell can't I stop thinking about her? Why does every memory feel like a knife twisting in my gut? I growl again, deeper this time, and slam my fist into the broken dummy. The impact sends shockwaves up my arm, and I relish the pain. It's easier than facing the ache in my chest, the hollow feeling that's been my constant companion since she left. Loyalty. That's what I gave her, what I thought we had. I would have moved mountains for that woman, fought armies barehanded. And she threw it away like it meant nothing. Like I meant nothing. Like all those nights, all those promises, were just words to be discarded when something shinier came along. My knuckles are bleeding now, but I don't care. The physical pain is a welcome distraction from the mess inside my head. I want to hate her, to burn every memory of us to ash. But even now, some traitorous part of me still yearns for her touch, her scent, her fire. My gaze drifts to Josie again. She's moved on to watering the plants now, her movements graceful despite the menial task. There's a strength in her I can't deny, a fire that reminds me of... No, I can't go down that road again. Forget that noise. I've been burned once and the scars are still raw. But watching Josie, the way she carries herself with quiet dignity, it stirs something in me. Something I thought was dead and buried. I clench my fist, feeling the ache in my knuckles. The pain grounds me, reminds me of the reality I live in now. A world where trust is a luxury I can't afford. Yet my traitorous eyes keep finding their way back to her, drinking in every detail like a man dying of thirst. But as I watch her work, I feel something stirring. It's not just anger or resentment anymore. There's a pull I can't explain, a tension that crackles in the air between us. It's like a damn Zerfix match is happening in my chest, all chaos and raw energy. I catch myself wondering what it would be like to run my fingers through her hair, to feel her small frame pressed against me. The thought both excites and terrifies me. My hands itch to touch her, to see if her skin is as soft as it looks. But I clench my fists, forcing the urge down. I've been burned before, and I'm not about to let some tavern girl get under my skin, no matter how much my traitorous body wants her to. What's happening to me? She's just a servant, a thief. A thief. The girl who stole my chain from right under my nose. I shouldn't be feeling this way. But as Josie looks up and meets my eyes, I can't deny the connection. The way my heart races, my breath catches. It's different from what I had with Connie, but no less intense. It's even more powerful, like a punch to the gut that leaves me reeling. I've never felt this vulnerable, this exposed, and it scares the life out of me. I turn away, focusing on the remnants of the dummy. It's easier to destroy things than to face these conflicting emotions. My fists clench and unclench, itching to lash out, to feel the satisfying crunch of wood splintering beneath my knuckles. But even as I try to lose myself in the destruction, her presence lingers, a constant pull I can't ignore. But I can't shake the feeling that something's changing, evolving between us. It's like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing that one step could send me plummeting into unknown depths. Part of me wants to retreat, to build my walls higher and stronger. But another part, a part I thought I'd buried long ago, yearns to take that leap. And I'm not sure I want to stop it. The realization hits me like a ton of bricks, leaving me breathless and off balance. For the first time in a very long time, I find myself wanting something beyond the next game, the next conquest. I want something stable, something true. And it terrifies me as much as it thrills me.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 8. Josie. Another day, another tough day of working under Sarod's scrutinizing and domineering nature. I scrub the wooden floor with vigour, my arms aching from the repetitive motion. Sarod's eyes burn into my back, and I fight the urge to turn around. His gaze has been following me more often lately, and it sets my nerves on edge. "You missed a spot," he grunts from across the room, his deep voice sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. I clench my jaw, deliberately ignoring the area he's pointing out. My arms are already screaming from the constant scrubbing, and his nitpicking is wearing on my last nerve. "I'll get to it when I'm good and ready," I mutter, not bothering to hide the irritation in my voice. "What was that?" His voice drops dangerously low, a rumble that reminds me of distant thunder. My heart races, pounding so hard I'm sure he can hear it, but I keep my tone steady. I won't let him see how he affects me. "I said I'll do it in my own time," I repeat, louder this time, a hint of challenge in my words. Heavy footsteps approach, each one making the floorboards creak ominously. Suddenly, Sarod looms over me, his massive frame blocking out the light. I have to crane my neck to look up at him, but I force myself to do it anyway, meeting his intense amber eyes with defiance. I refuse to back down, even as my pulse quickens and my palms grow sweaty against the scrub brush. "You'll do as I say when I say it," he growls, his deep voice rumbling through the air between us. "Or what?" I challenge, rising to my feet with a defiant tilt of my chin. We're inches apart now, and I can feel the heat radiating off his body. His scent fills my nostrils. "You gonna kill me over a dirty floor? That seems a bit extreme, even for you." His nostrils flare, and for a moment, I think he might actually strike me. My heart pounds, but I stand my ground, refusing to back down. But then something shifts in his expression, a flicker of admiration. It's gone so quickly I almost think I imagined it. "Get back to work," he mutters, turning away with a huff. I smirk, feeling a small victory. As I return to scrubbing, I catch him watching me from the corner of my eye. There's an intensity there that wasn't present before, and it sends an unexpected thrill through me. I try to ignore it, focusing on the task at hand, but I can't shake the feeling that something has changed between us. Later, as I'm folding laundry, Sarod barks an order to reorganize his closet. The pile of clothes in front of me seems endless, and my back aches from hours of bending over. "I'm busy," I snap, not bothering to look up from my task. My fingers work quickly, folding each garment with practiced efficiency. "Did I stutter?" he snarls, his deep voice rumbling through the room. I pause, taking a deep breath before meeting his gaze, chin raised defiantly. "No, but neither did I. I'll do it when I'm finished here." We stare each other down, the air crackling with tension. His amber eyes bore into mine, and I can see the muscle in his jaw twitching. To my surprise, Sarod's lips twitch into what might almost be a smile. It's a subtle change, but it softens his harsh features for just a moment. "You've got quite the mouth on you, don't you?" he says, his tone softer than I expected. There's a hint of amusement in his voice that catches me off guard. I blink, unsure how to respond to this sudden shift in his demeanour. I shrug, trying to ignore the way my pulse quickens. My heart's racing, but I'll be damned if I let him see how he affects me. "Someone's got to keep that ego of yours in check," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. "Might as well be me." He chuckles, the sound sending an unexpected warmth through my chest. It's a rich, deep rumble that I feel more than hear, and it does funny things to my insides. As he walks away, his broad shoulders filling my vision, I can't help but wonder what's changed between us. The fear is still there, lurking beneath the surface, but now it's mixed with something else, something dangerous and thrilling that I can't quite put my finger on. I watch him go, my mind racing. Does he like the fact that I'm pushing back on his orders more and more? And if so, why? It doesn't make any sense. He's Sarod, for crying out loud, the horrifying orc who's used to getting his way. But instead of putting me in my place, he seems almost pleased. I shake my head, trying to clear these confusing thoughts. Whatever game he's playing, I need to stay sharp. But a small part of me, a part I'm not ready to acknowledge, wonders what it would be like to play along. The next day, I find myself leaning against the broom, staring out the window at the sprawling grounds of Sarod's estate. The sun dips low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. It's beautiful, but all I can think about is how far I am from home. My mother. I hope she's okay. I was the main breadwinner for our home, so now that I've been stuck here, my mind wanders to thoughts of escape. I picture myself slipping away in the dead of night, making my way back to the city. I'd find honest work, maybe even save enough to open my own little shop. No more scrubbing floors or folding laundry for a demanding orc. But reality crashes down hard. Where would I go? Back home, where Sarod could hurt me and my mother. How would I survive? Sarod's threat of death for my theft still hangs over my head. I sigh, gripping the broom tighter. Daydreaming again? Sarod's gruff voice startles me, yanking me back to reality. My heart skips a beat, and I can feel heat rising to my cheeks. I whirl around, nearly knocking over a delicate vase perched on a nearby table. My hand shoots out to steady it just in time. I was just thinking, I stammer, trying to regain my composure. Well, think while you work, he grunts, but there's less bite in his tone than usual. I catch a flicker of something softer in his amber eyes before it vanishes. I nod quickly, returning to my sweeping with renewed vigour. The broom bristles scratch against the floor as I work, filling the awkward silence between us. As I move around a corner, lost in thought again, my foot catches on the edge of an ornate rug. I stumble, arms flailing wildly, and crash right into Sarod's broad chest. "Watch where you're going," he barks, but his strong hands steady me, gripping my upper arms. For a moment, I'm acutely aware of how close we are, the warmth of his touch seeping through my thin shirt. My breath catches in my throat as I look up at him, our eyes meeting for a brief, charged instant. I look up, ready to snap back, when I notice a smudge of dirt on his nose. Without thinking, I reach up and wipe it away with my thumb, the rough texture of his green skin surprising me. "You had a little—" I start, then freeze as I realise what I've done. My hand hovers in the air between us, and I can feel the heat rising to my cheeks. To my shock, Sarod bursts out laughing. It's a deep, rumbling sound that I've never heard before, like distant thunder rolling across the sky. I can't help it. I start giggling too, the tension between us dissolving into unexpected mirth. "You're the strangest creature I've ever seen," he says, shaking his head. His amber eyes dance with amusement, and I find myself captivated by the sight. For a moment I see a different side of him. His eyes crinkle at the corners, his tusks less menacing when he smiles. It's surprisingly charming. I feel a flutter in my chest, a sensation I quickly try to squash. But as our laughter fades, I can't shake the feeling that something has shifted between us, ever so slightly. Confusion sets in quickly. I'm not supposed to find him charming. He's my captor, my tormentor. But in this moment, he seems almost human. The laughter has softened his features, making him look younger, more approachable. It's disconcerting how quickly my perception of him can shift. "I should get back to work," I mumble, stepping away. My cheeks feel warm, and I'm not sure if it's from the laughter or something else entirely. Sarod's smile falters, replaced by his usual stern expression. "Yes, you should." There's a hint of regret in his voice, as if he too is reluctant to break this unexpected moment of levity. As I resume sweeping, my mind races. What was that? Why did my heart skip a beat when he laughed? I shouldn't like him, not even a little. But that glimpse of warmth, that moment of shared humour, it stirred something in me I can't quite name. I try to focus on the task at hand, but my thoughts keep drifting back to the sound of his laughter, the crinkle of his eyes. It's dangerous territory, and I know I should stay far away from it. Yet a part of me can't help but wonder what other sides of Sarod I've yet to see.
Chapter 9. Sarod. I stand in the dimness of the player's tunnel, the roar of the crowd above muffled but still electrifying. My teammates jostle around me, their energy palpable. The familiar scent of sweat fills my nostrils, mingling with the dusty smell of the Zerfix pitch under the sweltering sun. "Gonna crush those destroyers today, Captain," Groknak bellows, slapping my back hard enough to stagger a lesser orc. His enthusiasm is infectious, but I can't fully embrace it. I grunt in acknowledgement, but my mind's elsewhere. Josie's defiant glare flashes in my memory, her small frame trembling with anger as she scrubbed the floors this morning. Those expressive eyes of hers, filled with fury and something else I can't quite place, haunt me even now. To further assert my control over her, I made her come along for today's match. I rationalized it in my mind, saying how I couldn't have her robbing my things while I was gone. It's a flimsy excuse, and I know it. But admitting the truth, that's not something I'm ready for. I may have wanted her to come and see me in action. The thought of her watching me dominate the field sends a thrill through my body that I can't explain. It's more than just showing off my skills. It's a primal need to prove myself to her, to make her see me as more than just the brute she thinks I am. I shake my head, trying to focus on the game ahead. But even as I grip my Zerfix stick tighter, I can't help but wonder where she'll be sitting, if she'll be watching. Damn it all! Why can't I get her out of my head? "Sarod! Sarod! Can you hear me?" Thok waves his meaty hand in front of my face, his green skin glistening with pre-game sweat. "You with us?" "Course I am," I growl, shaking off the distraction. I can feel the adrenaline starting to pump through my veins, my muscles tensing in anticipation. Let's focus on the game. We've got asses to kick. But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. I can't stop thinking about her up there in the stands, watching me. Will she be impressed? Disgusted? Does she even give a damn? The thought of Josie's eyes on me makes my skin tingle in a way I've never felt before. It's infuriating and intoxicating all at once. Zorg, our youngest player, bounces on his toes beside me, his tusks gleaming in the afternoon sun. First time my family's watching me play. Gotta make him proud. His enthusiasm is infectious, but it only serves to remind me of my own conflicted emotions. I clench my fists, trying to channel all these confusing feelings into the raw aggression I'll need for the match. You will? I assure him, forcing myself to be present. Just remember, stay low and use your speed. The ground rumbles beneath our feet, signaling the start of the match. My pulse quickens, but not just from the impending game. I picture Josie in the crowd, her eyes following my every move. All right, boys, I roar, pushing thoughts of her aside. My voice carries over the din of the pre-game chaos. Let's show these destroyers what real Zerfix looks like. I slam my fist into my palm for emphasis, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. As one, we surge forward into the arena, our bodies taut with anticipation. The crowd's cheers hit us like a wall of sound, a deafening cacophony that sets my blood on fire. I scan the sea of faces, searching for one in particular. Those warm brown eyes, that stubborn chin. Damn it, I need to focus. I shake my head, trying to clear it. This isn't the time for distractions, no matter how tempting. The game awaits, and I've got a reputation to uphold. The magical ball erupts from the ground, and chaos erupts. Bodies collide. Magic crackles uselessly against the ball's surface. I dive into the fray, my mind finally zeroing in on the game. The familiar rush of adrenaline courses through my veins as I thrust my way through the tangle of limbs and sweat-slicked skin. But even as I grapple for control, shoving aside a particularly burly opponent with a satisfying grunt, a part of me wonders, is she watching? And why do I care so much? The game rages on, a blur of bodies and sweat. I'm in my element, muscles straining as I wrestle for control of the ball. But something keeps pulling at my attention, drawing my gaze to the stands. There she is, Josie. Her face is flushed, eyes wide with excitement, brown hair whipping around her as she jumps up and down. She's on her feet, screaming and cheering along with the rest of the crowd, her voice somehow cutting through the deafening roar. For a moment I forget that I'm in the middle of a game, my mind completely consumed by her presence. Watch it, Cap! Thok's gruff warning snaps me back to reality just in time. I barely dodge a vicious tackle, feeling the rush of air as my opponent barrels past me. I shake my head, trying to focus on the chaos around me, but now that I've seen her, I can't stop looking. The way she leans forward, hands clenched into fists, biting her lower lip in anticipation. The raw enthusiasm on her face, her eyes following every movement on the field. It's intoxicating. When did I start caring so much about what some tavern girl thinks? A strange feeling washes over me, unlike anything I've experienced before. It's not just about the thrill of the game anymore. I want to win this match, not just for my team or my ego, but for her. To show her what I'm truly capable of. To keep that mesmerizing fire burning in her eyes and maybe, just maybe, to see a hint of admiration there too. Sarod! Groknak bellows, his voice cutting through the chaos. He's gesturing wildly at me, his face a mask of frustration and urgency. Head in the game. I grunt, shaking off my momentary distraction. With a surge of adrenaline, I throw myself back into the fray with renewed vigor. My muscles burn as I push harder than ever before, determined to prove my worth. We're inching closer to victory with each brutal play, leaving a trail of battered opponents in our wake. The crowd's roar is deafening, a mess of cheers and jeers that should drown out everything else. But somehow, impossibly, I swear I can pick out Josie's voice among them all. It drives me forward, urging me to fight harder, to be better. For her, that's when I hear it. Grokus, that smug bastard from the Destroyers, his voice dripping with contempt. The sound of it makes my blood boil, but I try to keep my focus on the game. "Look at the great Sarod," he sneers, loud enough for me to hear as we grapple for the ball. His meaty hands are slick with sweat, making it harder to maintain my grip. "Slumming it with humans now? Can't get enough of those weak little things, can you?" I ignore him, gritting my teeth and focusing on the game. But his words needle at me, burrowing under my skin like thorns. My muscles tense, anger fueling my strength as I push against him. "Bet you've got a whole harem of them," Grokus continues, his breath hot on my neck as we struggle. The stench of his last meal lingers, making me want to gag. "Pathetic. You've gone soft, Sarod." His taunts echo in my ears, threatening to break my concentration. I feel the eyes of the crowd on us, the roar of their voices a distant buzz compared to Grokus's venomous words. It takes every ounce of willpower not to lash out at him right then and there. Something snaps inside me, a primal possessive rage I've never felt before. The mere thought of Grokus finding out about Josie, of him even looking at her with those lecherous eyes of his, makes my blood boil and my vision blur with fury. It's a feeling so intense, so all-consuming, that it threatens to overwhelm me. I slam into him with all my strength, channeling every ounce of my anger and newfound protectiveness into the impact. The force of it sends him sprawling across the field, his massive body skidding through the dirt. The ball comes loose from his grasp, and I snatch it up without hesitation, my fingers digging into its rough surface. I barrel towards the goal with a ferocity that surprises even me, my feet pounding against the ground, my heart racing with adrenaline and determination. As I score, slamming the ball through the shifting, magical goal with a roar of triumph, my eyes instinctively search for Josie in the crowd. I spot her almost immediately, her face a beacon in the sea of spectators. She's jumping up and down, her face radiant with joy, her brown hair bouncing with each movement. The sight of her excitement, her pride in me, sends a warm rush through my body. I like this. I like that by maintaining my reputation as a cutthroat competitor in the Zerfix arena, I'm able to enjoy her like this, from a distance. And all of this is just to keep her mine, because she is mine. She was mine the moment I saw her staring at me in the tavern with that distinctive scowl on her face. She was mine when she stole my chain, sealing her fate. And now that she's mine, I won't let anyone take her away from me.
Chapter 10. Josie. At first, I didn't want to be here. My arms are crossed tightly over my chest, and I'm scowling so hard my face hurts as I follow Sarod into the arena. The bastard forced me to come, probably to show off or something. I can't believe I let him drag me to this stupid Zerfix match. "Move your butt!" he growls, shoving me forward with his massive green hand. I stumble, my feet catching on the rough stone steps. I manage to catch myself before I fall flat on my face, thank the gods. "Watch it, you brute," I snap, whirling around to glare at him. He just smirks, those stupid tusks gleaming in the light, and keeps walking. Jerk, I swear, if he wasn't so... No, I'm not going there. I reach my seat, an impressive one which overlooks the whole arena with ease. I hate to admit it, but the view is breathtaking. The entire pitch spreads out below, a sea of sand, dirt, and anticipation. As Sarod heads down to prepare, I settle in, still grumbling under my breath. This is such a waste of time. I could be back at home, scrubbing floors by myself instead of watching sweaty orcs bash each other's brains out. That honestly sounds better than whatever this is. But then the match starts, and man, it's intense. My jaw drops as I watch the spectacle unfold before me. The ball bursts out of the ground like it's alive, a magical explosion of energy that sends sand flying. Bodies clash in a frenzy of muscle and aggression, a tangle of limbs and sweat. It's chaos. Beautiful, violent chaos. I can't tear my eyes away. I lean forward, perched on the edge of my seat, eyes wide and breath caught in my throat. My earlier complaints are long forgotten, swept away by the raw energy of the game. Maybe, just maybe, this wasn't such a bad idea after all. I hate to admit it, but there's something exhilarating about it all. First time? I jump, startled out of my trance. Turning, I see a grinning dark elf next to me. He's wearing the team colours of the orc team that opposes Sarod's, all decked out in vibrant reds and golds. His eyes sparkle with amusement at my obvious awe. Yeah, I mumble, feeling a bit shy. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, trying to regain my composure. I'm here for the light snatchers. You know, Sarod's team. I don't know why I feel the need to clarify, but something about this dark elf makes me nervous. Maybe it's the way he's looking at me, like he knows something I don't. You're in for a treat. Sarod's a beast out there. I roll my eyes, but can't help watching as Sarod barrels through opponents. He's impressive, powerful. My heart races as he snatches the ball, muscles rippling beneath his green skin. His movements are fluid, almost graceful, despite his massive size. I find myself holding my breath as he dodges and weaves through the sea of players. Damn, I whisper, the word escaping my lips before I can stop it. The dark elf laughs, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I know, right? Been watching him for years. Never seen anyone like him. The way he moves, it's like he's one with the ball. I nod, mesmerised by the sight. Sarod's raw strength is evident in every motion, but there's a surprising agility to him too. It's hard to look away, even though I know I should. I've never been much for sports, but watching him play, it's something else entirely. I find myself chatting with the dark elf and others nearby, soaking up stories about past matches. They tell tales of epic comebacks, brutal injuries and legendary plays. It's fun. I'm actually enjoying myself, getting caught up in the excitement and camaraderie of the crowd. When Sarod scores, the stadium erupts into a deafening roar. I'm on my feet before I know it, cheering and pumping my fist in the air. Our eyes lock for a moment across the field, and my breath catches in my throat. His intense gaze sends a shiver down my spine. What the hell is wrong with me? I hate him. Don't I? I shouldn't be feeling this. Whatever it is. I try to shake it off, but my heart's still racing. As the match continues, I can't tear my eyes away from the field. Every tackle has me wincing, every near miss has me holding my breath. I'm invested now, damn it. My nails dig into my palms as I clench my fists, willing his team to win. And maybe, just maybe, I'm starting to see why everyone's so crazy about Sarod. It's not just his skill on the field, though that's undeniable. There's something magnetic about him, a raw energy that draws you in. I hate to admit it, but I'm starting to understand the appeal. The match is nearing its end, and I'm on the edge of my seat. Sarod's team is up by 1 point, and one more will seal the game for them. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. I can't believe how invested I've become in this game, in Sarod's performance. Suddenly, Sarod gets possession of the ball. He's a green blur across the field, dodging and weaving through the opposition. My heart's in my throat as I watch him charge towards the goal. Then it happens. An opponent slams into him with bone-crushing force. Sarod goes down hard, and I feel my stomach drop. No! I cry out, my hands flying to my mouth. The crowd around me gasps collectively. For a moment, Sarod doesn't move. I'm frozen, my eyes glued to his still form. Come on, get up, please get up. I didn't realise I was holding my breath until my lungs start to burn. Then, like a force of nature, Sarod surges to his feet. The stadium erupts in cheers, and I find myself jumping up and down, screaming with them. My heart's pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. He's not just okay. He looks stronger, more determined than ever, even as there's some blood trailing down his chest. It's a stark crimson against his green skin, and I can't tear my eyes away. The ball's back in play, and Sarod's teammates fight tooth and nail to get it to him. It's pure chaos on the field, a tangle of bodies and limbs as they grapple for control. When they do finally get the ball to Sarod, it's like watching poetry in motion. He charges down the field, his muscles rippling under his green skin, dodging and weaving through the opposition with a grace that belies his size. The crowd's roar becomes deafening as he nears the goal. With a mighty roar that I swear I can feel in my bones, he hurls the ball through the goal. I'm on my feet again, cheering so hard my throat burns, caught up in the electric atmosphere of victory. The crowd goes wild, and so do I. He's won. I'm laughing, cheering, high-fiving complete strangers. In that moment, I forget all about my resentment towards Sarod. All I can think about is how amazing he was out there. Caught up in the excitement, I make my way down to the players' tunnel. I want to congratulate him, to see that fierce determination up close. As I wait, my heart's pounding, and not just from the excitement of the game. Sarod emerges, his massive frame filling the tunnel. Our eyes meet, and for a second, I forget how to breathe. His green skin glistens with sweat and blood, and I can see the rise and fall of his muscular chest. The intensity in his amber eyes makes my heart race even faster. "Let's go," he grunts, reaching for my arm. His touch sends a jolt through me, and I have to remind myself to stay focused. Before we can leave, another orc blocks our path. He's even bigger than Sarod, with dark green skin and a nasty sneer. His tusks are longer, more menacing, and he towers over both of us like a mountain of muscle. "Well, well," the orc leers, his eyes roving over me, "if it isn't Sarod and his little human pet." His voice is deep and guttural, dripping with disdain. I feel a chill run down my spine, but I force myself to stand tall, refusing to be intimidated. Sarod tenses beside me, his muscles coiling like a predator ready to strike. I can feel the heat radiating off his body, his anger palpable in the air between us. "Back off, Grokus," he growls. Grokus, however, doesn't even spare Sarod a glance. His beady eyes are fixed on me, filled with a cruel amusement that makes my skin crawl. "Tell me, sweetheart," he sneers, his breath hot and foul as he leans in closer. "How does it feel to be Sarod's latest piece of trash? You know that's all you are to him, right? Just another notch on his bedpost, another conquest to brag about." Anger flares in my chest, hot and fierce, burning away any fear I might have felt. How dare he? Who does this brute think he is? I open my mouth to retort, ready to unleash a tirade that would make even the roughest tavern patrons blush, but Sarod beats me to it. "Screw off, Grokus," he says, his voice carrying a deadly edge that I've never heard before. Sarod steps slightly in front of me, shielding me with his massive frame. "If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of our way. Now."
Chapter 11. Sarod. I stare at Grokus, my blood boiling as he continues to spew his vile words at Josie. His ugly sneer twists his face as he leers at her, his eyes roving over her body in a way that makes my skin crawl. The sight of it makes me want to rip his eyes out. "Look at this little human plaything," Grokus sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. "Bet she's real good at polishing things around the house, eh, Sarod? Bending over with that body of hers? Probably spreads her legs for any orc that looks her way." Something inside me snaps. The rage I've been holding back explodes, a red haze descending over my vision. Before I know it, my fist is flying through the air, connecting with Grokus's jaw with a force that surprises even me. The satisfying crunch of bone beneath my knuckles only fuels my fury, sending a jolt of savage pleasure through my body. I want more. I want to beat this piece of trash into the ground for daring to talk about Josie like that. I see red as I slam Grokus against the cold stone wall of the player's tunnel, my hand clamped around his thick green throat. The satisfying thud of his body hitting the hard surface only fuels my rage. "Shut your mouth!" I growl. I can feel his pulse racing beneath my fingers, and for a moment, I consider squeezing harder. Grokus's beady eyes widen in shock, clearly not expecting this level of fury from me. But the bastard recovers quickly, his surprise morphing into that familiar sneer. He throws a wild punch that glances off my shoulder, the impact barely registering through my anger-fueled adrenaline. I easily dodge his next clumsy swing, my body moving on instinct honed from years on the Zerfix pitch. Without hesitation, I drive my fist deep into his gut, feeling the satisfying give of flesh beneath my knuckles. The air rushes out of him in a whoosh, and he doubles over, gasping. "You think you can disrespect me?" I roar, my voice echoing off the tunnel walls. My fists seem to have a mind of their own as I rain blow after blow down on him. Each impact sends a jolt of savage pleasure through me. "You think you can talk about her like that?" The image of Josie's face, the hurt in her eyes at Grokus's vile words, flashes through my mind. It only serves to stoke the inferno of my anger, and I redouble my assault, determined to make this jerk pay for every syllable he uttered. Blood sprays from Grokus's nose as I smash it with my elbow, the crunch of cartilage sending a jolt of satisfaction through me. He stumbles backward, arms flailing as he tries to defend himself, but I'm relentless. My fists pummel his face and body, each impact fueled by a protective rage I've never felt before. It's like a storm inside me, wild and uncontrollable. "Sarod!" Josie's voice barely registers through the haze of my anger, a distant echo in the chaos. "Stop, please! You're going to kill him!" But I can't stop. I won't stop. Not until Grokus learns his lesson. Not until he understands the consequences of threatening what's mine. I grab him by the hair, my fingers tangling in his blood-matted locks, and slam his head against the wall. Once, twice, 3 times. The dull thud of skull meeting stone echoes in the tunnel. He slumps to the ground, a bloody, groaning mess, his face barely recognizable. I stand over him, chest heaving, fists clenched so tight at my sides that my knuckles ache. Blood, his and mine, drips from my hands, forming small puddles on the stone floor. "If you ever so much as look at her again," I snarl, "I'll kill you, and that's a promise." I grab Josie's arm, pulling her away from the bloody scene. My heart still pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins as we make our way to the waiting carriage. The Ekwu snorts and paws at the ground, sensing the tension in the air. "Get in!" I growl, practically shoving Josie into the carriage before climbing in after her. My blood's still boiling, and I can feel the rage pulsing through every inch of my body. The carriage creaks under my weight as I slam the door shut, hard enough to make the whole thing rattle. As we lurch forward, I can't stop my hands from shaking. I clench my fist, trying to regain control, but it's no use. The adrenaline's still coursing through me, making everything feel too sharp, too real. I can smell the blood on my knuckles, taste it on my lips where I bit down during the fight. "What was that?" I snarl, more to myself than to Josie. My voice comes out rough, guttural. That piece of garbage, thinking he can just... I cut myself off, jaw clenching so hard it hurts. The memory of Grokus's eyes on Josie flashes through my mind, and I have to fight the urge to punch something. "I should have killed him," I mutter, glaring out the window at the passing streets. I cut myself off, realizing I'm about to say too much. Josie stares at me, her eyes wide with fear. "Why'd you do that?" she asks quietly. "You didn't have to." "Of course I had to!" I snap, my fists clenching at my sides. The anger that had been simmering inside me threatens to boil over again. "You think I'm gonna let that jerk talk about you like that? Like you're some piece of meat he can just claim?" The words tumble out before I can stop them, raw and unfiltered, and I immediately regret them. I turn away, staring out the window at the passing landscape, trying to calm the storm raging inside me. The trees blur together, a smear of green against the darkening sky. "Look," I say, my voice gruff as I struggle to keep my emotions in check. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated with myself for losing control. You're You're under my protection, all right? That means no one gets to disrespect you, not even other orcs. I pause, then add with a growl. Especially not that punk Grokus. Josie's eyebrows furrow slightly. She bites her bottom lip, clearly in thought. Then she opens her mouth to speak. You really love it, don't you? Zerfix? She asks, her eyes searching mine. I nod, feeling some of the tension drain from my body. The mere mention of the game ignites a fire in my chest. It's everything to me. The rush, the challenge, there's nothing like it. I pause, running a hand over my scarred knuckles. When I'm out there on the pitch, everything else just fades away. It's just me, the ball, and the goal. Pure chaos, and I'm right in the middle of it. I could tell, Josie says, her eyes bright with genuine interest. The way you moved, how focused you were. It was incredible to watch, like you were part of the game itself. I feel a warmth spreading through my chest at her words, a sensation I'm not used to. For a moment, I forget about our roles, about the circumstances that brought us together. It's just her and me, talking about something I love. Thanks, I mutter, running a hand through my hair, unsure how to handle the sudden softness in her voice. It's different from the usual fawning I get from groupies. It's nice to hear that from someone who isn't just kissing up or trying to get something from me. Josie laughs, a sound that catches me off guard with its genuineness. It's light and musical, nothing like the forced giggles I'm used to hearing. Well, you know me, I'm not exactly the kissing up type, she says with a smirk. I'd rather tell it like it is, even if it means pissing off a big, scary orc. I can't help but chuckle at that. Scary, huh? I'll take that as a compliment. Our eyes meet, and for a brief moment, I see a flicker of something in her gaze. Something that makes my heart skip a beat. It's warm and inviting, almost like she's seeing me for the first time. But then she looks away, and the moment's gone, leaving me feeling oddly hollow. I clear my throat, straightening myself in the seat. The carriage jolts beneath us, reminding me of the journey home. We should be home soon. You did good today, with the cleaning and stuff. The words feel clumsy on my tongue, but I mean them. She worked her butt off, and I couldn't help but be impressed. Josie raises an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her mouth. Was that almost a compliment, Sarod? I didn't think you had it in you. Don't get used to it, I grumble, but there's no real heat behind my words. In fact, I'm fighting back a smile. Damn it, what's this woman doing to me? I turn to look out the window, hoping she doesn't notice the way my tusks are twitching with the effort of not grinning. As the carriage rolls on, I find myself stealing glances at Josie, wondering just what is happening to me.
Chapter 12. Josie. I can't take my eyes off him. Sarod's muscles ripple as he exercises in the garden under the bright morning sky, practicing moves I've seen him use in the arena. Sweat glistens on his green skin, highlighting every curve and dip of his body. My cheeks burn as I realise I'm staring, but I can't look away. What's happening to me? This is Sarod, the arrogant orc who's made my life a torment since the moment I stepped into his home. But after what he did at the match, defending me against Grokus, I don't know what to think anymore. His strength is mesmerising. The way he moves, so fluid yet powerful. It's nothing like the clumsy brutishness I always imagined orcs to have. There's a grace to him, a control that speaks of discipline and dedication. I lean against the window, cloth forgotten in my hand. My heart races as I watch him execute a particularly complex manoeuvre. His face is set in concentration, those amber eyes intense. I remember how those eyes blazed when he confronted Grokus, all that ferocity directed at protecting me. I jump, my heart leaping into my throat as I whirl around. Greta's standing right behind me, her arms crossed over her chest and a knowing look on her face. I hadn't even heard her approach. I was so lost in watching Sarod. "Enjoying the view?" She arches an eyebrow, her tone teasing but with an edge of something I can't quite place. Disapproval? Amusement? "I was just taking a break," I stammer, feeling my face burn hotter than ever. The cloth in my hand suddenly feels damp and heavy, a reminder of what I should have been doing instead of ogling my employer. Greta's lips twitch, fighting what I'm sure is a smirk. "Uh-huh," she drawls, clearly not buying my weak excuse. "Well, break time's over, Missy. Those floors won't scrub themselves, you know." She gestures towards the bucket I'd abandoned earlier, and I nod quickly, forcing myself to turn away from the window and the mesmerizing sight beyond it. As I hurry back to my chores, I can't shake the image of Sarod from my mind, or the realization that maybe, just maybe, I've been wrong about him all along. Later that day, I'm tasked with dinner duty. I bustle around the kitchen, gathering plates and appetizers from the chefs to present in front of Sarod. Balancing the food on a tray, I make my way out to the dining room where Sarod awaits at the head of the table. I set Sarod's plate down carefully, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat and exotic spices filling the air and making my mouth water despite myself. As I turn to leave, his hand suddenly shoots out, grasping my wrist firmly. My pulse quickens instantly, fear coursing through my veins like liquid fire. "Sit with me for a minute," he says, sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. I hesitate, my eyes darting around the opulent dining room before settling back on his face, searching for any sign of malice or cruel intent. Finding none, I still can't help but ask, "Why?" "So you can mock me some more. I've had enough of that for one day." He shakes his head, his amber eyes intense as they bore into mine. "No," he rumbles. I want company tonight, that's all." Warily, I lower myself into the ornate chair across from him, my body tense and ready to bolt at the slightest provocation. We sit in awkward silence for a moment, the only sound the clink of his utensils against the fine plates. I fidget nervously with the hem of my apron, wondering what game he's playing now. Finally, Sarod clears his throat and speaks, his deep voice filling the room. "I wasn't always like this, you know." He stares into his goblet, swirling the liquid inside. The firelight catches on the rim, casting dancing shadows across his scarred face. "Before the fame, the money, I was just another orc trying to make it, scraping by, dreaming of something better." I lean forward, curiosity overcoming my caution. My heart races a little as I dare to engage. "What changed?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarod's jaw clenches, a muscle twitching beneath his green skin. "Success," he growls. "It changes everything. People start treating you different, expecting things. They see the gold, the glory, but not the price." He takes a long swig from his goblet. "And then there was Connie." His voice trails off, pain flashing across his face. It's raw, unexpected, and for a moment, I see past the intimidating exterior to something vulnerable underneath. I find myself reaching out, stopping just short of touching his hand. The heat from his skin radiates against my fingertips. "I get it," I say softly, surprised by the empathy in my own voice. "Life has a way of twisting you into someone you never thought you'd be, of making choices you never saw coming." I swallow hard, thinking of my own path that led me here. Sometimes you wake up and barely recognize yourself. He looks up, surprise in his eyes. "Yeah?" I nod, thinking of my own struggles. Before I stole from you, I was barely scraping by. My family needed money and I made a choice I'm not proud of. Sarod's expression softens, his amber eyes losing their usual intensity. "We all make choices we regret," he says, his voice tinged with a rawness I've never heard before. The honesty in his words catches me off guard. For the first time since I've known him, I see past the arrogant exterior to the vulnerability beneath. It's like a mask has slipped, revealing a glimpse of the real Sarod, the one he keeps hidden from the world. As we continue talking, sharing pieces of ourselves we've kept locked away, I feel something shift between us. The air grows thick with unspoken tension, charged with a new awareness. My heart races every time our eyes meet, a jolt of electricity coursing through me. I find myself leaning closer, drawn to him in a way that both thrills and terrifies me. His scent fills my senses, making it hard to focus on anything else. I'm acutely aware of every movement, every breath. The space between us seems to shrink, and I'm caught between the urge to close that final distance and the fear of what might happen if I do. This pull towards Sarod is unexpected and overwhelming, leaving me feeling both exhilarated and completely out of my depth. What's happening? This feeling for Sarod. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before. Part of me wants to run, to hide from these confusing emotions. But another part, growing stronger by the second, wants to stay right here and see where this leads. As the night continues on, I realise that I've spent far too much time here with him instead of doing my chores. I rise from the table, my legs unsteady beneath me. Sarod's eyes follow me as I gather the empty plates. "Thanks for sitting with me, Josie," he says, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "It was nice." His amber eyes lock onto mine, and I feel a flutter in my chest that I can't quite explain. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. My heart's still racing from our conversation, from the unexpected intimacy of the moment we just shared. The warmth of his presence lingers, and I find myself fighting the urge to reach out and touch his hand. "You can get back to work now," Sarod adds, a hint of his usual gruffness returning. But there's something different in his tone, a softness that wasn't there before. "Right," I manage to say, grateful for the excuse to escape the intensity of his gaze. My legs feel unsteady as I stand, and I have to take a deep breath to centre myself. As I turn to leave, I can't help but glance back at him one last time, catching a look in his eyes that makes my breath catch in my throat. I hurry back to the kitchen as my mind's in turmoil. What just happened? How did I go from hating this orc to what? Feeling drawn to him? Understanding him? I scrub the dishes with more force than necessary, trying to sort through the mess of emotions churning inside me. On one hand, I'm still a prisoner here. Sarod might be showing a softer side, but that doesn't change the fact that he's keeping me against my will. I should be focusing on finding a way out, on regaining my freedom. But then I remember the vulnerability in his eyes as he spoke about his past, the way he actually listened when I shared my own struggles. It felt real in a way nothing else has since I came here. And there's no denying the pull I feel towards him. It's not just physical attraction, though watching him train this morning certainly stirred something in me. It's deeper than that, a connection I never expected to form, especially not with an orc. I pause in my scrubbing, staring at my reflection in the soapy water. Who am I becoming? The girl who entered this house would never have considered feeling anything but contempt for Sarod. But now, I shake my head, trying to clear it. I can't let myself get caught up in this. I need to remember my goals, my mother waiting for me. Freedom should be my only focus. But as I finish cleaning up, I can't shake the image of Sarod's face, open and honest in a way I've never seen before. The memory of our conversation lingers, making me question everything I thought I knew about him, and about myself.
Chapter 13. Sarod. I stand in the center of the Zerfix arena, sweat dripping down my chest as I face off against Gruul. The ball bursts from the ground and we lunge for it simultaneously. My mind's not in the game, though. It's back at the mansion, wondering what Josie's doing right now. Gruul slams into me, knocking me flat on my back. "The hell, Sarod!" he growls. "Get your head out of your butt!" I scramble to my feet, shaking off the hit and feeling the sting of embarrassment burn through me. This isn't like me. None of this is like me. Sorry, I mutter, trying to refocus on the game, but my mind keeps drifting back to Josie. Kargath steps in, his massive form blocking out the sun. His shadow falls over me, and I can feel the weight of his concern. What's going on with you lately? You've been off your game for days. It ain't like you to be this distracted. His voice is gruff, but there's an undercurrent of worry that makes me uncomfortable. It's nothing, I snap, but the words sound hollow even to my own ears. I can't meet his eyes, knowing he'd see right through my lies. My gaze drops to the ground and I shuffle my feet. Can we move on? Damn, you guys are on me like I've committed a crime or something. Gruul snorts, a knowing smirk playing on his tusked face. It's that human girl, ain't it? The one you brought home? She's got you all twisted up inside. His words hit too close to home and I feel my jaw clench involuntarily. I scowl, feeling a surge of anger at his words. Mind your own business, I growl, clenching my fists at my sides. The familiar rage bubbles up inside me, threatening to spill over. I want to lash out, to shut them both up, but I know it'll only prove their point. Instead, I stand there, seething, caught between denial and the truth I'm not ready to face. It is our business when our captain can't keep his head in the game, Thok retorts, crossing his arms over his broad chest. You going soft on us, Sarod? 'Cause if you are, we need to know now, before we get our butts handed to us in the next match. Their words hit harder than any tackle. Am I going soft? I think about Josie. Her defiance, her spirit, the way she looked at me last night when we talked. It's not just about power anymore. It's something else. Look, Gruul says, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. We've all seen how you look at her. It's more than just wanting to screw her, ain't it? I clench my fists, wanting to deny it, but the words won't come. They're right, and I know it. My feelings for Josie have changed. She's not just a prisoner anymore, not just a human I can order around. She's become, important to me. Ever since I beat the crap out of Grokus, it's become more and more apparent. The way she looks at me, the way she stands up to me, it's doing something to my insides I can't explain. Damn it, I mutter, running a hand over my face. I don't know what to do with this. I've never felt this way before, not even with Connie. It's like Josie's crawled under my skin and set up camp there. Kargath claps me on the shoulder, his meaty hand nearly knocking me off balance. Figure it out, 'cause right now you're letting it mess with your game, and we can't afford that. He's right, of course. The team needs me focused, ready to crush our opponents in the arena. But how am I supposed to focus when all I can think about is her? I nod, shaking off Gruul's last hit on my body. But as we line up for another play, I can't shrug away the realization that's hit me. My power over Josie is slipping away, replaced by something far more complicated and potentially far more dangerous. When the day's done and I finally arrive home, I drag myself through the front door, my muscles aching from the brutal Zerfix training session. As I step into the living room, my eyes land on Josie perched precariously atop a ladder, reaching up to clean the massive chandelier hanging from the ceiling. I step into the room, my eyes immediately drawn to the precarious scene before me. Greta stands nearby, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, watching Josie with an intensity that speaks volumes. Be careful up there, she warns, her voice tinged with genuine concern. I can hear the worry in her tone, and it mirrors my own sudden unease. I'm about to announce my presence, to let them know I'm here, when suddenly everything changes. Josie's foot slips, and it's like time decides to slow down just to torture me. I watch in horror as she loses her balance, her body twisting in the air like a leaf caught in a gust of wind. Without a second thought, my body moves on its own. I lunge forward, my arms outstretched, every muscle in my battered body screaming in protest. By some miracle, I catch her. She lands with a startled yelp in my arms, the impact sending a jolt through my already aching muscles. Immediately, she clings onto me as if her life depends on it, her fingers digging into my shoulders. And then, as if the universe wants to play one last trick on me, I find myself staring into her face, her pretty, flushed face, now mere inches from my own. I'm struck dumb, caught off guard by the proximity, by the warmth of her body against mine, by the rapid beating of her heart that I can feel through our pressed bodies. For a moment, we just stare at each other, both of us too stunned to move. Her brown eyes are wide with surprise, her breath coming in short gasps. I'm suddenly aware of every point where our bodies touch, the warmth of her skin seeping through my clothes. "You okay?" I managed to croak out, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. My heart is still racing from the sudden contact, and I'm acutely aware of every place her body touched mine. Josie nods, a flush creeping up her neck, spreading across her cheeks like wildfire. "Yeah, thanks," she stammers, her eyes darting away from mine. I can feel the heat radiating off her skin, and it's doing strange things to my insides. She scrambles out of my arms and lands back onto the floor with a soft thud, and I immediately miss her warmth. The sudden absence leaves me feeling oddly bereft. What is wrong with me? I shouldn't be affected like this by a simple tavern girl, a thief. But she's more than that. So much more. "That was quite a catch, sir," Greta says, her voice cutting through my confused thoughts. She's helping Josie dust off her uniform, her efficient movements a stark contrast to my frozen state. "Are you all right?" I grunt, rubbing at my sore muscles from training. The ache grounds me, reminding me of who I am and what I should be focusing on. "I'm fine," I mutter, then add, "Just be more careful next time, all right?" The words come out harsher than I intended, my frustration with my own reaction bleeding into my tone. I see Josie flinch, her brown eyes widening slightly, and I feel an unexpected pang of regret. "I will," she mumbles, not meeting my eyes. "Thank you." I want to say something else, something to ease the tension that's suddenly thick in the air. But the words stick in my throat, choking me with their intensity. My chest feels tight, constricted, as if I can't draw in enough air. Instead, I nod curtly and head for the stairs, my movements stiff and jerky. I'm desperate to escape the stunning realization that is materializing before my very eyes, threatening to shatter the carefully constructed walls I've built around myself. I like her. I really like that girl. As I climb, I can't shake the memory of Josie in my arms, the way her body fit against mine. It felt right, in a way I'm not ready to examine too closely. I've gotten used to her presence in the house, her quick wit and stubborn defiance. I even look forward to our arguments sometimes. The way her eyes flash when she's angry, the slight flush that creeps up her neck. It's intoxicating. But this is precarious territory. I'm treading a dangerous line, and I know it. I pause at the top of the stairs, my hand gripping the banister tightly. My gaze is drawn back down to the living room, where Josie's back on the ladder. Her movements are slower now, more hesitant. It's like she's hyper-aware of my presence, just as I am of hers. Our eyes meet for a brief moment, a jolt of electricity passing between us before she quickly looks away, busying herself with the decorations. I'm in trouble. Deep, serious trouble. The kind that could upend everything I thought I knew about myself. I run a hand through my hair, trying to shake off the feeling, but it clings to me like a second skin. This isn't just attraction, and I don't even think it's lust. It's something more, something that I've never experienced before.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothika's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 14. Josie. I can't sleep. My mind won't shut off, replaying the moment I fell into Sarod's arms over and over again. The warmth of his body, the strength in his grip, the intensity in his amber eyes. It's all burned into my memory. Every detail is etched into my brain, from the roughness of his calloused hands to his faint familiar scent I've grown to love. I toss and turn, kicking off the covers in frustration. This isn't right. I shouldn't be feeling this way about him. He's an orc, for crying out loud. The enemy. My captor. Everything I've been taught tells me to fear and hate him, to see him as nothing more than a brutish monster. But he's also saved me, protected me. And sometimes when he thinks I'm not looking, I catch him watching me with an expression that makes my heart race. It's a look of curiosity, maybe even tenderness, that contradicts everything I thought I knew about orcs. I find myself wondering what he's thinking in those moments, what secrets lie behind those intense amber eyes. I roll onto my back, staring up at the ceiling, my thoughts a jumbled mess. How can I reconcile these conflicting emotions? The fear, the attraction, the confusion, it's all tangled up inside me, leaving me restless and uncertain. Sleep feels like a distant dream as I grapple with feelings I never expected to have. I sit up, running my hands through my tangled hair. This is insane. I'm losing my mind, cooped up in this mansion, constantly in his presence. I need to get out, to clear my head. The window catches my eye, moonlight spilling through the glass, casting eerie shadows across the room. It's crazy, utterly insane, but suddenly I know with crystal clarity what I have to do. I slip out of bed, my bare feet silent on the cool floor. My heart races as I tiptoe across the room, every creak making me flinch. My hands shake as I reach for the latch, fumbling with it before finally pushing the window open. The night air rushes in, carrying the scent of freedom and possibility. I inhale deeply, savouring the crisp breeze on my skin. This is reckless, dangerous beyond belief. If I'm caught, the consequences will be severe. I don't even want to imagine what Sarod might do. But I can't stay here another minute, suffocating under the weight of these confusing emotions. The mansion feels like a gilded cage, and I'm a bird desperate to spread my wings. Will Sarod kill me if he finds out that I'm leaving for good? Maybe. The thought sends a chill down my spine, but I can't deny the thrill of danger it brings. That might just be the most merciful thing to do to me right now, I realise with a twisted sense of irony. I can't live like this anymore, torn between my growing feelings for him and my deep primal desire for freedom. It's tearing me apart, and something's got to give. I swing my legs over the windowsill, heart pounding. The ground seems impossibly far away, but I'm past the point of no return. I take a deep breath and push off, praying I don't break my neck in the process. I land hard, pain shooting up my legs, but I'm intact. Adrenaline surges through me as I straighten up, glancing back at the looming mansion. For a moment, I hesitate. Am I really doing this? But then I think of Sarod's face, of the way my body reacts to his mere presence, and I know I have to go. I can't face him like this, not when I'm so confused and conflicted. I sprint across the moonlit garden, unable to throw a glance over my shoulder to see if anyone's coming after me. The cool grass tickles my bare feet as I dash towards the gate, freedom so close I can almost taste it. But then I hear it. Heavy footsteps behind me, getting closer with each passing second. "Josie!" Sarod's deep voice booms across the night air. I push myself harder, lungs burning, but it's no use. I don't know how it's even possible, but he's on my tail within seconds. His hand clamps down on my shoulder, spinning me around. Before I can react, he tackles me to the ground, pinning me beneath his massive frame. "Let me go!" I thrash against him, but it's like fighting a mountain. Sarod's amber eyes blaze with anger and something else. Hurt? What do you think you're doing? What does it look like? I spit back, my voice dripping with venom. I'm leaving. I can't stay here anymore. This place is suffocating me. You can't leave, he growls, his massive hands tightening their grip on my shoulders. You owe me. Don't you dare forget that. I laugh bitterly, the sound harsh and mirthless in the still night air. Owe you? For what? Keeping me prisoner, making my life miserable. Oh, that's rich coming from you, Sarod. You've done nothing but torment me since I got here. For stealing from me, Sarod reminds me, his face inches from mine. His hot breath fans across my cheeks, and I can see the fury dancing in his amber eyes. Or have you forgotten that little detail? Did it slip your mind while you were plotting your great escape? I haven't forgotten anything, I hiss, but I've more than paid my debt. I want a real life, Sarod. I want freedom, and you're standing in the way of that. His grip on my wrists tightens. You're a thief, Josie. You don't get to decide when your debt is paid. And you don't get to decide my entire future, I shout, tears of frustration stinging my eyes. I'm more than just a thief. I'm a person with dreams and hopes. Don't I deserve a chance at something better? For a moment, Sarod's expression softens, but then his jaw clenches, and there's a fury in his eyes that sends a shudder down my spine. You had your chance at something better. You threw it away the moment you stole from me. So that's it? I ask, my voice breaking. I'm just your prisoner forever? Sarod's eyes search mine, conflict clear on his face. You're not. It's not like that. Then what is it like? I challenge, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Because from where I'm lying, it sure feels like a prison. Or is this some twisted game you're playing? My chest heaves with each breath, anger and fear mingling in a toxic cocktail. I glare up into Sarod's eyes, fury and frustration boiling over. His amber gaze bores into mine, and for a split second, I see something flicker there. Regret, uncertainty. But it's gone before I can be sure. Get off me, you brute! I spit, struggling against his grip. My arms strain against his hands, but it's like trying to move a mountain. The heat of his body pressed against mine only fuels my rage. Not until you calm down and see reason, he growls, his massive body still pinning me to the ground. His tusks gleam in the dim light as he speaks, a reminder of just how different we are. This isn't what I want either, Josie. But you've left me no choice. Reason? You wouldn't know reason if it smacked you in that thick skull of yours, I spit back, struggling against his iron grip. Sarod's eyes narrow dangerously, his amber irises flashing with anger. Watch your tongue, little thief, he growls, his hot breath fanning across my face. You forget who you're talking to. I'm not some tavern drunk you can mouth off to. Oh, I know exactly who I'm talking to. I snarl back, my heart pounding so hard I'm sure he can feel it through his grip on me. A conceited, arrogant orc who thinks he can control everyone and everything around him. You're nothing but a bully with some fancy Zerfix titles to your name. I'm trying to protect you, damn it! He roars, his face now mere inches from mine. The proximity of his tusks should terrify me, but I'm too furious to care. Protect me! I laugh bitterly, the sound harsh and unnatural even to my own ears. From what? A life of my own choosing? The horror! Oh, spare me from the terrible fate of making my own decisions. Sarod's grip tightens, his massive green hands like vices on my arms. I can see the muscles in his jaw working as he grinds his teeth, clearly struggling to keep his temper in check. You have no idea what's out there, he grinds out. The dangers, the things that could happen to a girl like you. I don't care. I cut him off, my voice trembling with a fury that I can't quite control. Whatever's out there has to be better than being your prisoner. At least I'd have a chance at freedom, at living my own life. Don't you get it? I'd rather face 1,000 dangers than spend another day trapped here with you. You're not a prisoner, he bellows, his hot breath washing over my face. The intensity in his eyes makes me flinch, but I stand my ground. Then what am I, Sarod? I challenge, my voice rising to match his. Adrenaline courses through my veins, knowing this could end badly for me. What exactly am I to you? Just another conquest, a toy to be played with and discarded? For a moment, he seems at a loss for words, conflict clear in his amber eyes. I can see the struggle within him, the battle between his pride and something deeper, something he's trying desperately to hide. His jaw clenches, and his hands grip my wrists even tighter. The tension in the air is so thick I can barely breathe. Then, without warning, he crushes his lips against mine in a bruising kiss. It's fierce and passionate, filled with all the words he can't seem to say. His large hand moved to grip my throat instead of my wrist, as if to remind me that he owns me completely. Despite myself, I feel my body responding, a warmth spreading through me like wildfire. My hands, seemingly of their own accord, grip at his muscular chest, torn between pushing him away and pulling him closer. Even as my mind reels in confusion, my traitorous heart races, and I can't help but melt into his embrace.
Chapter 15. Sarod. I pull away from her lips, my breath ragged. The cool night air of the garden does nothing to quell the inferno raging inside me. I stare down at Josie, her eyes wide but defiant, lips swollen from our kiss. My hands pin her wrists to the damp garden ground, her body warm beneath mine. "You're mine, Josie," I growl, voice thick with lust and something else, something primal, possessive. "You think I'd let you escape that easily?" She arches an eyebrow, a sensual smirk playing on her lips. "Yours, huh?" Her voice is a husky whisper, teasing. She shifts slightly, her hip brushing against me, sending a jolt of desire coursing through my veins. "Prove it, Sarod." A low groan escapes me, and I claim her mouth again, harder this time. She responds in kind, teeth nipping at my lower lip, drawing a flush of heat from deep within. Our tongues tangle, a dance of dominance and submission, give and take. Her hands, now free, grip my shoulders, pulling me closer. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 16. Josie. I wake up feeling sore and conflicted, my body a patchwork of aches and tingles. Last night's events replay in my mind on an endless loop, a whirlwind of emotions I can't quite untangle. Lust, passion, confusion, they all swirl together, leaving me dizzy and off balance. I've never felt so torn, so utterly consumed by contradictory feelings. Dragging myself to the kitchen, I wince at every movement. My body aches in ways both familiar and new, a stark reminder of what transpired. As I wait for the chefs to prepare Sarod's breakfast, my hands tremble slightly, betraying my nervousness. What now? How do I face him after? The question hangs in my mind, unanswered and terrifying. The sound of heavy footsteps entering the dining room makes me freeze, my heart leaping into my throat. Sarod enters, his presence filling the room like a storm cloud. Our eyes meet, and electricity crackles between us, making the air feel thick and charged. I can't look away, even though every instinct screams at me to flee. "Breakfast ready?" He grunts, his deep voice sending shivers down my spine. I swallow hard, willing my voice not to shake. "Almost," I manage to reply, cursing inwardly at how breathless I sound. Gods, what has this orc done to me? My heart's pounding so hard I'm sure he can hear it, and I can feel heat creeping up my neck. "Good. Once it's ready, bring it and sit. Eat with me." It's not a request. I hesitate, then comply, my legs feeling like jelly as I move to fetch the food. When I return, I set the plates down with trembling hands and slide into the seat across from him. We eat in tense silence for a few moments, the clink of utensils almost deafening in the quiet room. I can feel his eyes on me, but I keep my gaze fixed on my plate. Finally, Sarod speaks, his deep voice rumbling through me. "Sleep well, thief." A smirk plays at his lips, and I can see the glint of his tusks. I bristle at his words, my embarrassment quickly turning to indignation. "Like a rock," I snap back, meeting his gaze defiantly. "Your garden's quite comfortable, but I prefer my own bed." He chuckles, a low rumble that sends shivers down my spine. "Didn't hear you complaining last night." Heat rushes to my cheeks. "You were too busy grunting to hear anything." His eyes narrow, but there's amusement dancing in their amber depths too. "Watch it, girl," he growls, his voice a low rumble that sends an involuntary shiver down my spine. "Don't forget who you're talking to." "How could I?" I mutter, stabbing at my food with more force than necessary. The fruits on my plate become unwitting victims of my frustration. "You never let me forget for a single moment." Sarod leans back in his chair, the wood creaking slightly under his muscular frame. His gaze is intense, almost predatory, making me squirm uncomfortably in my seat. I can feel the heat of his stare as it rakes over me, and I fight the urge to fidget or look away. "You're not like other humans," he says suddenly, his voice tinged with something I can't quite place. Curiosity? Admiration? I look up, surprised by the unexpected comment. My fork pauses halfway to my mouth as I meet his gaze. "What's that supposed to mean?" I ask, unable to keep the defensive edge from my voice. He shrugs, his broad shoulders rising and falling in a casual gesture that belies the intensity of his stare. His eyes don't leave mine, and I find myself caught in their amber depths. "You've got fire," he says, a hint of approval in his tone. Most would have broken by now, begging for mercy or blubbering like children. But not you. You keep fighting, keep pushing back. "Maybe you're not as scary as you think," I retort, but my voice lacks its usual bite. My heart races, betraying my outward composure. I can't help but wonder if he notices the slight tremor in my hands. Sarod grins, showing his tusks. The sight of them should repulse me, but instead, I find myself oddly fascinated. "Oh, I'm plenty scary," he drawls, his amber eyes glinting with amusement. "You just might be worth keeping around." The words hang between us, loaded with unspoken implications. I don't know how to respond, so I focus on my food instead, pushing the fruits around my plate. My mind races, trying to decipher his meaning. Worth keeping around. As what? A plaything? A challenge? Something more? As we continue eating, the air feels charged, crackling with an energy I can't quite name. Every accidental brush of hands or meeting of eyes sends sparks through me, setting my nerves on fire. I hate how my body responds to him, how easily he affects me. It's infuriating, this pull towards someone I should despise. I catch myself stealing glances at his broad shoulders, the way his muscles flex as he reaches for his drink. Damn him and his stupid, attractive everything. But beneath the tension, there's something else. A strange comfort in sharing a meal, in the familiar rhythm of our banter. It terrifies me how natural this feels. Soon enough, the conversation shifts to Zerfix, his training, his determination to be one of the best players in the league. For some reason, I like watching him talk so eagerly about his interests. His eyes light up and his whole demeanour changes. It's captivating, in a way I'm not ready to admit. I don't know what comes over me, but I take a deep breath, gathering my courage. My heart's pounding so hard I swear he can hear it. Ironic how nervous I am to speak to him, considering what we were up to last night. Your match the other day was impressive. I've never seen anything like it. The words tumble out before I can stop them. Sarod's eyebrows raise slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Oh? Didn't think you'd be interested in Zerfix. There's a note of curiosity in his voice that makes my stomach flip. I wasn't before, I admit, fidgeting with the edge of my sleeve. But watching you play, it was intense. The way you moved, how you handled the ball. I couldn't look away. I feel heat creeping up my neck as I realise how that sounds. He leans forward, a glint in his eye that sends a shiver down my spine. Would you like to see another match soon? His voice is low, almost intimate, and I hate how much I want to say yes. My heart skips a beat, then another. Is he actually inviting me? The thought sends a thrill through my body that I'm not entirely prepared for. Yes, I think I would. I stammer, cursing inwardly at how breathless I sound. A slow, predatory grin spreads across Sarod's face, his tusks glinting in the dim light. Good, he rumbles, his deep voice sending shivers down my spine. You'll see why I'm considered the best captain in the league. I'll make sure you get a good seat. I don't doubt it, I say, surprising myself with my sincerity. The words tumble out before I can stop them. You're a great captain, from what I've seen. The way you lead your team, it's impressive. Sarod's expression shifts, the playful glint in his eyes replaced by something harder, more guarded. His jaw tightens as he leans back, putting distance between us. Don't think this changes anything between us, thief, he growls. You're still here to work off your debt. This isn't some fairy tale. I stiffen, the warmth of the moment evaporating like mist in the morning sun. Reality crashes back, cold and unforgiving. Right, I mutter, wrapping my arms around myself. How could I forget? And don't even think about trying to escape again, he growls, leaning closer. The consequences will be dire if you do. You may be watching my matches, but don't forget, you're still my property to own. His words are like a bucket of cold water, dousing any spark of connection I'd felt. I nod stiffly, my jaw clenched so tight I can almost hear my teeth grinding. The warmth that had bloomed in my chest moments ago withers and dies, leaving nothing but a hollow ache. I understand, I manage to say, my voice tight and brittle. The words taste like ash in my mouth, but I force them out anyway. What else can I do? I'm trapped here, a prisoner in all but name. Sarod holds my gaze for a long moment, his amber eyes unreadable. I search for some hint of the gentleness I'd glimpsed earlier, but there's nothing there now. Just cold, hard amber, like fossilized tree sap. Then he stands abruptly, towering over me. His massive form blocks out the light, casting me in shadow. Good, he says, his voice a low rumble that I can almost feel in my bones. Now get to work. These dishes won't clean themselves. He gestures to the pile of dirty plates and cups, a mountain of grime waiting for me. I swallow hard, fighting back the urge to scream or cry or both. As he strides out of the room, I'm left with a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Anger at his reminder of my status, frustration at my own weakness, and beneath it all, a traitorous flicker of excitement at the thought of seeing him play again. I shake my head, trying to clear it. No matter what happened last night, No matter how he makes me feel, I can't forget the reality of my situation. I'm still a prisoner here, and Sarod is still my captor. With a sigh, I begin clearing the table, steeling myself for another day of servitude. Know your place, Josie, I remind myself. I'm nothing special to him. I'm just his servant.
Chapter 17. Sarod. I gather my teammates around me, the energy in the player's tunnel crackling with anticipation. The smell of sweat and dust fills my nostrils as I look at each of their faces, determination etched in every line. "Listen up, you sorry sacks!" I growl, a grin tugging at my lips. "We got those pointy-eared bastards waiting for us out there. You know how they play." Groknak, still sporting a black eye from our last match, spits on the ground with a grimace. "Damn dark elves," he growls, his voice dripping with contempt. "Always gotta make it personal, don't they? Bunch of prissy bastards." Damn right, I nod, feeling the familiar rush of pre-game adrenaline coursing through my veins. They'll try to break us, but we're gonna show them what real Zerfix looks like. We're orcs, for God's sake. We eat pain for breakfast and crap out victory. I slam my fist into my palm, emphasizing each word. A chorus of grunts and whoops echoes through the room, the energy palpable. I feel my blood pumping faster, my heart thundering in my chest. Knowing Josie's out there in the crowd sends a jolt through me. Something primal stirs in my gut, a need to prove myself, to show her what I'm made of. I want her to see me in all my glory, covered in sweat and blood, triumphant on the field. "Let's go out there and crush some pointy-eared skulls!" I roar, my voice reverberating off the walls. The team responds with a deafening battle cry, and I know we're ready. We're going to paint the arena green with our victory. But before we head out in the pitch, I raise my hand and get their attention one more time. Trying to calm these orcs is like herding a pack of batlas, damn near impossible when they're hollering wild like this. "Remember," I continue, shouting over the noise, "they'll go for the cheap shots. Protect your vitals, watch each other's backs. But most importantly," I pause, meeting each of their gazes, "make them regret ever stepping onto our pitch." The team roars in approval, the sound reverberating off the walls and shaking the very ground beneath our feet. I can't help but grin, feeling the rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins, setting every nerve on fire. This is what I live for. The thrill before the battle, the anticipation of glory. "Now let's go out there and show those knife-eared punks what real Zerfix looks like," I bellow, my voice carrying over the din. Groknak pounds his chest in response, and the others follow suit, a thunderous drumbeat of orcish pride. As we march towards the arena, our footsteps in perfect sync, I catch a glimpse of the crowd through the tunnel. The roar grows louder, washing over us like a tidal wave of sound and fury. My eyes scan the sea of faces, searching for one in particular. There she is, Josie, her eyes wide with excitement in one of the best seats in the whole arena. A surge of pride swells in my chest, threatening to burst out. She's here, watching me, believing in me. I'll be damned if I let her down. Time to give her a show she'll never forget. I step onto the pitch, power surging through my body. The roar of the crowd washes over me like a tidal wave. But I tune it out, focusing on the task at hand. I've trained for this moment, and I'll be damned if I let anything distract me now. I know my team's got this. We're not above playing dirty if that's what it takes to win, and we've got a few tricks up our sleeves. I shake hands with O'Leary, the dark elf captain of the other team, before returning to our respective sides. His grip is firm, but I can see the uncertainty in his eyes. He knows we're the team to beat. Then, without warning, the ball bursts from the ground in a shower of dirt and magic. I'm on it in a flash, my reflexes honed from countless hours of practice. I scoop it up before the dark elves can even blink, feeling its familiar weight in my hands. Their sneers turn to looks of shock as I charge forward, my feet pounding the earth. 2 defenders rush at me, thinking they can take me down. Amateurs. I can see the overconfidence in their eyes, and it's going to cost them. I lower my shoulder and plow right through them, using every ounce of my strength and bulk. Their scrawny bodies go flying, arms and legs flailing as they hit the ground hard. The satisfying crunch of bodies hitting the dirt fuels my adrenaline, sending a rush of excitement through my veins. This is what I live for, this raw display of power and skill. And we're just getting started. The crowd goes absolutely wild. I can hear their screams, feel their energy pushing me forward with pure adrenaline. The roar is deafening, a mess of voices merging into one thunderous cheer. But there's only one voice I'm listening for. One pair of eyes I know are locked on me, following my every move. Josie. I sprint towards the moving goal, my legs pumping wild, muscles burning with exertion. The ball's tucked tight against my chest, cradled in my massive arms, and I'll be damned if anyone's gonna take it from me. Not now. Not when I'm this close. A dark elf makes a desperate lunge, his fingers grasping at empty air as I sidestep him easily. I hear the satisfying thud as he faceplants, leaving him eating dirt and my own victorious grunt. The goal's right there, shimmering like a mirage in the desert, tantalizing and just out of reach. I push harder, driving my body to its limits. With one last burst of speed, I dive, stretching out as far as I can, every fiber of my being focused on this one moment. The ball leaves my hands just as I hit the ground, the impact knocking the wind out of me. I watch it sail through the air, time seeming to slow as it arcs towards the goal. It's good. First point of the game, and it's ours. I leap to my feet with a primal roar, pumping my fist in the air as adrenaline courses through my veins. My teammates swarm me like a pack of wild beasts, slapping my sweat-slicked back and howling with unbridled triumph. Their voices blend together in a holler of victory, but I barely register it. My eyes are already scanning the crowd, searching for the one face that matters most. And there she is. Josie's on her feet, her small frame practically vibrating with excitement as it looks like she's cheering louder than anyone else in the packed arena. Our eyes lock across the sea of faces, and for a breathtaking moment, it's like we're the only two people in this chaotic world. The roar of the crowd fades away, and all I can see is her beaming smile. All I can hear is the pounding of my own heart. In this moment, with her eyes on me and the taste of victory on my tongue, I feel invincible, unstoppable. Like I could take on the whole damn world and come out on top. I barely have time to savor our first point before the game's back in full swing. The dark elves are pissed, their faces twisted with rage as they charge at us like a pack of rabid batlas. But we're ready for him. Groknak's got the ball, barreling down the field like a runaway carriage. Two dark elves try to take him down, but he shakes them off like they're nothing more than annoying flies. I grin, pride swelling in my chest. That's my boy. "Watch your left!" I bellow, spotting an elf trying to flank him. Groknak pivots, narrowly avoiding a tackle that would have sent him sprawling. But these pointy-eared bastards are relentless. They swarm us, their lithe bodies darting in and out like shadows. One of them manages to strip the ball from Groknak, and suddenly we're on the defensive. I growl, my blood boiling as I watch the dark elf weave through our defenses. Not on my watch. I charge forward, my feet pounding the ground as I close the distance. The dark elf sees me coming, his eyes widening in fear. Good. He should be scared. He tries to juke left, but I'm ready for it. I lunge, my massive arms wrapping around his waist as I slam him into the ground. The impact knocks the wind out of him, and the ball goes flying. But before I can celebrate, another dark elf is on me. This one's different, taller, broader, with a mean look in his eyes that tells me he's itching for a fight. Fine by me. He comes at me swinging, his fists a blur of motion. I dodge the first punch, feeling the wind of it brush past my cheek. The second one connects, a solid hit to my jaw that makes my teeth rattle. I taste blood, and something primal awakens inside me. I roar, the sound tearing from my throat as I grab him by the waist. With a burst of strength, I lift him clean off the ground, his legs kicking uselessly in the air. The crowd goes wild, their cheers washing over me like a tidal wave. For a moment I hold him there, suspended above me like some kind of twisted trophy. Then, with all the force I can muster, I slam him into the ground. The impact sends a shockwave through the dirt, and I swear I can hear the crack of bones beneath me. The dark elf doesn't get up. The crowd erupts into a frenzy, their voices merging into one deafening roar. Sarod! 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 They chant my name like a war cry. Damn if it doesn't feel good. I turn back to the game, adrenaline surging through my veins. My teammates have used the distraction to push forward, the ball once again in our possession. We're closing in on the goal, ready to hammer another nail in these dark elves' coffin. And I've never felt more alive.
Chapter 18. Josie. I can barely contain my excitement as I watch Sarod dominate the field. My heart's racing, and I'm on my feet, cheering louder than I ever thought possible. It's like I'm seeing him for the first time, really seeing him. The way he moves, all power and grace, it's breathtaking. When he takes down that dark elf, I feel a surge of pride so intense it catches me off guard. I'm supposed to hate him, right? He's my captor, my tormentor. But watching him out there, larger than life, I can't help but feel a connection to him that goes beyond our complicated history. The crowd around me is going wild, chanting his name. I find myself joining in, my voice blending with theirs. It feels good, natural even, to be cheering for him. My hands are clapping so hard they sting, but I can't stop. The energy in the arena is electric, and I'm caught up in the current. As the match comes to its thrilling conclusion, with Sarod's team claiming another victory, something shifts inside me. The realization hits me like a ton of bricks. I like him. Really like him. Not just as a formidable Zerfix player, but as a person. The thought should terrify me, but instead, it fills me with a warmth I can't explain. My heart is racing, and it's not just from the excitement of the game anymore. I think back to our moments together, the tense conversations, the shared laughter. Even our arguments have a certain spark to them now that I can't ignore. And the way he looks at me sometimes. Could it be that he enjoys having me around too? I remember the way his amber eyes soften when we talk, how his deep voice seems to rumble through me. Gods, what am I thinking? This is Sarod we're talking about. But I can't deny the flutter in my stomach when I picture his face, scarred and green and so damn handsome it hurts. The crowd starts to disperse, but I stay rooted to my spot, my mind reeling. I'm no longer just a reluctant servant in his home. I'm someone who matters to him, who he protects and values. The memory of him defending me against Grokus floods back, and I feel a rush of affection for him. As I watch Sarod celebrate with his teammates on the field, I can't help but smile. He catches my eye and grins, that cocky, self-assured grin that used to infuriate me. Now it makes my heart skip a beat. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad I'm here. Glad to be a part of his world, even if it started in the most unconventional way. As I make my way down to meet him in the players' tunnel, I realised that for the first time since this whole ordeal began, I'm not thinking about escaping. I'm thinking about staying. I push through the throng of excited fans, my heart still racing from the intensity of the match. The chants of Sarod's name echo around me, but I'm focused on getting to the players' tunnel. I can't wait to see him, to congratulate him on his victory. As I weave between bodies, a chill runs down my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I can't shake the feeling that someone's watching me. It's an eerie sensation, like icy fingers tracing my skin. I glance over my shoulder, but all I see are jubilant faces and raised fists. The crowd's energy is electric, but it does nothing to dispel my unease. "Get a grip, Josie," I mutter to myself, shaking my head. But the sensation persists, growing stronger with each step. My heart starts to race, and I can feel sweat beading on my forehead, despite the cool air. I pick up my pace, trying to convince myself it's just paranoia. Maybe it's leftover adrenaline from the match, or the lingering effects of my complicated situation with Sarod. The roar of the crowd seems to fade into the background as my own thoughts grow louder. But deep down, I know it's more than that. There's a heaviness in the pit of my stomach, a primal instinct screaming at me to run. I've learned to trust these gut feelings, and right now, every fibre of my being is on high alert. My eyes dart around, searching for anything out of place. The crowd seems normal enough, orcs, humans, and dark elves alike, all caught up in the excitement of the game. But there's something off, a presence that doesn't belong. I spot a gap in the crowd and make a beeline for it, hoping to put some distance between myself and whoever, or whatever, is watching me. As I break free from the mass of bodies, the feeling intensifies. It's like icy fingers trailing down my back, and I have to fight the urge to run. Almost there, I whisper, willing my legs to move faster. The player's tunnel is just ahead, and I know Sarod will be there soon. I'll be safe with him, protected. My heart races, pounding against my ribs as I push through the lingering crowd. Sweat trickles down my back, fear teeming off of me in waves. But as I near the entrance, a shadow falls across my path. I don't want to believe it at first. My breath catches in my throat as I look up, expecting, dreading, to see the source of my unease. The tunnel's darkness seems to deepen, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. My heart plummets when I recognize Grokus, his scarred face twisted in a malicious grin. His bulk fills the entrance, leaving no room for escape. I take an involuntary step back, my legs trembling beneath me. Well, well, if it isn't Sarod's little pet, he sneers, his voice a low rumble that sends chills down my spine. His eyes rake over me, and I fight the urge to shrink away. The stench of sweat and aggression rolls off him in waves, making my stomach churn. Before I can react, his meaty hand clamps around my arm like a vice. I try to wrench free, twisting and pulling with all my might, but he's too strong. His fingers dig into my flesh, and I know there'll be bruises later. Let go of me, I snarl, struggling against his tight grip. Grokus laughs, a cruel sound that sends chills down my spine and makes my skin crawl. He's still injured badly from Sarod's beating, scars littering across his face in an ugly pattern. Some look fresh, barely healed, while others are older and more faded. He drags me away from the crowd, his bulk easily overpowering my resistance as he shoves me into a shadowy alcove. You think you're special, don't you? He taunts, his foul breath hot on my face. The stench of stale ale and rotting meat makes me gag. Think Sarod actually cares about you? His eyes, cold and menacing, bore into mine as he sneers. I can see the hatred there, the burning desire to hurt me just to get back at Sarod. I glare at him, refusing to show fear. You don't know anything about us, I spit, my voice steadier than I feel. Us? Grokus scoffs, his laugh a cruel bark that echoes in the small space. There is no us. You're just another human tramp to him. He'll toss you aside like trash when he's done. His grip on my arms tightens, and I can feel bruises forming beneath his massive fingers. His words sting, cutting deeper than I want to admit. But I push the doubt away, clinging to the memories of Sarod's gentle touches, his rare smiles. You're wrong, I hiss, meeting Grokus's gaze with as much defiance as I can muster. Grokus leans in closer, his foul breath washing over me as his tusks graze my cheek. I flinch, trying to turn away, but there's nowhere to go. Am I? He growls. Sarod doesn't care about humans. He won't bat an eye if I decide to have some fun with you. His free hand trails down my side, and I shudder in revulsion. I struggle harder, panic rising in my chest like a tidal wave. He'll kill you if you touch me, I threaten, but my voice wavers, betraying my fear. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my throat, and sweat beads on my forehead. Will he now? Grokus sneers, his eyes glinting with malicious amusement. Let's test that theory, shall we? His hand moves lower, and I brace myself, desperately hoping that someone, anyone, will intervene. I scan the area frantically, looking for a friendly face, but we're alone in this dark corner. His free hand slides down my side, and I feel bile rise in my throat. The revulsion makes me want to retch, but I swallow it down. I kick out, catching him in the shin, but it only seems to amuse him. The impact sends a jolt of pain through my foot, but I grit my teeth, determined not to show weakness. "Feisty little thing, aren't you?" he quips darkly. "Sarod always did like 'em with some fight." His breath is hot on my face, reeking of stale ale and something worse. I turn my head away, trying to escape the stench. I open my mouth to scream, but Grokus clamps his hand over it, muffling my cries. The taste of dirt and sweat from his palm makes me gag. Tears of frustration and fear sting my eyes as he starts to drag me further away into the shadows. I dig my heels into the ground, trying to slow him down, but he's too strong. My mind races, searching for a way out of this nightmare.
Chapter 19. Sarod. I'm still riding the high of our victory, basking in the glory of another Zerfix win. The roar of the crowd echoes in my ears, a thunderous applause that sends shivers down my spine. I clap Thok on the back, grinning from ear to ear, my body aching but my spirit soaring. "Hell of a game, Captain," he says, his voice hoarse from shouting. His face is streaked with dirt, blood, and sweat, a testament to the brutal match we've just endured. That last play was something else. I really thought the ball wasn't going to make it in. I nod, feeling the familiar rush of pride swelling in my chest. My heart's still pounding from the adrenaline, and I can taste blood in my mouth from a split lip. "Couldn't have done it without you lot," I reply, gesturing to the rest of the team. We're all battered and bruised, our bodies a canvas of purple welts and angry red scrapes. But the thrill of victory makes the pain worth it. Every ache is a badge of honor, a reminder of the hell we've just been through and conquered. As we're laughing and recounting the best moments of the match, I notice Zorg's expression change. His brow furrows, and he glances over his shoulder, a look of concern crossing his face. The kid's always been a bit jumpy, but something about his sudden shift in demeanor sets me on edge. "What is it?" I ask, my good mood faltering slightly. The adrenaline from our victory is still coursing through my veins, but now there's a tinge of unease mixed in. Zorg hesitates, then leans in close. His eyes dart around, making sure no one else is listening. "I saw something weird just now when I went to the bathroom," he mutters, his tone urgent. "Grokus. He was dragging some human woman away. Looked like he was up to no good." My stomach drops at the mention of Grokus. That bastard's always been trouble, but this sounds like it could be serious. I clench my fists, feeling the ache in my knuckles from the match. "What woman?" I demand, my voice sharper than I intend. The words come out like a growl, and I can feel the muscles in my jaw tightening. "What did she look like? Tell me everything you saw." Zorg looks taken aback by my sudden intensity, his eyes widening slightly. He takes a small step back, as if afraid I might lash out at him. Small thing. Brown hair, looked scared," he says, his voice wavering a bit. He shrugs, trying to appear nonchalant, but I can see the unease in his eyes. Didn't get a good look, but she was definitely struggling. Grokus had her by the arm, and I don't wait for him to finish. My mind is racing, piecing together the description. Brown hair, small. It has to be Josie. The triumph I felt moments ago evaporates, replaced by a sickening dread that twists my gut. My fists clench involuntarily, and I can feel my heartbeat pounding in my ears. The taste of victory turns to ash in my mouth as I imagine Josie in Grokus's grip, terrified and alone. "Where?" I growl, grabbing Zorg's shoulder with enough force to make him wince. "Where did you see them?" My voice is low, dangerous, barely containing the fury that's threatening to explode out of me. He points towards a shadowy corner of the arena, away from the main crowd. His eyes are wide, concern etched across his young face. Without another word, I take off, shoving my way through the throng of celebrating fans. If I find Grokus, I'm ripping his head clean off of his shoulders, without a doubt. The thought of it brings a savage smile to my face, my teeth bared in a snarl. I tear through the arena, my blood pounding like a war drum in my chest. The roar of the crowd fades to a dull buzz in my ears, drowned out by the rush of blood and the singular focus of my rage. Every second that passes feels like an eternity, and the thought of Josie in Grokus's clutches makes my blood boil. I imagine her brown hair tangled in his meaty fist, her small frame dwarfed by his bulk, and it drives me to move faster, harder, shoving aside anyone foolish enough to get in my way. "Josie!" I roar, not caring who hears me. My voice is raw, primal, filled with a desperate urgency that I've never felt before. But my call is swallowed by the boisterousness of the celebrating crowd, lost in the sea of cheers and drunken shouts. I curse under my breath, my eyes scanning frantically for any sign of Josie or that bastard Grokus. I search every dark corner, every shadowy hallway, my heart pounding in my chest like it's about to erupt out of my ribcage. Sweat trickles down my back as I push through the swarms of revelers, my eyes darting frantically from face to face. But there's no sign of them. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut, stealing the air from my lungs. They're gone. That bastard Grokus has taken her from the arena. Panic claws at my throat, threatening to overwhelm me, but I push it down with a growl. I can't lose my head now. Josie needs me, and I'll be damned if I let her down. The thought of her, scared and alone with that brute, fills me with a rage I've never known before. It's like molten lava in my veins, burning away everything but the need to find her, to save her. It's in this moment, standing amid the chaos and noise, that I realize just how much she means to me. She's not just some tavern girl. She's not just some thief. She's become my whole damn world. I spin on my heel and sprint back to where I left my team, shoving past drunken spectators and dodging spilled drinks. Relief washes over me when I see they're still there, huddled together near the arena's edge. Their familiar faces are like a beacon in the storm of my emotions, and I surge towards them, already formulating a plan. "Listen up!" I bark, cutting through their chatter. They fall silent, sensing the urgency in my voice. The air around us feels thick with tension, and I can see the worry etched on their faces. "Grokus has taken Josie. We need to find them, and we need to do it now." Thok steps forward, his brow furrowed deep enough to cast shadows over his eyes. "The human girl? Why would Grokus?" "It doesn't matter why," I snap, my patience wearing thin. I can feel the anger bubbling up inside me, threatening to spill over. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the storm in my chest. But she's my property, and I don't intend to let him get away with this. The words taste bitter in my mouth, but I know it's what they expect to hear. She's in danger, and we're going to help her. That's all you need to know. I see the confusion on their faces, along with a lot of surprise. To their credit, they don't question me further. Instead, they nod, ready for action. I can see the shift in their posture from relaxed to alert, and I'm grateful for their loyalty. Zorg, the youngest of our group, cracks his knuckles, a determined glint in his eye. The others follow suit, preparing for whatever comes next. "All right, here's the plan," I say, my mind racing faster than a Zerfix ball across the field. "We split up. Thok, you and Zorg head to Grokus's usual haunts. Check every sleazy tavern and back alley dive you can think of. Look under the rocks if you have to. The rest of you fan out across the city. I want eyes and ears everywhere. If Grokus so much as sneezes, I want to know about it." I pause, looking each of them in the eye, my gaze lingering on each face. I can see the fire of loyalty burning in their eyes, and it steadies me. These aren't just teammates. They're my brothers in arms. If you find anything at all, you come to me immediately. I don't care if it's the middle of the night or if you're taking a piss. You drop everything and find me. Understood? They nod in unison, determination etched on their faces like war paint. I can feel the energy in the air, crackling with anticipation. We're more than just a team now. We're on a mission, and by the gods, we're gonna see it through. What about you, Captain? Zorg asks, his young face etched with concern and eagerness to please. I feel a snarl tugging at my lips, my tusks gleaming in the dim light. I'm going to have a chat with some of Grokus's associates, I grumble. See if I can persuade them to share what they know. If not, I'll just beat the crap out of them until they comply. My fists clench involuntarily at the thought, knuckles cracking. Sarod is serious about this one, Gruel remarks, gesturing towards me with a meaty hand. His eyes meet mine, and I see the understanding there. We've been through hell together, and he knows when I'm not messing around. He offers me a firm nod, his voice gruff but loyal. All right, we'll help you, Captain. We'll get you your human girl back. Damn right. I'd expect nothing less from my team. These orcs, they're more than just teammates. They're my brothers. And right now, we're going to war. Not on the Zerfix pitch, but for something far more important. For Josie. The thought of her makes my chest tighten, a feeling I'm not used to. But I push it aside. There's work to be done, and by the gods, we're going to do it.
Prothika is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprothika.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 20. Josie. Grokus shoves me into his dingy hovel, despite my cries. The stench of sweat and rotting food assaults my nostrils, making me gag. Filth covers every surface, and I struggle not to touch anything as he pushes me further inside. My skin crawls at the thought of being trapped here, in this disgusting pit that Grokus calls home. Welcome to your new home, human. Grokus sneers, his foul breath hot on my face. Not as fancy as Sarod's place, is it? His yellow teeth gleam in the dim light, and I fight the urge to spit in his face. I clench my fists, fighting the urge to shrink away from him. Let me go, I demand, my voice shakier than I'd like. I hate how weak I sound, but fear grips me tightly. I've never felt so alone, so vulnerable. My eyes dart around, searching for anything I could use as a weapon, but all I see is decay and ruin. He laughs, a harsh, grating sound that sends chills down my spine and makes my stomach churn. You're not going anywhere, little tramp. You're mine now. His words drip with malice, and I can smell the stench of alcohol on his breath. I belong to no one, I spit back, though fear gnaws at my insides like a ravenous beast. Grokus grabs my chin, his meaty fingers digging painfully into my skin as he forces me to look into his cruel eyes. I try to jerk away, but his grip is like iron. You're nothing but a plaything for orcs like us. Sarod may have forgotten that, but I haven't. His yellow teeth gleam as he leers at me, and I feel bile rising in my throat. I silently pray for someone, anyone, to come to my rescue. But deep down, I know I'm on my own. I try to wrench away, but his grip is like a vice, unyielding and painful. My heart races as I struggle, desperate to put some distance between us. Sarod will come for me, I say, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. I hope I sound more confident than I feel, but the tremor in my voice betrays me yet again. Grokus's lips curl into a cruel, predatory grin, revealing his yellowed tusks. The sight makes my skin crawl. "Oh, I'm counting on it," he sneers, his foul breath washing over me. "That's the whole point, you stupid girl. You're the bait." My stomach drops, a cold dread settling in the pit of my belly. I'd suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed makes it all too real. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. I'm just a pawn in his twisted game, a means to an end. I feel used, helpless, and more afraid than ever. Summoning what little courage I have left, I meet his gaze defiantly. "He won't fall for it," I lie, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. But even as I say it, I know full well that Sarod's pride won't let this stand. He'll come charging in, right into whatever trap Grokus has set. And it'll be all my fault. Grokus releases my chin, only to grab a fistful of my hair. He will, and when he does, I'll crush him. Do you really think I was going to let what he did to me slide? He thinks he can walk all over me. Well, the bastard should have known better. I'll catch him off guard, then you'll see what a real orc can do. I bite my lip hard to keep from crying out, tasting the metallic tang of blood on my tongue. "You're pathetic," I hiss, my voice dripping with venom. "Using me to get to him because you can't beat him fair and square. What kind of warrior are you?" His backhand comes so fast I don't even see it coming. Pain explodes across my cheek, and I stumble backward, my vision blurring for a moment. My head spins, and I have to brace myself against the wall to keep from falling. "Watch your tongue, human," Grokus snarls, his foul breath hot on my face as he leans in close. "Or I'll cut it out and feed it to the hounds. Don't think I won't." I touch my stinging face, feeling the heat of what will surely become a bruise. Glaring at him with all the hatred I can muster, I try to pour every ounce of loathing I feel into my gaze. But beneath the anger, despair threatens to overwhelm me. I'm trapped here with this monster, this brute who seems to revel in causing pain, and there's nothing I can do about it. My heart races, and I struggle to keep my breathing steady, not wanting to show him just how terrified I really am. Grokus paces the small room, his massive frame seeming to take up all the available space. "Sarod thinks he's so much better than the rest of us," he rants, prancing around with his fancy jewellery and human tramps. It's time someone put him in his place. I want to scream, to fight back, to do something, but I know it would only make things worse. So I stand there, trembling with fear and rage, as Grokus continues to spew his venom. My hands clench into fists at my sides, nails digging into my palms, as I struggle to maintain some semblance of control. "And you?" He turns back to me, eyes gleaming with malice. "You'll learn your place too. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be begging to serve a real orc." His words send a chill down my spine, and I have to swallow hard to keep the bile from rising in my throat. The cold bite of metal against my wrists makes me wince as Grokus roughly chains me to the wall. The rusty shackles dig into my skin, and I bite back a whimper, determined not to show weakness. I can feel the rough stone behind me, cold and unyielding, as I press myself against it, trying to put as much distance between myself and this monster as possible. My heart beats so loudly in my chest that I'm sure he must be able to hear it, but I force myself to meet his gaze, silently daring him to do his worst. "There," Grokus grunts, giving the chains a hard yank that sends a jolt of pain through my wrists. "That ought to keep you put until your precious Sarod arrives." His foul breath washes over me, and I have to fight the urge to gag. I glare at him, channeling all my anger and fear into defiance. My heart races, but I won't let him see how terrified I truly am. You're making a big mistake, I spit out, my voice steadier than I feel. He laughs, the sound grating on my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. His yellow teeth flash in the dim light as he sneers down at me. The only mistake was Sarod thinking he could get away with humiliating me. You're just collateral damage, human. The way he says human makes my skin crawl, like I'm something less than dirt beneath his feet. As Grokus turns away, muttering to himself about revenge and settling scores, I close my eyes and take a deep breath. The musty air of the dungeon fills my lungs, and I try to center myself. I can't let him break me. I won't. Sarod will come, I tell myself. He has to. And when he does, Grokus will rue the day he ever laid a hand on me. My thoughts drift to Sarod, and a warmth spreads through my chest despite the dire circumstances. I remember the feel of his strong arms around me, the way his eyes softened when he looked at me, when he thought I wasn't noticing. It seems like a lifetime ago now, but I cling to those memories. Sarod will come for me. I know he will. Our connection runs deeper than either of us wanted to admit. But now, facing the possibility of never seeing him again, I can't deny it anymore. I think back to that night in the garden, the passion that ignited between us. It wasn't just lust. There was something more, something real. The way Sarod's rough hands had caressed my skin so gently, the intensity in his amber eyes as they locked with mine, it had awakened something deep within me. I draw strength from that bond now, using it to steel my resolve against whatever Grokus has planned. Opening my eyes, I survey the grimy room, looking for anything I can use to my advantage. The stone walls are damp and mouldy, and the air reeks of decay. There's not much here: a rickety wooden chair, a few rusty chains hanging from the ceiling, and the iron shackles binding my wrists. But I refuse to give up. I've survived worse than this orc brute, and I'll survive him too. After all, I didn't claw my way out of poverty and make it this far just to be broken by some jealous bully. As Grokus stomps around, his heavy footfalls echoing off the walls, he rants about his plans for Sarod. His voice is grating, full of spite and malice. I tune him out, letting his words wash over me without sinking in. Instead, I focus on formulating my own plan. My eyes dart around, cataloguing every detail of my prison. I may be chained, but my mind is free. And right now, that's my greatest weapon. I've always relied on my wits to survive, and they won't fail me now. Sarod's coming, I know it. I just need to stay alive and sane until he does.
Chapter 21. Sarod. I storm through the streets of Orkland, my teammates hot on my heels. My blood boils with rage, which fuels my every step. Grokus has Josie. That bastard dares to touch what's mine. The thought of his filthy hands on her makes my vision blur with fury. Spread out, I growl to my team, my voice rough with barely contained anger. Hit every tavern, every back alley. Someone's got to know where that scum's hiding. And when we find him... I let the threat hang in the air, my teammates nodding grimly. We split up, covering more ground. I bash open the door of a seedy pub, the rotting wood splintering under my fist. The patrons fall silent at my entrance, a sea of green faces turning to stare. The stench of cheap ale and unwashed bodies hits me, but I barely notice. The bartender, a grizzled orc with a missing tusk, eyes me warily, his hand inching towards something under the counter. "Where's Grokus?" I demand, slamming my fist on the counter hard enough to make the mugs rattle and spill their contents. The acrid smell of cheap ale fills my nostrils as I glare at the bartender, my eyes scanning the room, daring anyone to lie to me. I know you lowlifes know something. Start talking, or I'll tear this place apart board by board. The threat works like a charm. The bartender's one good eye widens, and he mumbles something about a tavern wench who often entertains Grokus when he's passing through the streets. I toss him a coin, the metal clinking against the worn wood, and storm out, signaling my team to regroup with a sharp whistle. As we gather in a nearby alley, taking a moment to catch our breath and contemplate our next moves, Gruul falls in step beside me. His tusks glint in the dim light as he speaks. "Captain, what's the deal with this human? Never seen you so worked up over a piece of tail before. She must be something special to get you this riled up." I clench my jaw, considering how to answer. The truth is, I'm not entirely sure myself. "She's different," I finally mutter, running a hand over my face. "It ain't just some conquest. She's got fire in her, a spirit I ain't seen before, and I'll be damned if I let that bastard Grokus snuff it out." Gruul raises an eyebrow, his tusks twitching with amusement. "You fallen for a human, Sarod. That ain't like you. Never thought I'd see the day." I grunt, running a hand over my face as I try to sort through the jumble of emotions churning in my gut. I don't know what it is, I admit, surprising myself with the honesty. The words tumble out before I can stop them. "She's gotten under my skin, Gruul. In my blood. It's like nothing I've ever felt before." You know what? I getcha." Gruul slams his hand into my back, nearly knocking the wind out of me. "I felt the same way when I met Dana. Knocked me on my butt, she did. I just figured you'd be the type to find yourself a female orc and marry her, you know? Keep the bloodline pure and all that." "Why?" I raise a brow, genuinely curious. Gruul shrugs, his tusks jutting out as he ponders. "Those females are important, you know that. Keeping the tribe strong and all. And I always thought you'd want the best of the best for yourself. Some warrior princess type to match your big bad self on the Zerfix pitch." "Huh," I mumble, shaking my head and running a hand through my coarse hair. The thought of some orc princess pales in comparison to Josie's fire. Josie is the best of the best. She's got more fight in her little finger than most orcs I know. If she's making you act like this, then I believe that." Gruul eyes me with newfound respect. "Never seen you so worked up over a female before. Human or not, she must be something special." "Yeah." I pick at the rough patches on my hands. Years and years of training have hardened my flesh into the way it is. I can't let Grokus hurt her. She's mine to protect. The words feel strange on my tongue, but right. I've never felt this way about anyone, let alone a human. But Josie, she's wormed her way into my heart, past all the walls I've built up over the years. The thought of Grokus laying a finger on her makes my vision go red, my fists clenching at my sides. "We'll get her back, boss," Gruul assures me, his voice gruff but sincere. He claps a meaty hand on my shoulder, his grip firm and reassuring. "And we'll make that bastard Grokus pay. He won't know what hit him when we're through." I nod, a low growl rumbling in my chest. "Damn straight we will. Grokus has no idea what he's unleashed. I'll tear this whole damn city apart if that's what it takes to find her." I clench my fists, my muscles coiled tight with tension. Grokus thinks he can take what's mine. He's about to learn a painful lesson. "Captain!" Groknak's voice cuts through my thoughts like a blade. He jogs up, slightly out of breath, his massive form heaving with each intake. "Got a lead. Some drunk at the Broken Tusk says Grokus bought a property on the outskirts. Old farmhouse, abandoned for years. Sounds like the perfect hideout for that bastard." My heart pounds faster, a rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. "That's gotta be it." "Good work, Groknak," I growl, clapping him on the shoulder. My mind's already racing, plotting our next move. I turn to face my team, their eyes fixed on me with determination. These orcs have fought by my side on the Zerfix field, their bodies as battered and scarred as mine. But this is different. Personal. The air crackles with tension as I meet each of their gazes. They know what Josie means to me. "Listen up!" I growl. The words rumble from deep in my chest, carrying the weight of my rage. Grokus crossed a line. He took someone important to me. Someone I hesitate, the words unfamiliar and almost sticking in my throat. Emotions I've kept buried for so long threaten to surface. Someone I care about. This ain't just about getting her back. It's about sending a message. No one messes with what's ours. I clench my fists, feeling my nails dig into my palms. The thought of Josie in Grocus's clutches makes my blood boil. I've faced down opponents on the Zerfix field without flinching. But this fear for her safety is something entirely new. Gruul steps forward, his scarred face set in determination. His eyes, usually gleaming with mischief before a match, now burn with a fierce loyalty. We're with you, Sarod, to the end. The others nod, a chorus of grunts and affirmations rising from the group. Fists pound against chests, a rhythmic sound of solidarity. Their loyalty warms something inside me, a feeling I'm not used to. It's like the rush before a Zerfix match, but deeper, steadier. For a moment I'm caught off guard by the intensity of it all, their unwavering support, my own tangled emotions. But I push it down, focusing on the task at hand. Josie needs me, needs us, and by all the gods, we're gonna get her back. Josie ain't just some human, I continue, surprising myself with the raw honesty in my voice. She's part of us now, and we protect our own. The words feel strange on my tongue, but right. I've never been one for sappy speeches, but damn if this situation doesn't call for it. I see the surprise in their eyes, but also understanding. They've seen the change in me, even if I've been too stubborn to admit it. I've been too stubborn to admit it to myself, but there's no denying it now. Josie's gotten under my skin in a way no one else ever has. We go in hard and fast. I lay out the plan, my voice growing harder as I focus on the task ahead. No mercy for Grocus or anyone stupid enough to stand with him. That bastard's gonna regret the day he ever laid eyes on her. I clench my fists, imagining the satisfying crunch of bone beneath my knuckles. But Josie... My voice softens slightly, betraying the depth of my feelings. We get her out safe, no matter what. Anyone who so much as bruises her is gonna answer to me personally. The team nods, their faces set with grim determination. I feel a surge of pride and gratitude for these orcs who stand beside me. Gruul and Groknak, my most trusted teammates, flank me on either side, their massive frames radiating lethal intent. Let's move, I growl, leading the way forward. With every step, my resolve hardens. Josie's face flashes in my mind, her defiant eyes, her stubborn chin, the way she looks at me when she thinks I'm not watching. The memory of her soft skin under my calloused hands fuels my rage, making my blood boil hotter with each passing moment. I'm coming for you, Josie. And Grocus better pray to whatever gods he believes in before I get my hands on him. My fists clench and unclench at my sides, itching for the satisfying crunch of that bastard's bones. The air around us crackles with tension as we march forward, a small army of vengeance with a singular purpose. Grocus has no idea what kind of fury he's unleashed.
Chapter 22. Josie. I clench my jaw, refusing to let Grocus see the terror coursing through my veins. His massive form looms over me, tusks gleaming in the dim light of his lair. The stench of sweat and malice hangs heavy in the air, making my stomach churn. I force myself to meet his cruel gaze. "Sarod's little pet," he sneers, running a calloused finger along my cheek. I jerk away, chains rattling, the cold metal biting into my wrists. "Not so brave now, are you?" I summon every ounce of defiance I can muster. "Go screw yourself," I spit, my voice raw but steady. His backhand comes swift and hard, snapping my head to the side. Pain explodes across my face, stars dancing in my vision. I taste blood, metallic and warm. But I swallow the cry that threatens to escape, biting the inside of my cheek until I'm sure I won't make a sound. I won't give him the satisfaction of hearing me scream. Instead, I slowly turn back to face him, my eyes burning with hatred and determination. As Grocus paces back and forth, his heavy footsteps echoing in the dank chamber, I strain to catch his muttered words. Revenge, teaching Sarod a lesson. It's all a jumbled mess of threats and curses. I've become used to his incoherent rambling at this point. My heart races as my eyes dart around the room, desperately seeking an escape. There, a small window near the ceiling catches my attention. It's barely big enough for me to squeeze through, but it's something, a glimmer of possibility. If I could just reach it. But the chains. Gods, the chains. Cold metal bites into my wrists and ankles, the icy touch a constant reminder of my captivity. They anchor me to the wall with brutal efficiency, leaving me helpless and exposed. I test them quietly, wincing as they dig deeper into my flesh. Even if I could somehow break free, Grocus's watchful gaze never strays far. His beady eyes flick back to me every few seconds, filled with a mixture of cruel satisfaction and barely contained rage. Sarod will come, I tell myself, clinging to the thought like a lifeline. He has to. The memory of his fierce protectiveness at the arena gives me a flicker of hope, warming me from the inside out. I remember the fire in his eyes, the way he stood between me and danger without hesitation. I cling to that image, using it to fuel my determination. I won't give up. I can't. I have to stay strong, stay alert, and be ready for any opportunity. Somehow, someway, I'll find a way out of this. I have to believe that, or I'll go crazy. I start formulating a plan in my head, my mind racing through possibilities. If I can somehow distract Grocus, maybe loosen these chains. There has to be a weak link, something I can exploit. I scan the room, trying not to be too obvious about it, searching for anything that might give me an edge. Don't get any ideas, Grocus growls, his beady eyes narrowing as he notices my wandering gaze. He yanks on the chain with his meaty green hand, jerking me forward so hard I nearly lose my balance. You're not going anywhere until Sarod comes crawling, and trust me, he will. I glare up at him, mustering every ounce of defiance I can. He'll destroy you, I spit out, my voice filled with venom. You have no idea what you've done, Grocus. When Sarod gets here, you'll wish you'd never laid eyes on me. Grocus laughs, a cruel sound that sends shivers down my spine. It's a guttural, menacing noise that echoes off the walls, making me feel even smaller. We'll see about that, little human. We'll see. His yellow eyes gleam with malicious delight, clearly relishing my predicament. I swallow hard, but force myself to meet his gaze. He's already beat you up once. What makes you think he won't do it again? The words come out stronger than I feel, fueled by a desperate bravado. Grocus pauses, his expression darkening as he sends me a glare that could melt stone. His massive fists ball up, knuckles cracking ominously. What did you say to me, you little trollop? He snarls, taking a threatening step closer. I huff out a breath, my heart racing. I don't have anything to lose anymore, so I might as well go all in. Sarod can wipe the floor with you, I spit out, and he'll do it again once he realizes that you have me. Before I can finish, his fist collides with my abdomen, knocking all of the wind out of me. I double over, gasping and choking as pain explodes through my midsection. Tears spring to my eyes, but I blink them back furiously. I'm not too surprised that he's subjecting me to this. He's a brute, through and through. As I struggle to catch my breath, I silently pray that Sarod will come soon, before Grocus decides to do worse. I grit my teeth, fighting back tears as pain radiates through my body. Grocus's fists are like hammers, each blow threatening to shatter my resolve. But I won't break. I can't. The metallic taste of blood fills my mouth, and my tongue sweeps over the cut that has sliced along my bottom lip. Still, I force myself to meet his gaze, refusing to show weakness. "Is that all you've got?" I taunt, tasting blood on my lips. My words come out slurred, but I push on. "No wonder Sarod kicked your butt. You hit like a little punk." Grokus's eyes flash with rage, a vein pulsing in his temple. He grabs my throat, meaty fingers digging into my flesh as he slams me against the wall. The impact knocks what little air I have left from my lungs. "You dare mock me, human filth!" he snarls, his foul breath hot on my face. I wheeze out a laugh, even as black spots dance in my vision. My chained hands claw uselessly at his grip, but I refuse to beg. "You're pathetic," I choke out. "Kidnapping me because you're jealous of everything Sarod has accomplished. You can't compete with him, can you? Not on the Zerfix pitch, not anywhere else." His grip tightens, his meaty fingers digging deeper into my flesh. I can feel my pulse throbbing against his palm, each beat a desperate attempt to keep me alive. I gasp for air, my lungs burning, but I refuse to back down. "What's wrong, Grokus?" I manage to wheeze out, a defiant smirk playing on my lips. "Scared of a little human? Can't handle the truth?" With a roar that shakes the very walls, he picks me up by the neck. I slam into the wall behind me with a sickening thud. Pain explodes through my ribs and back, radiating outward in waves of agony. For a moment the world spins, but I grit my teeth and force myself to my feet, swaying slightly. "You think you're tough?" I spit a mouthful of blood at his feet, watching it splatter across his boots. The metallic taste lingers on my tongue, a reminder of my own mortality. "You're nothing but a coward, a big green coward who can't stand in Sarod's shadow." Grokus charges at me like a raging bull, his face contorted with fury. He swings wildly, his massive fists cutting through the air. I dodge the first punch, feeling the whoosh of air as it barely misses my face, but the second catches me square in the stomach. I double over, wheezing, as all the air rushes out of my lungs. My vision blurs, but I refuse to fall. Not yet, not to him. "Not so brave now, are you?" he sneers, grabbing a fistful of my hair and yanking my head back. The pain shoots through my scalp, but I grit my teeth, refusing to give him the satisfaction of hearing me whimper. I meet his gaze, defiant. My vision's blurry, but I can still see the rage in his eyes. "Still braver than you'll ever be," I spit out, tasting blood on my lips. The beating continues, a relentless storm of fists and fury. I lose track of time, my world narrowing to flashes of pain and Grokus's twisted face. Each blow feels like it's tearing me apart, but I won't break. I can't. His knuckles connect with my ribs, and I hear something crack. The pain is blinding, but I swallow my scream. Finally, he steps back, breathing hard. His chest heaves and sweat drips down his green skin. I slump against the wall, every inch of me screaming in agony. But I refuse to cry out. My body feels like it's on fire, but I force myself to stay conscious, to keep my eyes locked on him. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me collapse. "Where's your precious Sarod now?" Grokus taunts, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his meaty hand. His breath comes in ragged pants, testament to the effort he's exerted in beating me. The question hits harder than any punch, twisting in my gut like a knife. Hours have passed, each minute stretching into an eternity of pain and fear. Why hasn't Sarod come? The doubt I've been fighting all this time creeps in, poisonous and cold, seeping into my bones. What if he doesn't care? The thought makes my chest tighten. What if I'm just another human to him, not worth the trouble or risk? I try to push the idea away, but it clings to me, persistent as a shadow. I close my eyes, feeling hope slip away like sand through my fingers. The darkness behind my eyelids offers no comfort, only amplifying the ache in my heart. Maybe I was wrong about Sarod, about everything. Maybe this is what I get for daring to hope, for thinking I could find something real in this brutal world. Maybe I'm truly alone, just as I've always been.
Chapter 23. Sarod. The information we've gathered burns in my mind like a white-hot brand. We've finally pinpointed the exact location of Grokus's hideout. Every second wasted is another moment Josie suffers at that bastard's hands. My blood boils at the thought, and I clench my fists so hard my knuckles crack. I clench my jaw, listening to my teammates' hushed conversation. Their words only fuel the rage burning inside me. Bastard knew what he was doing, Thok mumbles, shaking his head. His usually booming voice is low, tinged with anger and concern. This hideout is secluded. It's as if he was planning to do something like this for a while. The thought makes my stomach churn. Has he been trying to mess with me for a long time? Has he been waiting for this moment? Is he crazy? Zorg asks, the youthful glint in his eyes shimmering with morbid curiosity. His gaze darts between us, searching for answers. Or maybe he's done this before to other human women. The suggestion sends a chill down my spine. I don't care much about humans, but to think he might be preying on them haphazardly is a bit disconcerting, even for the likes of me. I don't know, but he's dangerous, Gruel pipes in, his gruff voice laced with worry. He crosses his muscular arms, a deep frown etched on his face. And he's taken Sarod's girl. That's a recipe for disaster. His words hang heavy in the air, and I feel the weight of their stares on me. They're right, and they know it. Grokus has crossed a line, and there's no telling what I might do when I get my hands on him. Listen up, I growl, barely containing the rage simmering beneath the surface. The faces of my teammates are grim, their eyes locked on me, reflecting the same determination I feel. We've got one shot at this. Grokus is expecting us, but he doesn't know we're coming now. The element of surprise is our best weapon. I lay out a crude map on the table, pointing to key locations with my calloused finger. The parchment crinkles under the pressure as I trace our plan of attack. Thok, you and Gruel take the back entrance. I need you two to be silent as death itself. Zorg, you need to watch the front in case he tries to escape there. Keep your wits about you, kid. I'm going in by myself, and I need you all to brace yourselves to catch Grokus if he slips past me. The bastard is a coward, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to run. If he does, don't hesitate. Take him down, hard and fast. My calloused finger traces the path we'll take, each movement deliberate and precise. The parchment crinkles softly beneath my touch, a physical representation of our plan coming to life. We move fast. We move quiet, I growl. I don't think Grokus has any allies with him, but if he does, they're as good as dead. Like he is. The words taste like venom on my tongue, but I mean every single one of them. I want to be the one to rip the life out of his body when this is all said and done. I look each of my teammates in the eye, one by one. Thok, Gruel, Zorg. I see the same fire that burns in my gut reflected in their gazes. There's determination there, as well as a hint of bloodlust. Good. We'll need that. Remember, I say, my voice dropping even lower. Josie's our priority. No matter what happens, we get her out safe. I clench my fist, feeling my nails dig into my palm. I'll deal with Grokus personally. The promise in those words hangs heavy in the air. Grokus will pay for what he's done, and I'll be the one to collect. My fists clench at my sides, knuckles white with tension. And this isn't just about me or Josie, by the way. It's about showing that piece of crap that he can't mess with one of ours. We're a team, on and off the Zerfix pitch. I pause, letting my words sink in. The air around us feels thick with tension, and I can see the fire in their eyes matching my own. Grokus needs to learn that his actions have consequences. We protect our own, no matter what. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. The rage inside me threatens to boil over, but I force it down. I need to be clear-headed for this. My heart pounds in my chest, each beat a reminder of what's at stake. We go in fast and hard. No hesitation. Remember your positions and stick to the plan. Any questions? I growl, scanning their faces. My voice is low, dangerous. barely containing the fury that's been building since I heard what Grokus did. The silence that follows is charged with anticipation. My team nods, their faces set with determination. Thok cracks his knuckles, a grim smile playing on his lips. The sound echoes in the quiet, a promise of violence to come. Gruul and Zorg exchange a look, a silent communication passing between them. I can see the same fire burning in their eyes that I feel in my gut. I clench my jaw, tasting the metallic tang of blood where my tusk has nicked my lip. Good. Let it fuel me. Let it remind me of what we're fighting for. Josie's face flashes in my mind, and my resolve hardens even further. We're more than just a Zerfix team. We're family, and family protects its own. Good. Let's move out. I turn on my heel, leading the way. The sound of heavy footsteps behind me is reassuring. We're in this together, and Grokus won't know what hit him. We approach Grokus's hideout, my veins pounding with pure rage. The weight of my feelings for Josie hits me like a punch to the gut. How did this human girl become so important to me? When did she stop being just a thief I was punishing and become everything? Images of Josie flash through my mind. Her defiant glare when I first caught her stealing my chain. The softness in her eyes when we shared a quiet moment. The fire in her touch when we finally came together. Each memory fuels my determination to get her back. I can almost feel her warmth, smell her scent. It drives me mad, knowing she's in danger. Don't worry, Josie, I mutter under my breath, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. My fists clench at my sides, muscles coiled tight with tension. I've never felt this way about anyone before, and the intensity of it scares me as much as it empowers me. Grokus has no idea what he's unleashed by taking her. I'll tear his whole damn hideout apart if that's what it takes to bring her home safe. The thought of Grokus laying his filthy hands on her makes my blood boil, rage bubbling up inside me like molten lava. I've never felt this protective over anyone before, not even my closest teammates. I realize now that I'd gladly lay down my life for her, a thought that would have seemed ridiculous just weeks ago. I would have laughed if someone had told me I'd feel this way about a human woman, especially given what happened with Connie. As we creep closer to the hideout, the air thick with tension, I signal my team to take their positions. Thok and Gruul nod silently, their faces set with grim determination. Even young Zorg, usually so eager for action, moves with careful precision. The familiar rush of adrenaline courses through my veins, but this time it's different. This is about saving the woman I love, and failure isn't an option. Love. The word echoes in my mind, unfamiliar yet undeniable. I've never let myself be this vulnerable before, never allowed anyone to mean this much to me. But Josie... She shouldered her way past all my defenses, breaking down walls I didn't even know I had. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what's to come. The fear of losing her claws at my insides, a cold, gnawing sensation that threatens to overwhelm me. But I push it down, refusing to let it take control. I can't afford to let it cloud my judgment now. Instead, I let it fuel me, sharpening my focus to a dagger's edge. Every sense feels heightened, every sound and smell amplified in the tense silence. With a final nod to my team, I move towards the entrance. Every muscle in my body is coiled tight, ready for action. I can almost feel Josie's presence, drawing me in like a beacon in the darkness. It's as if there's an invisible thread connecting us, pulling me toward her with an urgency I've never experienced before. Hold on, Josie, I think fiercely, my jaw clenching with determination. I'm coming for you. And Grokus is going to regret the day he ever laid eyes on you. The thought of him touching her, hurting her, makes me want to destroy everything in my path. I've never wanted to crush someone's skull as badly as I do right now. But I force myself to stay focused, channeling that rage into a cold, calculated fury. There will be a moment where I have Grokus under me as I snuff his life out. And that will be a glorious moment. But right now I have to know that Josie is in there, and that she's okay. I can almost feel her presence like a flickering flame in the darkness. Every fiber of my being screams to charge in, but I know better. I've got to be smart about this. One wrong move, and it could cost Josie her life. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what's to come. Whatever happens, I'm not leaving here without her.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 24. Josie. I clench my fists so tight my nails dig painfully into my palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks as I glare daggers at Grocus. The bastard's got a smug, self-satisfied grin plastered on his ugly mug as he paces back and forth in front of me like some predator toying with its prey. His beady eyes rove over my body in a way that makes my skin crawl and my stomach churn with disgust. "Look at you," he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. "Thinking you're something special just 'cause Sarod's taken a liking to you. But we both know what you really are. Nothing but human trash. A plaything he'll toss aside when he's done." I feel a spark of defiance flare in my chest, hot and bright. Without thinking, I spit at his feet, a glob of saliva landing dangerously close to his worn boots. "And you're nothing but a spineless coward who can't handle a real fight," I snarl back. "You're just jealous Sarod sees something in me. We share something special that you've never experienced before, and you hate that." Grocus's face contorts with rage, his tusks gleaming in the dim light as he bares his teeth. He lunges forward, meaty fingers grabbing my chin roughly. The stench of his breath washes over me as he growls. "Watch your mouth, little girl. You have no idea what I'm capable of." I wrench my face away from his grip, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. But I refuse to let him see my fear. I meet his gaze, my own eyes burning with defiance. "Oh, I think I do," I spit back, my voice steadier than I feel. "You're weak, Grocus. That's why you had to kidnap me instead of facing Sarod like a real warrior." His nostrils flare, and for a moment, I think he might hit me. I brace myself, muscles tensing, ready for the blow. I'm used to it by now. Instead, he turns away with a snarl, stomping over to a nearby table. The sound of metal scraping against stone fills the air, sending chills down my spine as he picks up a wicked-looking blade. My breath catches in my throat as he examines the edge, the firelight glinting off its cruel curve. What have I gotten myself into? I feel my breathing quicken as Grocus's words sink in. The threat hangs heavy in the air, suffocating me with its weight. I struggle to maintain my composure, but I can feel my hands trembling at my sides. "You think I'm weak?" he growls, running a finger along the edge of the weapon. His eyes gleam with a savage hunger that makes my skin crawl. "Let's see how brave you are when I start carving you up." I swallow hard, fighting to keep my voice steady. The taste of fear is bitter on my tongue, but I refuse to let him see how terrified I truly am. "You really think hurting me will prove anything?" I challenge, mustering every ounce of defiance I can. It'll just show everyone how pathetic you really are. Grokus's eyes narrow as he turns back to me, the blade glinting in the dim light. The way he looks at me, like I'm nothing more than prey, sends ice through my veins. "Oh, I'm going to do more than hurt you, girl," he snarls, his voice dripping with malice. "By the time I'm done, Sarod won't even recognize what's left of you." I feel my breath catch in my throat, my mind racing to find a way out of this nightmare. Panic claws at my insides, threatening to overwhelm me. But as Grokus takes a menacing step towards me, his hulking frame blocking out what little light filters into this hellhole, I realize with sickening clarity that I might not walk away from this encounter unscathed, if I walk away at all. He moves closer, the tip of the blade hovering inches from my face. I can see my own terrified reflection in its polished surface, my eyes wide with fear. The stench of his breath washes over me, reeking of stale ale and malice. But I force myself to meet Grokus's gaze, refusing to back down even as every instinct screams at me to cower. "You're nothing but a coward," I spit out, even as my heart threatens to beat out of my chest. My voice wavers slightly, but I press on, summoning every ounce of defiance I can muster. "Sarod will find me, and when he does, you'll regret ever laying a hand on me. He'll make you wish you'd never been born, you pathetic excuse for an orc." That's when I hear it, a distant crash, followed by shouts and the unmistakable sound of splintering wood. My heart leaps into my throat, a surge of wild hope coursing through me like liquid fire. Could it be? Is Sarod really here, coming to my rescue? Grokus's ugly face twists in confusion, his beady eyes darting towards the commotion near the front entrance of his lair. His grip on my arm loosens just a fraction. "What?" he snarls, momentarily distracted from tormenting me. I can see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, replacing the cruel satisfaction that had been there moments before. I struggle against the chains binding my wrists, wincing as they chafe against my raw skin. The pain barely registers through the adrenaline now pumping through my veins, turning my blood to lightning. My whole body trembles with desperate anticipation. I was right all along. Sarod didn't forget about me. He's here, tearing through Grokus's defences like they're made of paper. A hysterical laugh bubbles up in my throat, but I choke it back. I can't let Grokus see how much this means to me, how much hope has suddenly blossomed in my chest. The sounds grow louder, grunts of exertion and the unmistakable roar that can only belong to one orc. Sarod. He came for me. Despite everything, despite our rocky start and all the reasons he shouldn't care, he actually came. "Sounds like your boyfriend's here," Grokus sneers, grabbing my chin roughly. His fingers dig into my skin, and I can smell his rancid breath as he leans in close. The stench makes my stomach churn. Too bad he won't find you in one piece. His eyes glitter with malice, and I fight the urge to shrink away from his touch. "I told you he was coming for me, you idiot," I reply with enough venom in my voice to kill an army. "He cares for me. He loves me." The words burst out of me before I can stop them, a declaration that surprises even me with its intensity. "Shut up," Grokus growls, tightening his grip on my chin. His fingers press so hard I'm sure they'll leave bruises. "Shut up." His face contorts with rage, and for a moment, I think he's going to start choking the life out of me right here and now. I brace myself, determined not to show weakness, even as my pulse thunders in my ears. He wants to kill my spirit, but I've been through far too much in this life to let an orc like him triumph over me. "No, I won't shut up." I grip my teeth, a spark of defiance flaring up inside me. The pain from his grip only fuels my anger, and I meet his gaze without flinching. "You're the one who's going to be in pieces when he's done with you," I snarl back. My voice comes out stronger than I feel, but I cling to that strength, refusing to let Grokus see how terrified I really am. The door to the room suddenly splinters, wood flying everywhere as something, or someone, crashes through it with stone-shattering force. My breath hitches in my throat, and I can barely breathe, every nerve in my body electrified with tension and hope. Sarod! I can't help but cry out, straining against my bonds with renewed vigour. My heart races, pure relief coursing through me like a tidal wave. I can feel the chains digging into my skin, but I barely notice the pain. My eyes lock onto his, and in that moment, nothing else matters. He's here. He came for me. The fury etched across his face makes my chest tighten with emotion. He cares about me. He's here for me. He loves me. All of those nights of self-doubt, wondering if I don't matter to him, those were all futile. With one action, Sarod has put to rest all of those sabotaging thoughts. Grocus whirls around, his face contorting with rage. He flips the blade from one hand to another, the metal gleaming ominously in the dim light. "Come on then, you love-struck fool," he growls, baring his yellowed teeth. "Let's see if you can save your little human tramp." His words drip with venom, and I feel a chill run down my spine. The dust settles, revealing Sarod standing in the doorway, his massive frame filling the space. He's breathing heavily, his chest heaving with each breath. His eyes lock onto mine for a split second, and I see a storm of emotions there. Relief, fury, and something else that makes my breath catch. It's intense, almost primal, and it sends a jolt through me. "Get away from her," Sarod growls. The sound rumbles through the room, and I can feel the tension crackling in the air. Now. That single word carries the weight of a threat, and I can see Grocus tense up, readying himself for a fight. He growls low, tightening his hold on the dagger with a flex of his fist. I hold my breath, knowing that whatever happens next will determine my fate.
Chapter 25. Sarod. I stand there, my blood boiling as I take in the sight before me. Josie, chained to the wall, her face and arms marred with bruises and cuts. The fury inside me threatens to explode, and I clench my fist so tight I can feel my nails digging into my palms. I feel the rage coursing through my veins, my muscles tensing as I face Grocus. "You're gonna pay for this, you idiot," I snarl, baring my tusks. My voice is low and dangerous, dripping with the promise of violence. "I'm gonna make you wish you'd never laid eyes on her. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be begging for mercy." Grocus sneers, his ugly face twisting into a grotesque mask of hatred. The sight of him makes my stomach turn. "Big words from a human lover," he spits, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You could have any female on this continent, Sarod. Any of them, and you chose this piece of trash? You've gone soft, you pathetic excuse for an orc." I clench my fists, fighting the urge to lunge at him right then and there. "She means more to me than you realize," I growl, my words laced with a conviction that surprises even me. "Josie's worth 100 of you, Grocus. You're nothing but a coward who preys on the weak." "Yeah?" he taunts, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "And that's why I'm gonna kill her after I kill you. I'll make it slow too. Make her suffer for turning you into this disgrace." His words send a chill down my spine, but I refuse to let him see how much they affect me. I know I have to end this, here and now, for Josie's sake and my own. Without warning, he charges at me, the dagger glinting menacingly in the dim light. I force myself to stay calm, to remember my training. I'm ready for him. As he lunges, I sidestep with a quickness that surprises even me, grabbing his wrist and twisting hard. I hear the satisfying crack of bone, feeling it reverberate through my hand, and the dagger clatters to the floor with a metallic ring. Grocus howls in pain, a sound that should make me flinch but instead fuels my determination. I'm not done yet, not by a long shot. I slam my fist into his gut, putting all my weight behind it, driving the air from his lungs with a sickening whoosh. He doubles over, gasping like a fish out of water, but manages to throw a wild punch that grazes my jaw. It stings a bit. A flash of heat across my skin, but I barely feel it through the rage coursing through my veins. My blood is on fire, every nerve ending alive with the thrill of the fight. This ends now, I think grimly, readying myself for the next move. I wipe the blood from my mouth with the back of my hand, tasting copper on my tongue. My heart's pounding, but I'm not about to let this bastard see any weakness. Is that all you got? I taunt, spitting a glob of red onto the ground. No wonder you had to chain her up. Couldn't handle a human girl otherwise, huh? The words come out sharp, dripping with venom. Grokus's face contorts with rage, his yellowed tusks bared in a snarl. He roars, a sound that would make most men piss themselves, and charges at me like a rabid beast. This time I don't dodge. I meet him head-on, bracing for impact. We collide with a bone-jarring thud, grappling furiously. My muscles strain as we each try to overpower the other, locked in a brutal test of strength. I can feel his hot, rancid breath on my face, see the madness swirling in his bloodshot eyes. But all I can think about is Josie, her soft smile, her gentle touch. Josie, who's hurt and scared because of this idiot. The thought of her suffering at his hands makes my blood boil, giving me a surge of strength I didn't know I had. I headbutt him, feeling his nose crunch under the impact. The sickening sound of cartilage giving way sends a jolt of satisfaction through me. He staggers back, blood pouring down his face in a crimson cascade. I press my advantage, raining blows on him with all the fury I can muster. Each punch is for Josie, for every mark on her body, for every moment of fear she's endured because of this bastard. My fists connect with brutal force, to his jaw, his ribs, anywhere I can reach. The pain in my knuckles only fuels my rage. I want him to feel a fraction of what Josie felt, to understand the consequences of his actions. Sarod! Josie's voice cuts through the red haze of my rage like a beacon. I glance at her, seeing the hope shining in her eyes. She nods, offering a smile that's both fierce and encouraging. Get that jerk for me! Her words ignite something primal within me. I turn back to Grokus, a growl rumbling in my chest. With pleasure, I mumble, spitting blood from my split lip. I crack my neck, ready to finish this once and for all. I see the desperation in Grokus's eyes as he lunges for the fallen dagger, thinking he's caught me off guard. But I'm not some rookie fighter. I've been in too many scraps to fall for such an obvious ploy. With lightning-fast reflexes honed from years on the Zerfix pitch, I lash out with my foot, sending the blade skittering across the ground and well out of his reach. Before he can recover, I seize him by the throat, my fingers digging into his grimy green skin. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength, I hoist him off his feet, savoring the way his legs dangle uselessly in the air. It's over, I growl. I stare into his bulging eyes, watching as the realization of defeat settles in. You lost, and this time there's no coming back from it. Screw you, he snarls. Screw you! Thok! I yell out, beckoning my teammate in. Come help me tie him up! Within seconds, Thok rumbles in and holds down Grokus as he flails wildly against our grips. With a metallic chain, he binds his wrists together as well as his ankles. He howls and screams curses at us, but it doesn't matter. He'll no longer be a problem for us after this. Are we just going to leave him like this? Thok asks, staring down at the enraged Grokus on the ground. I huff. He made a mistake by picking such a secluded spot. No one's going to find him, and no one's going to help him. Damn. Thok smacks me on the back. I like the way you think, Captain. I turn quickly, my eyes scanning the dimly lit room until they land on Josie. Relief floods through me as I see her standing there, battered but alive. My jaw clenches tightly, adrenaline making my hands shake. Josie, I breathe, her name a prayer on my lips. In an instant, I'm by her side, my hands hovering over her, afraid to touch her and cause more pain. I start working at freeing her from the chains. Are you okay? Did he hurt you badly? She looks up at me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. I'm all right, she whispers, her voice hoarse. You came for me. The simple statement hits me like a punch to the gut. Of course, I came for her. I'd tear the world apart to find her if I had to. The realization of how much she means to me is overwhelming. I gently cup her face in my hands, my thumbs brushing away the dirt and tears. Always, I promise fiercely. I'll always come for you, Josie. We stand there for a moment, just looking at each other. There's so much I want to say, so many emotions swirling inside me. Gratitude that she's safe, rage at what Grokus did to her, and something else, something deeper that I'm not quite ready to name. I hear Thok clear his throat behind us. Captain, we should go, he says softly, in case Grokus has any more goons that show up. His words snap me back to reality, reminding me of the danger we're still in. I nod, not taking my eyes off Josie. Her face is streaked with dirt and tears, and my heart clenches at the sight. Can you walk? I ask her, my voice gentler than I've ever heard it. She nods, but as she takes a step, she stumbles. Her legs buckle beneath her, and I react instantly. Without hesitation, I scoop her up into my arms, cradling her against my chest. She feels so small, so fragile, and I'm struck by a fierce need to protect her. The contrast between her delicate form and my bulky, scarred body isn't lost on me. I've got you, I murmur, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. The tenderness of the gesture surprises even me, but it feels right. Her warmth against my chest, the way she nestles into me, it awakens something primal and protective within me. I tighten my grip, silently vowing that nothing will ever harm her again, not while I draw breath. As we make our way out of Grokus's hideout, my teammates flank us, watchful and protective. They don't say anything, but I can feel their support, their understanding. They've seen something change in me, and they're accepting it without question. Once we're outside, I pause, looking down at Josie nestled in my arms. Her eyes are closed, her head resting against my shoulder. Despite everything she's been through, she looks peaceful, like she feels safe with me.
Chapter 26. Josie. I sink into the plush cushions of Sarod's couch, my body aching from Grokus's cruelty. Sarod's massive form looms over me, his amber eyes filled with concern. My heart races as he kneels beside me, his calloused hands surprisingly gentle as they examine my wounds. "This'll sting a bit," he grunts, uncorking a vial of pungent green liquid. I wince as he applies the salve to my bruises, but the pain quickly fades to a soothing warmth. His fingers work methodically, tracing patterns across my skin as he mutters guttural incantations. A soft glow emanates from his touch, and I feel the swelling subside. "How'd you learn to do this?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarod's lips quirk into a half-smile. "Zerfix ain't for the faint of heart. You learn to patch yourself up or you don't last long." As he continues his ministrations, I'm struck by the tenderness in his actions. This isn't the same orc who berated and threatened me. This is something else entirely. "Why'd you come for me?" The question slips out before I can stop it. Sarod's hands pause, his eyes meeting mine. "Because you're mine," he growls, but there's no malice in his voice, just raw emotion that makes my breath catch. Overwhelmed, I feel tears welling up in my eyes. I try to blink them away, but they spill down my cheeks. Sarod's thumb brushes them away, his touch impossibly gentle. "Thank you," I choke out, my gratitude threatening to consume me. Sarod doesn't respond with words. Instead, he pulls me into his arms, cradling me against his broad chest. I bury my face in the crook of his neck, inhaling his musky scent as I let the tears flow freely. I sink into Sarod's embrace, tears streaming down my face as I cry into his neck. His skin is warm and rough against mine, his scent enveloping me. He holds me tight, one hand cradling the back of my head, the other stroking my back in a soothing rhythm. I feel his lips brush against my temple, feather-light and gentle. "It's over, Josie," he murmurs, his voice a low rumble. "You're safe now." His kisses trail down from my temple to my cheek, soft and tender. I cling to him, my fingers digging into his shoulders as I let out a shuddering breath. His lips find the corner of my mouth, and I turn into him, seeking more of his touch. "Sarod," I whisper, his name a plea on my lips. "Please." He responds with a low growl, capturing my mouth with his. His kiss is gentle yet fierce, filled with a hunger that mirrors my own. I open up to him, my hands sliding up to tangle in his dark hair as I pull him closer. His kisses start to trail lower, from my mouth to my jaw, then down to my neck. I tilt my head back, giving him better access as I beg for more. "Please, Sarod, don't stop." He growls against my skin, his hands moving to cup my face as he trails kisses down to my collarbone. Each touch of his lips sends shivers down my spine, igniting a fire within me that I didn't know existed. I gasp as he nips at the sensitive skin, my body arching into his touch. "Sarod," I whisper again, my voice barely audible. But he hears me. He always hears me. His hands leave my face, trailing down my body as his kisses move lower still. I cling to him, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I beg for his touch. And he complies, his hands and lips working in tandem to explore every inch of my skin as if it were a sacred ground. Before I know it, he helps me onto my stomach so that he can start giving me a massage. I'm in no position to say no, so I comply with his every word and lean into each kiss he gives me. Sarod's hands roam over my body, his calloused fingers tracing the curves of my muscles, soothing the aches that Grokus left behind. I let out a soft moan as he works out the knots in my shoulders, his touch firm yet gentle. The rough pads of his fingers send shivers down my spine, igniting a warmth that spreads through my limbs. Along with his fingers, he trails kisses down my skin as well. "Feel good," he grunts. I nod, leaning into his touch. His hands move lower, kneading the tension from my back, drawing out another moan from deep within me. I can feel the heat of his gaze on my skin, his breath hot on my neck. His fingers dip beneath the waistband of my pants, sending a jolt of anticipation coursing through me. "Sarod," I whisper, the anticipation driving me wild. It doesn't matter that I'm still aching and bruised in some places. I want him. I need him. He growls in response, his hands sliding further down, cupping my and pulling me against him. I can feel his desire pressing against me, his body hard and ready. I gasp as his lips find the sensitive spot on my neck, his teeth grazing against my skin. "Tell me what you want, Josie," he murmurs, his voice a low rumble in my ear. "I don't have to do this if you don't want to." I hesitate for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest, but the warmth of his touch, the hunger in his voice, it draws out a boldness in me that I never knew existed. I turn to face him, my eyes meeting his. "I want you, Sarod," I say, my voice steady and sure. "I want all of you."
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 27. Sarod. The bliss between us doesn't disappear, thankfully. We lay in bed, naked and quiet for the most part. Occasionally, she groans out as she adjusts her position, which I can only imagine is because of her injuries. I trail my fingers along Josie's bruised skin, feeling the warmth beneath my touch. Her body's a map of what she's endured, but I can't help but marvel at her strength. She's here, alive, safe in my arms. The relief I feel is almost overwhelming. My heart swells with intense protectiveness, reminding myself that I'm never going to lose her again. "Thank you," Josie whispers, her voice soft and sincere, "for caring for me." Her eyes meet mine, and I see a vulnerability there that makes my chest tighten. The raw emotion in her gaze is almost too much to bear, but I can't look away. I hum, a low rumble in my chest. "I'd do anything for you." My fingers continue their gentle exploration, tracing the contours of her skin, as if memorizing every inch. I'm careful to avoid the worst of her bruises, my touch feather-light. The warmth of her body seeps into my fingertips, reminding me how close I came to losing her. "You know that, right?" I add, my voice gruff with emotion. "Anything at all." The words slip out before I can stop them, and I'm struck by how true they are. It's somewhat terrifying, this depth of feeling. I've never felt this way about anyone before, let alone a human. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut, leaving me breathless. I find myself wanting to shield her from any future harm, to keep her close and protected. It's a foreign sensation, this fierce desire to put someone else's needs before my own. Josie shifts, nestling closer to me. Her scent fills my nostrils, sweat and musk and hints of her distinctive floral smell. I tighten my arm around her, careful not to aggravate her injuries. The warmth of her body against mine is both comforting and electrifying, a reminder of how close I came to losing her. I thought... I start, then stop. The fear that had gripped me when I realized she was missing threatens to overwhelm me again. My heart races, and I have to take a deep breath to steady myself. "I thought I might lose you." Josie looks up at me, her eyes searching mine. There's a softness in her gaze that I've never seen before, and it makes my chest tighten. "But you didn't. You found me." I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. The joy of having her here safe battles with the lingering fear. What if I hadn't been quick enough? What if Grokus had... The possibilities are too horrific to contemplate, and I feel my muscles tensing at the thought. Gritting my teeth, I try not to imagine that. It would piss me off too easily, and Josie doesn't deserve that side of me right now. She needs my strength, not my rage. I force myself to relax, focusing on the feel of her in my arms, alive and whole. It's a miracle I never want to take for granted again. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what I'm about to say. It's not easy for me to be vulnerable, but Josie deserves to know how I feel. My heart hammers in my chest, and I can feel a thin sheen of sweat on my palms. This isn't like facing down an opponent on the Zerfix field. This is scarier, more raw. When I realized Grokus had taken you, My voice trails off, and I clear my throat, the words sticking like thorns. I've never been so scared in my life. The thought of losing you, it was unbearable. I clench my fist, remembering the gut-wrenching fear that had gripped me. Josie's eyes widen, her lips parting in surprise. A faint blush creeps across her cheeks, and I can see her pulse quicken at the base of her throat. I push on, determined to get it all out, to lay my heart bare for her. I've always been focused on Zerfix, on being the best. But when you were in danger, none of that mattered. All I could think about was getting you back safe. I swallow hard, my gaze never leaving hers. It made me realize something, Josie. Something I should have known all along. You're more important to me than any game, any victory. You're everything. I swallow hard as I admit this, both to Josie and to myself. It's a revelation, really. I've never put anyone above my ambitions before. You mean everything to me, Josie. I know our start wasn't great, but I can't imagine my life without you now. Josie's hand comes up to cup my cheek, her touch gentle. The warmth of her palm against my skin sends a shiver down my spine. Sarod, Her voice trails off, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I shake my head, needing to finish. My heart's pounding so hard I'm sure she can hear it. I want to do better. So much better. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. I've been a jerk, I know that. I treated you horribly because I thought you were just another one of the same humans I'm used to. But you're not. You're so much more than that, and it took me some time to realize that. You make me want to change, to be the kind of orc you deserve. The words hang in the air between us, heavy with promise. I realize in this moment that I'm ready to embrace this new chapter of my life fully. Josie isn't just some human girl anymore. She's become the most important person in my world. The thought of losing her, of going back to the empty, promiscuous life I had before, it's unbearable. I reach out, gently tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. I'm not good with words, Josie, but I hope you can see how much you mean to me. How much I want this to work. She smiles at me, and I swear, I can see the light of the stars in her eyes. From now on, you're my priority, I say, my voice firm with resolve. Not Zerfix, not my reputation. You... Josie's eyes glisten with unshed tears, and I pull her closer, careful of her injuries. As I hold her, I silently vow to myself that I'll do whatever it takes to make this work. Our relationship, unexpected as it is, has become the most precious thing in my life. She trails her fingers along my chest, her touch sending shivers down my spine. And what if Grokus comes back? Her voice is tinged with worry, and I can see the concern in her eyes. He won't, I reply quickly, my tone leaving no room for doubt. And that's for damn sure. He's going to die in that little hole in the wall he's got for himself. It'll be all his fault. I clench my jaw, thinking about that bastard and what he tried to do to Josie. My hand trails my chin as I think about potential obstacles to our relationship. The stubble there is rough against my calloused fingers. My mind settles on one name, one face, one nuisance that has pestered me for a while now. I'd be more worried about Connie, I mutter, almost to myself. Josie perks up slightly at the mention of her name, her body tensing against mine. She's a vindictive type, you know, I explain in a raspy voice. Never likes seeing anyone else happy. Always has to stick her nose where it doesn't belong. I brush my hand through Josie's hair, savoring the silky feel of it between my fingers. I don't know why I tolerated her for so long. Guess I was just too damn blind to see what was right in front of me. Would she try to kidnap me and torture me like Grokus did? Josie quips, a hint of dark humor in her voice. Because if not, I think I can handle her. I've dealt with worse, you know. I know you can, sweetheart, but she likes to get under your skin with her words. You know, acting like you're less than her. Stupid stuff like that. I shake my head, remembering Connie's tactics with a grimace. She's a real piece of work, that one. A witch through and through, but she's been able to manipulate a lot of people with her ways. She's got a quick tongue, that's for damn sure. I'm not worried about her, Josie says, her voice soft but determined as she rests her chin on my chest. Her eyes meet mine, full of trust and something deeper. As long as I'm with you, I'm safe. I know that now. You've proven it time and time again. Yeah? I perk a brow, warmth flooding through me. My hand finds its way to the small of her back, pulling her closer. I didn't think it would ever get to this point between us. I never thought I'd feel this way about anyone, let alone a human. I know. When you used to call me a thief all the time and treat me badly, I thought I'd be better off dead. She reveals, tracing patterns into my skin. I don't know what changed between us or when it happened, but I started realizing I like being around you, despite everything. It was like a switch flipped, and suddenly your presence became something I craved. And now look at us. I can't help but smirk, marveling at how far we've come. Josie nods, a soft smile playing on her lips. It's amazing, isn't it? Who would have thought we'd end up here like this? Indeed. Despite all odds, I fell in love with a human. And I'm not pissed about that at all. In fact, it's the best damn thing that's ever happened to me. I pull her closer, breathing in her scent, savoring the warmth of her body against mine. It's a feeling I never want to lose. A connection I never thought I'd have, especially not with someone like her.
Chapter 28. Josie. My hair gently billows in the breeze as I stand outside of the mansion, tending to the vibrant flowers that bloom in Sarod's garden. The sun warms my skin, and the scent of blooming roses fills the air. It's a far cry from the back-breaking work I used to do around here. Now I choose where I want to help, and the gardens become my sanctuary. Before I know it, strong arms wrap around my waist, pulling me back against a broad chest. Sarod's lips find my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. His touch is electric, igniting a fire within me that I never knew existed before him. "Missed you," he rumbles. The vibration of his words against my skin makes my knees weak. I lean into him, savouring his warmth. The contrast between his rough exterior and gentle embrace never fails to amaze me. "I've been out here for an hour, you big oaf," I tease, my fingers tracing the scars on his forearms. "Too long." His teeth graze my skin, making me gasp. His tenderness and the primal desire in his touch is intoxicating. I turn in his arms, facing him. His amber eyes burn with an intensity that still takes my breath away. The depth of emotion I see there makes my heart race. Who would have thought I'd end up here, falling for the very orc I once despised? Life has a funny way of turning everything upside down, and I wouldn't have it any other way. "The flowers won't tend themselves," I tease, but my hands are already sliding up his chest, tracing the hard planes of muscle beneath his tunic. My body betrays my words, craving his touch. Sarod grins, his tusks glinting in the warm sunlight that filters through the garden. "Screw the flowers," he growls, his amber eyes darkening with desire. His mouth crashes into mine, hungry and demanding. I melt against him, all thoughts of gardening forgotten in an instant. My fingers tangle in his coarse hair as he deepens the kiss, his tongue exploring mine with a fervour that leaves me dizzy and wanting more. The scent of soil and sweat mingles with his unique musk, intoxicating me further. When we finally break apart, both panting heavily, I can't help but smile up at him. My lips tingle, swollen from his passionate assault. "You're insatiable," I breathe, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. "You love it," he growls, nipping at my ear. His hot breath sends shivers down my spine, and I arch into him involuntarily. My hands grip his shoulders, steadying myself as my knees go weak. And damn it, he's right. I do love it. I love him. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut, knocking the air from my lungs. But still, I'm reminded of the life I once led before him, of my home with my mother, the small cottage with its leaky roof and creaky floorboards. The memories flood back, bittersweet and tinged with guilt. I need to visit her soon. It's been too long. Sarod must sense the shift in my mood. He pulls back, brow furrowed, his amber eyes searching mine. "What's wrong?" His voice is gruff, but laced with concern. I shake my head, not ready to voice those 3 little words just yet. My heart races, and I swallow hard. Instead, I lean in and kiss him softly, savouring the taste of him. Nothing. Everything's perfect. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I can't bring myself to burden him with my worries. Sarod's lips are on mine again, hungry and demanding. His hands roam my body with a possessiveness that makes me shiver, leaving trails of fire in their wake. I'm lost in the moment, the scent of roses from the nearby garden mingling with his musky aroma. My fingers trace the hard planes of his chest, feeling the raised scars beneath my fingertips. I marvel at how perfectly we fit together, like two pieces of a puzzle I never knew was incomplete. Suddenly, a shrill voice cuts through our passion like a knife, shattering the intimate bubble we'd created. "Sarod, what is this? What are you doing?" We break apart, startled. My heart plummets as I see her standing there, her eyes blazing with fury. This must be Connie, Sarod's ex. She's even more beautiful than I imagined, all sleek curves and perfectly styled hair. I feel small and insignificant in comparison, acutely aware of my simple dress and somewhat dishevelled appearance. My cheeks burn with indignation. What does she think she's doing, walking in here like she's the mistress of the mansion? Because that title belongs to me now, and I'll be damned if she comes back to take it from me. Sarod's arm tightens around my waist, pulling me closer. The possessive gesture sends a thrill through me, even as anxiety churns in my stomach. "Connie," he growls, "what are you doing here?" She stalks towards us, her gaze flicking between Sarod and me with undisguised disgust. Her eyes linger on me, and I can feel the contempt radiating off her in waves. It takes every ounce of willpower not to shrink back. "I came to congratulate you on your recent victories," she spits, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "But I see you're too busy slumming it with the help." She gestures at me dismissively, as if I'm nothing more than a piece of furniture. I flinch at her words, feeling them like a physical blow. But Sarod's grip on me only tightens, his large hand warm and reassuring against my waist. It gives me strength, even as my heart races. "Watch your mouth," he snarls. He's only ever sounded this angry with Grokus, and that's saying a lot. Connie laughs, a bitter sound that echoes through the garden. "Oh, please, you can't seriously tell me you've fallen for this. This trash?" She looks me up and down, her lips curled in a sneer. "What could she possibly offer you that I can't?" Before Sarod can respond, I step forward, breaking free from his protective embrace. Anger burns in my chest, hot and fierce. "I'm right here, you know," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. "If you've got something to say it to my face." Connie's eyes narrow, and she takes a step closer. I can smell her expensive perfume, see the flawless makeup on her face. But I stand my ground, lifting my chin defiantly. "Fine," she hisses. "You're nothing but a cheap distraction. Sarod belongs with me. We're equals. You." She looks me up and down again, her lip curling. "You're just some tavern girl he picked up to pass the time. You'll never fit into his world, and deep down you know it." Her words sting like venom, but I plant my feet firmly and lift my chin. "You don't know anything about us," I spit back, my voice quivering with barely contained rage. The nerve of this woman, to think she still has any semblance of control over Sarod. "Us?" Connie scoffs, her perfectly manicured eyebrow arching in disdain. She turns to Sarod, and I watch as her entire demeanour shifts. Her voice softens, becoming silky and seductive. "Baby, come on. You've made your point. You've had your fun with this distraction." Her eyes flick dismissively over me before locking back onto Sarod. "But it's time to come back to reality. To me. We were good together, weren't we? Think of all we could accomplish now with your newfound fame. We'd be unstoppable." My fingers dig into my palms, nails biting into flesh as I struggle to keep my composure. The pain grounds me, keeps me from lashing out and proving her right, that I'm just some uncouth tavern girl. But gods, it's tempting. Sarod's arm around me is both a comfort and a challenge. I lean into him, silently daring Connie to try and come between us. But doubt gnaws at the edges of my mind. What if she's right? What if I am just a passing fancy for Sarod? I watch him, my heart pounding. His jaw is clenched, muscles taut with tension. I can feel the heat radiating off him, smell the familiar musk of his skin. I'm not going to repeat myself, Connie. Get out, and watch your mouth around Josie. I've already messed up an orc who disrespected her. And you're just a human. I can do worse to you, Sarod growls. Connie's eyes widen, shock flashing across her face before she masks it with disdain. You can't be serious, Sarod. This little distraction isn't worth throwing away what we had. I feel Sarod's chest rumble as he lets out a mirthless laugh. What we had? You mean the lies, the manipulation, the constant put-downs? His words send a thrill through me. Is this it? Is he finally confronting his past head-on? Sarod takes a step forward, pulling me with him. Josie isn't a distraction. She's everything you never were. Kind, genuine, strong. My heart soars at his words, but I keep my eyes locked on Connie. Her perfect mask is slipping, revealing the hurt and anger beneath. You don't mean that, she hisses. We were perfect together. Think of all we could accomplish now with your fame. We could take on all of Clues. We could be the richest couple on this continent. Screw you and screw that, he retorts angrily, waving her off with a hand. I've had enough of your nonsense. Get out and don't even think about returning. Sarod, no! Wait! Connie rushes forward, trying to grab at his arm. In doing so, she shoves at me and makes me stumble a few steps. Sarod sees that clearly. He swipes at her, sending her flying to the ground as she yells out. She grits her teeth and huffs angrily on the ground. Sarod takes me by the waist and holds me close. You're nothing to me, Connie, he says quietly, so get out of my life.
Chapter 29. Sarod. I stand there watching Connie sprawled on the ground, her face contorted with rage. Her words spew forth like venom, but they don't sting like they used to. They're just empty threats now, bouncing off my hardened exterior. She's listing off names, bragging about all the better orcs she's been with since our breakup. Each name she drops is like a pathetic attempt to wound me, but I feel nothing. You think I've been pining after you, Sarod? Ha! She screeches, her eyes wild with fury. I've had my pick of the strongest, most virile warriors in Orkland. They make you look like a pathetic little punk. I feel Josie tense beside me, her small hand gripping my arm. The warmth of her touch is a stark contrast to the cold hatred radiating from Connie. But I don't react. Not a muscle twitches. Not a flicker of emotion crosses my face. I'm a stone wall, unmoved by Connie's pathetic display. Inside, though, I'm seething. Not because of her words, but because of how I once let this woman have power over me. Never again. Connie's eyes narrow to slits, her gaze raking over me like claws searching for any weakness, any chink in my armor. She's desperate to see me bristle, to watch jealousy and anger flare in my eyes like it used to. But there's nothing there for her now. I'm a blank slate, impenetrable and unmoved. What's the matter, Sarod? She spits, her voice dripping with venom. Did someone cut your tongue out? Or has this human tramp made you soft? The last word comes out as a sneer, meant to wound and provoke. I don't rise to the bait. Instead, I glance down at Josie, her warm brown eyes meeting mine. They're filled with concern, but also trust in something else. Something that makes my heart swell. In that moment, I realize why Connie's words mean nothing to me. It's because I have everything I need right here, standing beside me. Josie's presence is like a shield, deflecting Connie's barbs and reminding me of what truly matters. You done? I ask, turning back to Connie. My voice is calm, almost bored. I can feel the tension radiating off her, but it doesn't affect me like it used to. There's a strange sense of peace settling over me, knowing I'm finally free from her toxic grip. She blinks, caught off guard by my indifference. What? Her voice wavers, uncertainty creeping in where arrogance once reigned. I said, "Are you done? 'Cause if you are, you can see yourself out." I jerk my thumb towards the gate, not bothering to hide my impatience. The sooner she's gone, the better. Connie's mouth opens and closes like a fish out of water. She's not used to this version of me, the one who doesn't rise to her bait, who doesn't care if she's been screwing all of Orkland. Hell, I'm not used to this version of me either, but damn if it doesn't feel good. I feel Josie's grip on my arm relax slightly. She leans into me. Without hesitation, I wrap my arm around Josie's waist, pulling her close. It feels right, like she belongs there. "You heard him," Josie says, her voice steady and strong. "Time for you to leave." There's an iciness in her tone that makes me want to grin. This little human's got more backbone than half the orcs I know. I give Connie a pointed look, daring her to say something else, but for once it seems the great Connie is at a loss for words. Good. Maybe now she'll finally get the message and leave us alone. Connie scrambles to her feet, her face flushed with humiliation. Her perfectly coiffed hair is now a mess, and I can see the mask of superiority she usually wears cracking. "This isn't over, Sarod. You'll regret choosing this. This tramp over me." She spits, her voice trembling with rage. I can't help but chuckle, the sound rumbling deep in my chest. "The only thing I regret is not doing it sooner," I growl, tightening my grip on Josie. The feel of her small, warm body against mine is intoxicating, and I have to resist the urge to nuzzle her hair right there in front of Connie. I watch as Connie's face twists with disbelief, her eyes widening in shock. Her gaze darts between Josie and me, searching for any sign of weakness, any crack in our united front. But there's none to be found. We're solid as a mountain, Josie and I. "Sarod, please, don't you remember the times we used to have? They were so fun. You and I, we could have had it all," she pleads, her voice taking on a desperate edge that I've never heard before. It's almost pathetic, really. "Just give me 5 minutes. Alone, that's all I'm asking." Her hands are clasped in front of her, knuckles white with tension. For a moment, I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. I shake my head, feeling pure disgust for the woman in front of me. "Not happening, Connie. We're done here. There's nothing left to say between us." Her desperation morphs into rage, her face contorting in a way that makes her once beautiful features ugly. "You can't do this to me!" she shrieks, her voice rising to a pitch that grates on my ears. "After everything we've been through, all the years we spent together, I've had enough of this." "Greta!" I call out, my voice booming across the garden, echoing off the stone walls. "We need some assistance out here, now!" Connie's eyes widen as she realizes what's happening, fear replacing the anger in her gaze. "No, you wouldn't dare," she starts, her voice trembling. "But I would, and I am. I've put up with her manipulation for far too long, and it ends today." As I hear Greta's hurried footsteps approaching, I stand my ground, ready to have this nuisance removed from my property once and for all. Greta appears at the mansion's entrance, her tall figure silhouetted against the light from inside. "Yes, Master Sarod?" "Please escort Miss Connie off the property," I say, my tone leaving no room for argument. Connie grits her teeth. As Greta approaches, Connie lashes out with the speed of a falling star, her hand connecting with Greta's face with a sharp crack that echoes through the garden. The sound makes my blood boil. "Hey!" Josie exclaims. "What do you think you're doing? You don't get to treat Greta like that!" "Shut up, you tramp!" Connie spits, pointing an accusatory finger at Josie. "You must feel powerful, huh? Thinking you have Sarod by your side? This won't last. He always gets bored and moves on to the next one who can open her legs for him. You're irritating me, Connie, I deadpan, cracking my knuckles. Keep talking like that, and I might just rip out your throat myself. Nice threats, you abusive bastard. I'm not going anywhere, she shrieks, her voice reaching a pitch that sets my teeth on edge. You can't just throw me out like yesterday's trash. That does it. I've had enough of her nonsense. My patience, already stretched thin, snaps like a bowstring. I gently push Josie behind me, my hand lingering for a moment on her arm in a gesture of reassurance. Then I step forward, my jaw clenched so tight I can hear my teeth grinding. In 2 long strides, I'm towering over Connie, my shadow engulfing her smaller frame. I grab her wrist as she winds up for another swing at Greta, my grip firm enough to make her gasp. That's enough, I growl, rumbling from deep in my chest. The sound is more animal than orc, a primal warning. You want to act like an animal? Fine. I'll treat you like one. And trust me, you won't like it. I hoist Connie up, her slight frame no match for my strength. I ignore her kicks and screams, her flailing limbs nothing more than an annoyance as I carry her towards the gate. With one arm wrapped around her waist, I stride forward, her fists pounding uselessly against my broad chest. The impact is barely noticeable, like raindrops on stone. Put me down, you brute! She shrieks, her voice shrill and grating in my ears. I'll ruin you for this, Sarod. You'll never play Zerfix again when I'm through with you. Do you hear me? I'll destroy everything you've worked for. I clench my jaw, forcing myself to ignore her threats. They're as empty as her promises of love had been. My focus remains on getting her off my property as quickly as possible, my long strides eating up the distance to the gate. As we reach it, I set her down none too gently on the other side, my hands itching to be rid of her. Stay away from me, Connie, I warn. My voice is cold and hard as steel. My amber eyes bore into hers, conveying the seriousness of my words. And stay away from Josie. If I see you here again, I won't be so nice. Trust me, you don't want to test me on this. Screw you! Connie screams, pounding her fist on the gate. I just wanted to talk to you. I'm struggling right now, Sarod. Don't you see that? And I need your help. And what happened to all those other orcs you've been with? I ask, perking a brow. My voice drips with sarcasm as I continue. Have they gotten rid of you too? I don't blame them. Must be exhausting dealing with your screaming day in and day out. Sarod! Connie hangs on the gate, her knuckles turning white from her grip. Her eyes are wild, desperate. Sarod, please! I need money. You don't understand how bad things are. I knew it, I say, shaking my head in disgust. The pieces fall into place, and I can't help but laugh bitterly. I knew you had some ulterior motives to showing up around here. It's always about what you can get, isn't it? Screw off, Connie. It's not gonna happen, and not now, not ever. No! She shrieks, rattling the gate. You can't do this to me! I stare at her, really seeing her for the first time. How was I blind for so long? Why did I tolerate her when this is how ugly and disgusting she's always been? The entitlement, the manipulation, the sheer audacity of it all. Now that I have Josie, the difference is night and day. It's like comparing a precious stone to a lump of coal. Josie's warmth, her genuine care. It makes Connie's toxicity stand out even more. And I'll be damned if I ever give Josie up for a piece of trash like her.
Chapter 30. Josie. Sarod's gaze. He takes my hand, his grip firm and reassuring, and leads me inside, away from the chaos. Sarod returns to me, his eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that sends a shiver down my spine. Behind us, Connie's rabid screaming echoes, but it's distant, a world away from the safety of Jimmy. Each button, each fabric snap, surrenders to his touch. He doesn't rush, but there's an urgency in his movements, a hunger that matches my own. His lips find mine, claiming them with a fierce tenderness that leaves me breathless. You're all mine, Josie. he murmurs against my skin, his voice a deep rumble that resonates within me. His hands explore my body, tracing lines of fire that ignite my desires. Each touch, each kiss, is a declaration, a promise. I can't help but melt into him, my hands gripping his shoulders, feeling the play of muscles beneath his skin. His words echo in my mind. You're all mine, and I find myself surrendering to the truth of them. I am his, completely, irrevocably. He pauses, his eyes searching mine, and I see the vulnerability there, the raw need. Say it, Josie, he whispers, his voice hoarse with emotion. Say you're mine. My heart hammers in my chest, and I can feel the weight of the moment, the significance of the words. I take a deep breath, looking into his amber eyes, seeing the depth of his feelings reflected back at me. I'm yours, Sarod, I whisper, my voice filled with conviction. All yours.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. You're mine, he whispers, and I'm never letting you go. Believe that. I do, I say, resting my hand over his. I'd never want to leave you anyway. And I mean it. No matter where life brings me, I know that Sarod will be with me regardless.